Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are doing well. We are live on another beautiful day, Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. We will be talking to Pisco, Pisco, Liddy, a liberal and progressive lawyer who is very interested in the deportations of, I don't know, resident aliens, I guess you would call it, and specifically Mahmoud Khalil. So just to articulate my perspective before we get into it, I think that Mahmoud Khalil could and should be deported under the deportable aliens federal subsection and the inadmissible alien subsection. I can explain that a little bit later. Jeff Lewis, good morning. Good morning back to you. And then also a court has found, similar findings. To articulate it really quickly, in the deportable alien substatute, 8 USC 1227, it says that one of the reasons why you can be deported is terrorism, and then it points back to the inadmissible alien subsection. And on terrorism, subsection 7 says endorses or espouses terrorist activity or persuades others to endorse or espouse terrorist activity or support a terrorist organization. And Mahmoud Khalil and also the other gentleman who's getting deported now were members and leaders of CUAD. CUAD is a student organization that has a Substack, a public Substack that was active as recently as 4 weeks ago. And they have a October 17th, 2024, they have an annual commemoration to the Al-Aqsa flood. In reading it, they actually have a subsegment of honoring the martyrs, which includes the Al-Qassam brigades, the people who participated in the October 7th terrorist attacks. They have commemorating the Al-Aqsa flood, lessons on guerrilla warfare, in which they apply a Maoist, literally like revolutionary communist anti-American frame to the student statements on the attacks of October 7th, in which some of the students basically say, oh yeah, I thought that all the terrorism was bad, but then I thought about it through a Maoist struggle lens and now I'm cool with it. Okay, I wish I could deport you, but unfortunately you're a citizen. They talk about other sit-ins that are happening in Brazil. And then what was the other one that was bad? Resistance strikes deep into occupied Palestine and Gaza. And then they have like another 6 or 7 paragraphs that effectively glorify the Al-Qassam brigades, which are the militant wing of Hamas. So yeah, I'm perfectly fine saying that CUAD is a revolutionary communist organization that supports terrorism. And that Mahmoud Khalil and the other person who are getting deported right now are, through their association with this organization, are endorsing or espousing terrorist activity, persuading others to endorse or espouse terrorist activity, or support a terrorist organization, because that's literally what they're doing. So I'm perfectly fine with him getting deported. I don't care. If you want to be like, oh, well, don't you care about free speech? It's like, yeah, I care about free speech for citizens. I do care about free speech as a general principle. But if you're glorifying the massacre of civilians, then I don't need you in my country. You can go glorify massacring civilians in another country. That's fine. So you don't have to agree with me. I don't care if you agree with me. That's my position, and I'm not moving from it just because people are mad at me because I say it. Jeff Lewis says, good morning. Kalinda says, yay, this should be fun. It probably will be very spicy. Gen X says, morning. Good morning, Gen X. Good to see you. Jeff Lewis, this line to the press about the Supreme Court decision on live TV is a pretty big deal. Trump's really counting on Congress to protect him. Yeah, the Democrats need to get their shit together and actually introduce articles of impeachment. It's repulsive to me that Congress has been so weak in reference to this scenario. I don't even care if you have the ability to pass it. You need to say, you deported somebody illegally. You're refusing to get him back. The Supreme Court has already ordered you to facilitate his return. You are working with the president of El Salvador in order to make sure that he doesn't return. And the accusations of involvement with MS-13 are flimsy, but barely non-existent. We have more evidence that Mahmoud Khalil was a member of CUAD than we have evidence that, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was a member of MS-13. So Hill William, good morning, y'all. Yep. Oh no. That's funny. I'm sorry. I'm catching up on chat. They're saying some wild stuff. It's pretty funny. Yeah, so Kalinda says it's probably okay if they want to try to deport him. They just got to do it properly and with due process and a trial, and he has to have access to a lawyer. Kalinda, I agree with you. And a judge just ruled that he's subject to deportation. So at least one court in the United States of America agrees with my perspective. And so I'm going to point that out to Pisco because he is always quite insistent whenever we have a conversation that he is absolutely correct. And yet consistently, there are people who disagree with him. Gen X says, I was bummed because you and Pisco both went live at the same time. Lol. Then I read the titles. Yep. Jewish Leninist says, I'm a Marxist Leninist, and even I thought that Mao was bad. Lol. Well, Jewish Leninists will try to move you away from those perspectives gently. Okay. I'll try to be polite. But no offense, I think, Marxist Leninism is cringe, LARPing, revolutionary bullshit, and you would be better off if you stopped. Sorry if that's too mean. Sorry if I lose you as a viewer, but those are my feelings, and I'm also tired, so I'm grumpy. Jeff Lewis says, I think it would be cool if Pisco joined the Valor network thing. Yeah, but he's not a veteran or a first responder, so I'm not sure if he would fit in necessarily, but I think collaborations would be good. Casey says, good morning, Connor. Good morning to you, Casey. How is he still in office is insane to me. Well, you actually have to impeach him and then remove him from office. Jiko Mab says, hi from Russia. Glad to see you stream again. Yeah, just to let you guys know, I'm live on something called the Valor Media Network. Type it into your YouTube search bar. It's effectively a channel run by first responders and military veterans. And they do try to do white pill content. They do games. And what I mean by games, I mean they do like sports reviews, sports political analyses. They do current events. They do news. There's like half a dozen to a dozen shows. There's another show on like mindfulness and self-improvement. So there's a whole bunch of different content. But that's Valor. So go check it out. I'm live there 20 hours a week. Vlad the Kebabber says, Jewish Leninists stick to worshiping Rabbi Lenin. Jesus, man. Can you chill the fuck out, Vlad the Kebabber? I know we're on my home channel and I said that you could Jew post here, but can you like relax? Holy shit. Lactoid says, I hard disagree with you on the Khalil topic, but Connor is a good egg. Oh, thank you. You want to keep Mahmoud Khalil? Are you serious? Bro, libertarians are all over the place. Somebody described libertarians as politically bisexual, and I think that's what I'm going to start calling you, Lactoid. Casey from LJ said, Pisco better not be insufferable. Dude, he has one gear, and it's abrasive. Casey says, bruh, funniest stuff ever was when a Chinese-born DSA dude in NYC talked about how bad China is, and then heard the DSA International Committee told him to read Mao. Yeah. Casey, no, we're not live on Valor today. We're live on only our home channels. True Zealot says Pisco only has moderate legal credibility. Well, you know. I feel like you and Pisco are going to agree on quite a bit. Well, we might agree on everything except for Mahmoud Khalil. Okay. All right, Vlad. All right. Let's find Pisco wherever we're going to find him. Oh, I parasocially love you guys. I'm a little grumpy and I'm a little bit tired, so I can't promise that I'm not going to be grumpy. Sure. Yo, call here? Question mark. And then trust me, I'll share my screen. Okay, cool. Give me a second. I'll pop this into full screen. Can you hear me? My shit's showing green, but I'm not seeing you go green. And let me move stream here. I can hear you now. Okay. I can hear you great. Let me add you to the stage. And then let me pull up. Good morning.
Morning, bruh. How you doing?
Welcome. I'm doing good. And let me see if I need to turn you up, actually.
Trump's America.
What a nightmare. I'm trying to keep my content as PG-13 as possible, but I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of grumpy. So we might get a little profane, but we'll see what we agree on and what we disagree on. What do you want to start with, I guess? Or actually,
can I just get a second to fucking start my stream counterparts? I just need to fucking change my scene. Just give me 1 second, all right?
PG-13, Pisco. And but of course, by the end of this, I'll be.
My bad.
No, I'm joking. I'll be cussing a lot, probably.
Okay, just give me 1 second, all right? Just give me literally 2 seconds. I'm happy to start, and I love the energy, by the way.
Yeah.
Also, my eyes are super sore. I haven't been smoking. I'm not sick. I'm not dying. So I don't want people to feel that I'm okay. There we go.
That's okay. It gives me a tactical advantage because you look like the guy who's like happy but sad at the same time as he's crying meme.
Oh, is that the soy jack?
No, it's actually like a Norwegian guy who he smiles. He did the, I don't know what you call it, but like stock photos. He did like stock photos where he's smiling, but his eyes aren't smiling, and so it looks like he's crying while he's smiling.
You know that guy who's like the nothing ever happens guy is like a serial killer, or sorry, no, shooter.
No, I didn't know that. And then that guy, also like, that makes sense. Up.
Yeah. It's insane. I saw a YouTube video about it, and he like basically went to go kill Mexicans, and that's the reason we have that that meme of the nothing ever happens guy.
Brutal.
But anyway, I think my shit's working right now. Just give me 1 second to just fix one thing, and then I'll be good.
Of course.
1 second. Entertain the chat though while you're.
Okay, then yeah, sure. Actually, I'll do a little bit of an introduction and also show my stuff. So yeah, good morning to everyone on my home channel. Good morning to everybody on Pisco's channel. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. My primary channel is Counterpoints 40K, where I break down the wonderful world of Warhammer. But I also recently went full-time streaming on a YouTube media network called Valor Media Network. I'm streaming 25 hours a week with them, and cutting up segments and posting content there. Valor is actually an offshoot of Midas Touch, but it's first responder and veterans focused. So we're trying to build up the channel. Obviously, it's very small right now, but we're excited and we believe in the project. So hopefully in the next 6 months, we'll explode, and then we'll all be making stupid amounts of money and creating fire content and entertaining the masses while also calling out all of the BS in our society that is ripping us apart right now.
Appreciate that introduction, Connor. Before we get started, there's a very important question from Josiah from Pondering Politics. Says,
sure.
How badly do you think His Imperial Majesty Sheev Palpatine would curb stop the God Emperor of Man?
So he's asked me this multiple times, and my answer is never going to change. Sheev Palpatine would be a delicious morning snack for the God Emperor of mankind. He's not even that powerful in the Warhammer 40K universe. He's like an alpha level psyker, which is obviously powerful, but being able to control.
Doesn't he run all of the galaxies like interstellar space? See, I learned something.
Sorry, what's that? What was the question?
Doesn't he run all of interstellar travel? The God Emperor of Man?
Yeah, he's literally he has a psychic beacon that shoots out into the galaxy, and that is what allows spaceships to travel. So, and that's just like him sitting there. Like he's not even doing anything. He's just sitting in a chair, and he's a giant bright lighthouse through which the galaxy operates.
No, that's so nerdy, but we had a conversation about your start in the Warcraft. Is it Warcraft? Warhammer, my bad. I'm just trying to piss you off.
No, it's all good.
I appreciate the questions. I appreciate everything, and I appreciate your introduction. Connor, sure. You and I, would you say we're friends?
Yeah. If you say you're my friend, then I'm your friend.
I think I would, but you pissed me the fuck off.
Same.
Yeah. And I want to have this conversation with you because I do think that there are a lot of things that I am very happy with you about. I'm very happy that you're loyal to the country. Not a lot of conservatives these days who are prominent kind of, influencer conservative types, I feel are loyal to the country. And I feel ultimately you stood on business. You voted for someone who in many instances, we fought about Kamala Harris, for example, her position on guns, and it took a lot from you policy-wise, I think, to pull the trigger and A, not vote for Donald Trump, and B, vote for Kamala Harris instead. Or sorry, I should say not vote for the Republican candidate and actually take the decision to vote for Kamala Harris as opposed to just sitting it out. And so I respect you a lot for that. But then there are these like little issues that will come up where I'm like, this guy's a fucking fascist. And I want to hash it out with him. So, but that's kind of and it has to do with immigration. But I see you in one breath being very based on immigration. Then I see another breath being very fucking cringe on immigration. And that's kind of why I want to talk to you, but I'll give you an opportunity to.
No, I can articulate the difference. And if you'll indulge me, So I don't use I'm just going to say it now because it is a element of emotional catharsis, but my emotional catharsis is coming from something terrible, right? That it sucks. So I feel like I knew that I was advocating for the lesser of two evils in the past election. I took a lot of flack from a lot of people. Rob Knorr, Admiral Gibbs, a whole bunch of other Republicans, lactoid, libertarians, and centrist and moderate and authoritarian Republicans, except for Jeb Tan, believe it or not. That was the only person that didn't give me a bunch of flack for leaning Democrat this election. And I really wish that I was wrong. I wish that Trump wasn't. I wish that I had been alarmist. I wish that I had been wrong about Trump being a massive anti-constitutional piece of shit who was going to use his wealth, power, and influence and nepotism in order to corrupt and degrade our country. And yet I was right. And so now I'm experiencing simultaneously like catharsis because I feel like I made the right choice. And I'm also experiencing a healthy chunk of like anger and sadness because he's worse than I thought he would be. So that's where I'm at these days. Can I give you like a fascist prelude because I think it's going to be important?
Yeah.
So fascism. I've read Benito Mussolini. I've read Adolf Hitler. I've talked with who is it? Like Keith Woods, Cultured Thug, and Curtis Yarvin. I feel like I'm pretty familiar with fascism.
Wait,
Fascism.
you've talked to Curtis Yarvin?
What's that?
You've talked to Curtis Yarvin?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the Curtis Yarvin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I feel like I have a pretty firm hold on it. And it's flexible authoritarianism and political corporatism. Political corporatism is treating the nation state like a body. And then flexible authoritarianism is effectively power for its own power's sake. I don't believe in power for its own sake. So that's where you and I are butting heads is you're like, oh, you have these like random fascist impulses. And I feel like I have random nationalist impulses. But you need to understand, I ultimately am a Republican. I ultimately am conservative in a lot of ways. So just because there's these flare-ups of like random conservative bullshit doesn't mean, it just means I disagree with you on principle. And we can analyze those principles.
Yeah. I mean, I take fascism to be something akin to an ultra-nationalist, ultra-conservative form of authoritarianism that's characterized by like a lot of different things. And I'm not married right now to that terminology or applying it, semantically to whatever going on. I kind of say it tongue-in-cheek to I'm just a sense of authoritarianism that I'm getting from you, or a lack of consideration or proper due deference to certain rights. And so when I say, I see some fascist tendencies, I'm not prepared at the moment to have a debate about whether or not you are a fascist.
Yeah, you could say authoritarian or nationalist tendencies. So I'm okay with that. What I would hit you back with though, since you're being tongue in cheek, I'll be tongue in cheek real quick. There's a clip from the movie, what is it, Full Metal Jacket, where a general is dressing down like a lance corporal because the lance corporal is wearing a peace button on his uniform as he's fighting the Vietnam War. And the general says, he uses a racial slur, but he says, inside every Vietnamese person, there is an American crawling to get out. And that's where my nationalism might be a little bit different, because I do think that everyone has the capacity of being an American, but that means adopting a certain set of values. And in reference to this conversation, advocacy for terrorism is not one of them.
Yeah, 100%. I see where you're coming from. And I kind of want to triangulate, to use a phrase, our differences, or let's see where we agree. Let's see where we just start to disagree.
Sure.
Okay. I think you and I agree with respect to immigration that there ought to be basic levels of due process. So the reason I think this is I see your tweets condemning, for example, the immediate deportation of alleged alien enemies to El Salvador, or wrongfully deported people to El Salvador, or people who are, not given opportunities to contest certain findings. And so I very much see you. I don't think we have an issue that people who are detained and people who are subject to the immigration law of the United States should be given minimum standards of due process. And what's more, I think there's an even more fundamental point here is whatever the law is on immigration should be followed. That is to say, we should not have, it's 2 points. They're kind of related. One is the government should at all times follow the law with respect to immigration, and the government should provide minimum standards of due process under the law or the Constitution to aliens that are subject to immigration law.
Yeah, we are in complete alignment,
Okay.
and not to tangent, but I find the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia particularly nefarious, where I view this as like a litmus test for our republic, where if our Congress members and our courts don't stand up to the Trump administration, we're effectively inviting authoritarian disaster in our country.
Okay, that's great. I think we agree on that. I think we agree on Kilmar. I think we agree that what's going on with I don't know if you saw the Bukele whatever.
Oh, I had a modicum of respect for Bukele prior to this, probably because I was buying into the authoritarian nationalist propaganda. But after this, like that mirage is shattered. If you'll indulge me a moment, so El Salvador had one of the worst homicide rates in the world. I think in a certain year, it was like around 103 per 100,000, which is effectively like, I don't know, it's 20 times the American rate. And it was like worse than Iraq had ever been during the civil war in Iraq that we kicked off through the invasion of Iraq. So what Bukele did was he effectively instituted an authoritarian rule where if you had any gang affiliations whatsoever, a whiff of gang activity, including tattoos, but also not just tattoos, you were detained inside a jail and you were held for prolonged periods of time with very minimal due process. Now, as a result, the homicide rate dropped down to 2 per 100,000. And so this was a widely popular move. And 2 per 100,000 is effectively the same homicide rate as Western European countries. So we went from one of the worst countries on the planet from a homicide perspective to competing with developed nations. So that was kind of like, I don't know, a heartwarming story about reduced murders and anarchy inside a crazy failed state inside Central America. However, what he's done in the meantime with the Trump admin is with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, he was accused of being a gang member of MS-13 in 2019 off of 2 pieces of information. One of them was wearing a black Chicago Bulls hat while he was looking for day labor outside of Home Depot. The second piece of information was a testimony from a confidential informant who said that he was a member of MS-13 from New York. There's a couple of problems with this. Number one, Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been here since 2011. He hasn't committed a crime. To my knowledge, he doesn't have any gang-affiliated tattoos. Also, he's been participating in the community, and during the accusations of deportation and criminal activity and all that kind of stuff, him and his lawyers, his lawyers and they presented substantive evidence that he was effectively a normie. He had a wife, he had a kid, he was gainfully employed, he was a member of the community, he was working his butt off, he was trying to achieve the American dream. And so what we have Bukele do, I'm sorry it took me a while to get here, but what Bukele did when he was asked about Kilmar in particular is he said, why would I deport a terrorist back to the United States? And so he's effectively giving the Trump admin carte blanche to send him anyone, and regardless of their innocence or guilt, he will hold on to them as long as he doesn't receive sufficient domestic pressure to release that person. It's evil.
I want to bolster 2 things that you said. First, on Kilmar specifically, it's everything you say there is true, and it's even worse than that because if you take the administration at its word that based on this evidence he's a quote prominent member of MS-13, why did the administration release him back into the country in 2019? Right? He was granted withholding of removal in 2019. These are immigration judges. They're under the Department of Justice. They could have appealed the ruling of granting of withholding. And so what's the fucking sense if it's true, right? And the only evidence we have is based on these hearsay allegations and tenuous assumptions that have never truly been tested in a real adversarial proceeding. What we're talking about here, the determinations by the judge, this is like a bond hearing, the equivalent of a bond hearing where the court's actually pretty limited in paying deference to these reports, which, by the way, were internally self-contradictory. We're saying wrong things. We're saying he was picked up for the wrong thing. So if it's all true, right, if that's such strong evidence that he's a prominent member of MS-13, why did the administration release him into the country in 2019?
If they had evidence, they would have presented it in public by now. This story would have been 24 hours. This would have been a 24 hours news cycle if they had the evidence. And what I mean by that is there would have been an online furor over you're deporting dating a Maryland man who has 3 autistic children. What the hell? And then the Trump admin could have shown us, they could have been like, look, he has all these tattoos. He, was credibly accused of homicide and drug activity at this time, and this time. He was just never convicted. Therefore, he is a member of MS-13. And you know what would have happened? I would have shut up. I would have stopped talking about it. I would have been like, okay, it seems like there's smoke.
That's kind of bullshit, though. No, I hear you, and I agree with your assessment that that's what the news story would have been. But what we're talking about here is,
but they don't have that.
I understand they don't have it, and I agree that that's what the news would have been, and that's how the cycle would have been. But that, it almost doesn't matter, right? For purposes of our authoritarian analysis, it almost doesn't matter whether he even is actually a former or current member of MS-13. The authoritarian aspect of this is the fact that he was not given due process, is the fact that he was granted withholding, and that he was removed. Regardless of whether or not he is actually a member or a criminal or anything like that, the government should have to jump through hoops to deport him on that basis or to remove his withholding. And so I agree with you that it's helpful for the case that he doesn't appear to be credibly accused of being a gang member, but I almost think it doesn't matter. That's one thing, but I
sure.
do appreciate that.
I still concede on the due process grounds. What actually pisses me off to no end that I had to withstand like and by the way, like I'm happy to do it. If people want to rake me over the coals for my bad opinions or whatever, I don't care. Ultimately, that's the game that we're in. However, I do find it extremely frustrating that people who Rob can articulate better than Admiral Gibbs, but people like Admiral Gibbs who can't even articulate like basic philosophical concepts around politics were raking me over the coals for being insufficiently loyal to the Republican Party when I feel like this was kind of a foregone conclusion that shit like this was going to happen. And what's even more gross is that I like this guy, Phil Labonte, but he tried to argue with me a year ago that there were going to be adults in the room, so to speak, that would check Trump's like authoritarian impulses as there were in the first administration. And what we're seeing now is we're seeing people like Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi. Like, I think that Steve Miller is like the head, whatever. He's like the head of the cabinet or head of the whatever at the White House. I forget his exact title.
And then deputy chief of staff or chief of staff or something like that.
Chief of staff, deputy, maybe. So we have his chief of staff.
So his chief of staff is Susan Wiles. Is it Wiles? I forget her name.
We could just Google it real quick. But the point is that he's like a prominent member of the Trump cabinet. What is Steve Miller's title right now? But then Pam Bondi, who's the Attorney General of the United States, immigration deputy
chief of staff, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's a
White House
position.
Deputy Chief of Staff. Yep, that's it.
That's a major position. That's like so if you guys watch West Wing, that's the role that the main character's in. Oh my god, I don't even know his actor. I don't know. The main guy is a deputy chief of staff.
So the point is that he's a prominent member of the Trump admin. And then not just that, we have the Attorney General of the United States, the chief law enforcement officer of the United States, knowingly lying on national television about the Abrego Garcia case so that the Republican media can sanitize I'm just going to say it, the fuck up that they did, and then also excuse the dystopian authoritarian bullshit that the Trump admin is up to. And so we have this confluence, like, and this is where I would agree with fascist, by the way. I don't think I'm a fascist, but this is where I would agree with fascist. Fascists don't care about the truth. They care about power and they care about consequence. So it doesn't matter that they're lying about due process. It doesn't matter that they're lying about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. It doesn't matter that they're using the media to launder their reputations. It doesn't matter that they're using the most powerful offices of the United States in order to achieve a nefarious result. All that matters is that they gain and maintain power. And so I do view Pam Bondi and Steve Miller as either fascist or fascist enabling.
100%. And so that was one point I wanted to underscore is the kind of tenuous allegations of his gang affiliation here, which I think don't resolve the issue, but they're important to look at as window dressing for examining the media's response. And also, as you mentioned, to see the lies that the administration is perpetuating in this case and other immigration situations. So that's number one. The other point I wanted to bolster from your perspective is the gang problem in El Salvador. I've had clients from El Salvador. In fact, I have one specific client who they were trying to groom and they were trying to recruit and whose story is harrowing with respect to the gang situation in El Salvador. I'll leave it there, other than to say, for me, it hits close to home, not because I'm from El Salvador, but I have spoken with people who have dealt with the gang violence in El Salvador and what it used to be, and it was absolutely unlivable in El Salvador.
I want to tell you one more effed up thing before we perhaps get into where we disagree. So think about this. The reason why the Mr. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was held from being deported to El Salvador was because the judge believed that there was credible threats against his life from the 18th Street Gang. Okay. And one of the arguments that I heard from the Trump admin that was so laughably evil that I couldn't even believe it was they were saying, well, El Salvador solved the gang problem, so there actually should be no issues with him returning to El Salvador. But they didn't return Mr. Abrego Garcia to the streets of El Salvador to live a normal life where the homicide rate is 2 per 100,000. They returned him to the place in which they incarcerated all the other gang members. So they put him into the most dangerous situation possible for his situation. And so that's like just another like evil icing on the cake.
Even assuming he's a gang member, right? Even assuming he's a gang member, and even his withholding was based on threats of violence anyway. And so I guess even if he is not a gang member, he was put in the most dangerous place.
They put him in the most dangerous place possible for his condition based off of the stay order. And so they effectively said, because he's not one of us, he's not an American citizen, we don't care whether or not he lives or dies. And that's actually my sincere belief. They genuinely, they do not see him as a human being who is living, who is breathing, who is eating, who has family, who contributes to his community. They don't see him as a human being. They see him as an exterior member of a different tribe, and therefore it doesn't matter if he lives or dies. And I just think that's like, it's unadulterated evil. It's actually just evil.
And I'm actually concerned for his life. I don't know that I believe the administration.
The Maryland senator is allegedly going to go see him on Wednesday to confirm that he's still alive.
I think that's based. And I don't know what we should do if it turns out that he either was murdered by Bukele or by a gang member. I don't know what we should do. I mean, that situation.
I think we should start banging the drums. I don't even care if I get that it can be politically inconvenient to start banging the drums this early out from midterms or whatever, but genuinely, I would introduce articles of impeachment from
I would already do that. Yeah, I would already do that. But
you might burn out political momentum by the time you're actually able to effectuate them. But the truth is that this is so egregious that if you don't put on the record like this shit is evil, then I basically think that you've lost the moral plot.
Okay, so that's there, right? And I see you speaking with pretty like one-to-one morality or clarity, what I would see as the right position on this issue, and the right amount of like skepticism and contempt for the administration. You seem to be well informed about the facts here, and I take that, right? And
how do we square this circle with Mahmoud Khalil?
But I just want to paint you a picture, right?
Sure.
So we have not just the rescinding or purported rescinding of a green card of Mahmoud Khalil. It's a broader situation than that. The administration is systematically going after green card holders. They're searching social media feeds of both applicants and current holders of any kind of immigration benefit. There was a guy recently, I'm forgetting his name now, but I think yesterday or the day before, who was like about to do his naturalization process, who they picked up.
Snatched up in his interview.
Yep. There's a report that one of the people they picked up, one of the women who they alleged to be pro-Hamas or something, they had an internal State Department memo that said that she was not, like their own fucking sycophants were saying not anti-Semitic, not all that shit. And okay, so we already have bad faith there. I guess what we will be arguing is in the abstract, assuming we had a good faith administration to enforce this kind of shit, what would the reaction be? And I guess maybe we can start there. But
well, we can even assume bad faith. So right. For instance, like my lines don't change. If you look, I'll try not to go too broad with it, but if you look at American history, we have always been imperfect executors of the ideals of our society. Like there are plenty of examples of even good presidents who have done. Look at Japanese internment. Look at the suspension of habeas corpus, which I do think is justifiable in the Civil War, but still is scary, right? There's plenty of times that look at slavery. there's plenty of times that we imperfectly fulfilled the ideals of our nation. And so imperfectly fulfilling the ideas of our nation is not enough for me to divide politics into a binary where I don't call balls and strikes. And so this is where, with Mahmoud Khalil specifically, you can say like, oh, the admin's a bad actor. Okay. That doesn't change the facts of the case or the facts of the matter for this case, in my opinion.
Let's examine it. So, I guess let's start with the basic premises here, which are, I think we agree that we can't analyze his non-speech related conduct because there are no allegations, and I'm assuming no factual predicate for the notion that he was involved in any criminal activity or occupation of buildings or encouraging of that. It may be.
Why are you saying there's no facts of that? He's a member of a student organization that explicitly does that.
Well, wait a second. Of him specifically, right? That he specifically engaged in criminal conduct. You think that there are facts that substantiate his participation in criminal conduct?
Yeah, I think the fact that he is a member of CUAD and he's effectively a leader of CUAD, and he negotiated on behalf of the student organization in order to like secure the release of the building, shows that he's a member of that activity 100%.
Do you think mere membership in a in CUAD is or should be a crime?
No.
Okay, so then I ask again, is there any factual predicate for the notion that he committed a crime?
No.
Okay, so then we agree that we cannot premise a removal argument or deportation argument on any alleged criminal activity because really the only thing that
criminal
matters is there are
activity.
There are I agree. That's what I'm starting on things we agree with to try to narrow it because I don't want to hear later on. And hopefully we won't get too fiery. I think we started off good. I don't want to hear later on. Oh, but he occupied buildings. Oh, but they occupied.
I don't know that
with respect to the criminal activity aspect to it. Now there could be other conduct related stuff that he's involved with that make him deportable for other reasons. And just to be clear for everybody, there are things that make you deportable or inadmissible. Here, the basis of deportability would apply to him, but some map on to the basis of inadmissibility. There's categories of criminal bases of inadmissibility, deportability. Now, my argument is we have to assess what the government actually provided in their notice to appear, their charging document. But even separate and apart from that, you can argue he should be deported on some other basis. But there is no facts in the record, I think, that would qualify him for being deportable on the basis of criminal conduct. I think we can agree on that.
Yep.
Okay. And so the next question is there a basis of removability or deportability? And what actually is the basis of deportability? After we can do that first, or we can do the first.
Yeah, no, I can line up my argument and you can try to knock it down. So it's fairly straightforward. And by the way, like this, I understand that you're saying that like the state isn't making the same arguments that I'm making. These are the arguments that I would make. And if a judge ruled one way or the other, then I would just be like, okay, but this is what I principally believe. Okay. That this is what I believe conceptually. So Mahmoud Khalil was a member of a student organization named CUAD. Some people they talk about different levels of leadership and participation or whatever, but it's pretty much admitted that he negotiated on behalf of CUAD's behalf in order to work with the administration of Columbia University to secure the release of buildings after they had been occupied. And I don't care about peaceful protests, whatever. There's a bunch of hippies in universities that protest all the time. That's not my problem. My problem is that with CUAD in particular, I'm actually going to pull it up on my screen. Mm-hmm. They were active as recently as March 7th. So this is a active Substack that is a part of the organization. And October 17, 2024, they commemorated the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attacks. And they celebrate the martyrs. So they're talking about the people, not just civilians. They're also talking about members of the Al-Qassam brigades, which is the militant wing of Hamas, who got killed by IDF. They talk about how they convinced former students, or not former students, they convinced students who were at first repulsed by the viciousness of the Hamas attacks that actually, in the operations to secure a free Palestine, it's actually not that big of a deal. They talk about student occupations of buildings in Brazil, in which they're analyzing the tactics of those student organizations in order to enhance their own organization's capacity to occupy buildings. And then they also talk about resistance to the Israeli occupation forces, in which they glorify the Al-Qassam brigades by name. So they're effectively sweeping for the October 7, 2023 terrorist attacks, and they're glorifying and minimizing the crimes of a designated terrorist organization. Are you still with me? Did I lose you? I think we might have lost him, chat. Is it my internet? Let me disconnect and call him back.
How about now, Connor?
Yeah, I lost you for a second, but I left and came back.
Okay, the first assumption that I want to press on there is the notion that the statement of an organization should be applied to
Did you hear all of it?
Yes, I heard everything you said.
Okay.
Yep. First is that, do you believe that the statement of an organization, now I don't believe he's alleged to be a member of this organization, right?
I mean, he is.
Well, he's not a formal member, right?
I have no idea how the organization. I have no idea the formal organization of the CUAD thing. But if you're willing to,
member or not,
if you're willing to negotiate on behalf of the organization for a student sit-in, I would say that you're probably a member.
Whoa, that's an assumption, isn't it? He could not be a member, right? He could be
okay. So hold on. So let's just run it as a hypothetical. You're saying that if University of Central Florida is up the block, okay. Let's say that I have the Students for Israel organization, and we're like, genocide is awesome. It's the coolest thing ever. And we want America to support Israel and its genocide of Palestinians even harder. And then I go, and not only am I like hanging out with all the people who are a member of the organization, but then I negotiate on their behalf the release of buildings by the pro-Israeli genocidal people. You're saying like, oh, well, meh.
No, I'm just asking a question. Is it actually confirmed? Can you confirm that he is a formal member of this organization?
I can't personally.
Okay. So is it fair in your mind, we'll get to the First Amendment argument, that he should be held responsible for statements he hasn't made from an organization he is not a member of, merely because he facilitated and was part of the negotiation?
I don't agree. Yeah, I'm going to substantiate what I said. So what you're asking me is something that I don't think I can prove. So CUAD, to my knowledge, doesn't have like little placards that they print out with like name badges that they hand out to all the students that are a part of and verify their identification. However, there is, not only did he negotiate on their behalf with the administration, this isn't contested. Not only did he kind of like identify, quote unquote, self-identify as like a leader of the CUAD, but then there's video interviews.
Broader than the CUAD, right? The movement is broader than the CUAD.
Videos. Right? Then there's videos of him hanging out with other student protesters and doing interviews along with CUAD, people. So that's sufficient.
Is it possible for him to be a leader of the Palestinian protests and be doing everything you talked about without believing what the CUAD believes and without being a member of the CUAD?
Why would you participate? You're kind of like stretching the limits of credibility for me, or like logic. Why would you negotiate? Why would you negotiate on behalf of a student organization that you are not a part of? Why would you also effectively say everything that they were saying minus the Hamas glorification? Why would you say that publicly if you weren't involved?
Because you don't believe. Maybe because you don't believe it. Maybe because you don't ascribe to it. Wait, so he could have been, for example, a negotiator for other reasons, right? Maybe he agrees with some of the students on some things. Maybe they have common cause.
Then he can articulate that in court. But that's
wait a second. No. What we're talking about right now is just merely whether or not you can ascribe to him the statements of people who are not him on an organization that you say yourself you can't admit that he's actually a member of. Is
If
that
it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, I'm going to call it a duck.
Really? Wait.
Hell yeah. You think that if I show up to a fucking protest about like pro-life shit or excuse me, pro-choice shit, and then I'm a part of it and I got a placard and I'm like, hey, hands off my uterus, blah, 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 blah. You
No,
can't
bro.
categorize me as like a pro person. And then if I negotiate on behalf of a specific organization with the student body, a school of which I am a former alumni, you're saying that you can't safely assume that you're a member of the student organization? He's just a concerned citizen.
So I think you're being more narrow and more broad in different locations where it suits you. And I think it's not fair. So on the one hand, I think you're saying that he was negotiating on behalf of CUAD, when I think the negotiations are on behalf of the protesters. And I think that you would agree the protesters are not coextensive with CUAD. Yes or no?
CUAD is running the protests and the building occupations. So they're either CUAD or they're supporters of CUAD.
Okay, but are they coextensive? Are the members, people who are member of this organization, are they the same set as the people who are protesters, occupiers? They're different sets, right? There could be more radical factions among the people who are occupying, more radical factions among the people who are.
So how about I just read you what is publicly available so we're not guessing at it, I guess.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. This is Wikipedia. Obviously take it with a grain of salt, but this is what's publicly available in a summary format. Following the start of the Gazan war in 2023, Khalil became involved in pro-Palestinian activism. He served as a negotiator and spokesperson for students associated with the Columbia University Apartheid Divest in discussions with Columbia University officials and was often seen unmasked on the front lines of protests. Khalil said, as a Palestinian student, do you want me to stop?
Well, the language, I think, is much different, right? The language is he is negotiating on behalf of students affiliated with CUAD. Okay. Not as an official CUAD negotiator, and I don't think that that's fairly. For example, and I want to try to link this to your. I want to try to link it to your experience. Someone might say, "Hey, look at all these libs in this lib area. We might pick counterpoints to negotiate with the right wingers, right? Let's say that you even agree with the right wingers on something. Let's say that you're at a protest where you're agreeing with the right wingers on something or the Trump supporters on something. We might go to you, let's say if the MAGA people start to get in trouble and do the wrong thing, or for whatever reason, we might come to you and you might say, listen, I don't agree with them and everything, but I'm happy to facilitate negotiations. All I'm trying to say is, and we haven't even reached the main argument, I don't think it's fair that you attribute to an individual, Mahmoud Khalil, and make him be punished for the statements of an organization where you can't prove that he authorized the statements, you can't prove that he knew about the statements. He might not know about the statements, right?
Well, so let's need to make a connection there. Let's read the whole thing because I think there's evidence that cuts both ways. So I would rather read the evidence and then we can fight about the evidence. So and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paragraphs, and one paragraph is only one sentence, and I can read quickly.
Yeah. Read it all.
Okay. Khalil said, as a Palestinian student, I believe that the liberation of the Palestinian people and the Jewish people are intertwined and go hand in hand, and you cannot achieve one without the other. He said CUAD supported social justice and freedom and equality for everyone. At the time, Khalil was on a student visa that required full-time enrollment. He said he avoided high-risk protests and communicated with the university to ensure he would not create trouble, as any suspension would jeopardize his student visa. On April 30th, 2024, he received an email from Columbia suspending him from alleged participation in the Columbia tent encampments, but the university retracted the suspension within a day after reviewing their evidence. Columbia University President's office called him to apologize for their mistake. Columbia administrators described Khalil as a principled, good faith negotiator who worked with them to reduce encampments. In September 2024, after new demonstrations began on campus, Khalil said students would continue to protest as long as Columbia continues to invest into benefit from Israeli apartheid, and that this might include further encampments or other forms of protest. On March 6, 2025, Columbia's newly created Office of Institutional Equity opened investigations into students who had been critical of Israel, including Khalil and a number of Jewish students, in order to address complaints of rising anti-Semitism on campus. Amy Greer, a lawyer advising several students, said that Columbia was bowing to governmental pressure to suppress and chill protected speech. A number of accusations related to Khalil's involvement in CUAD include his alleged role in organizing a march where some participants purportedly glorified the October 7th Hamas-led attack on Israel and circulated social media posts critical of Zionism. Khalil said most of the 13 allegations against him related to social media posts he had nothing to do with. The university threatened to block Khalil from graduating for refusing to sign a non-disclosure agreement, but withdrew the threat after Khalil appealed through a lawyer. Discussing concerns about anti-Semitism, Khalil said there is, of course, no place for anti-Semitism. What we are witnessing is anti-Palestinian sentiment that's taking different forms, and anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism are some of these forms.
Yeah, so based on what you just read, I don't think that it's fair, and I would never do this, by the way, of an individual similarly situated in like a conservative context, to ascribe to this individual for purposes of specifically negatively affected that individual, the specific statements of an organization that he is not a member of.
Okay, I would. Now what?
Okay, so even assuming that you make that jump, which I think is completely fucking unfair, and I think people should be aware, right? We're not talking about any statements Mahmoud Khalil made. We're not talking about any statements that he made. We're talking about statements that we don't even know that he was aware that they were made. So in this case, I just want to be clear about what Connor is doing now. He is applying strict liability in the sense of making Mahmoud Khalil answerable to any statement made on behalf of CUAD in that time period, and however bad it is.
Let me tell you why I think this is reasonable.
Regardless of his involvement in making the statement, that's the standard you're imposing
on
him.
Let me tell you why I think this is reasonable. So Mahmoud Khalil at the time was there on a student visa, which means that he's here as a guest in our country. I know he became a lawful permanent resident or had a green card, later on. However, at the time, he was a student, which means that he's coming here for his education. He's coming here in order to achieve a temporary result in our country. And yet he is passionately and insistently involving himself with CUAD and negotiating on their behalf, of occupations of buildings. That's 100% more than enough to create association.
The only thing that I'm talking about right now is whether or not you can attribute to him those statements. Now you could say he's deportable because of his association with those individuals, and then I think it's an even harder case.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and test this. Let's say that there's Russia is being taken over by Nazis, and then there's pro-Nazi protests where they're occupying buildings on the state, on the student grounds. And I'm a visitor from Russia. Make it Germany. I don't give a shit. But make it some country that has a Nazi problem, right? And then I hang out with the Nazis. I talk on behalf of the Nazis. I organize Nazi protests. And then I talk to the student admin and I say, hey, I'm not a Nazi, but, I'm trying to stay on the right side of the law, but I am going to hang out with them. I am going to protest them. I am going to organize marches on their behalf. And I'm going to negotiate with you in order to reduce the damage done by the Nazi protesters. Are you saying that it's unfair to characterize me as either a Nazi or a Nazi sympathizer?
That's not what I said. That's
what I'm saying.
So I want to be clear. I just am saying, can you attribute those statements to him without specific knowledge that he was aware of them, knowing of them, supporting of them?
No, I don't have that evidence, and I already feel like I have sufficient evidence for what I'm talking about.
So what you're talking about is, generally his affiliations and sympathies with these kinds of individuals. And so I just want to be clear about what we're doing.
Sure.
Here, right?
Lactoid brings up, let's do January 6th. Let's say I'm a negotiator on behalf of January 6th protesters who are occupying Congress. Are you saying that I could just be a good Samaritan standby person who's just negotiating on behalf of the January 6ers?
So to be 100% clear, it absolutely applies in the Jan 6 situation. If there were some kind of negotiation, and if there's no evidence that person was involved in criminal activity, you said, by the way, that you don't have any evidence that he was involved in criminal activity, and that he merely had sympathies with the people on Jan 6. So just to be clear, in this instance, there are a lot of people in this country who have sympathies with Jan 6 who are not involved in criminal activity. Yeah, and there are a lot of people who showed up that day who did not do anything criminal and who are protected by the First Amendment. And I would, just as I'm doing right now, even though they may support the criminal activity that's going on there, I would be absolutely defending their rights. And if someone said, hey, we're going to use one of these people who's outside of the Congress, is not actually engaged in criminal activity, to negotiate on behalf of people with whom he has sympathies, I would not necessarily attribute everything that's done in that Congress, whether that's the statements made or criminal actions made, to that individual with respect to specific penalties apply to that individual. That's insane. So you're going to apply?
No. So you're saying so let's go ahead and divide it up into two camps. Okay, there's people who remained outside the building, and there's people who remained inside the building. Okay, let's say that there's people.
No, don't just say building. Restricted area. It's broader than the building, but yeah.
Okay. So the Capitol, whatever associations you want to make with the Capitol, they don't have authorization to be there, right?
Yes.
So we have people who trespass, vandalize property, assault law enforcement officers. They riot, they do all that kind of crap. And on top of that, they were trying to hunt down members of Congress in order to presumably take them into some level of custody where they could render the people's justice onto these people. And then we have somebody who stands outside. I'm not done. I have somebody who stands outside of Congress, and he's like, listen, I'm not about that, hanging Mike Pence shit, but I'm pretty much down with everything else. So I'm going to negotiate on the people inside of the building. I'm going to negotiate on their behalf with law enforcement in order to secure the de-escalation. You're saying that that is insufficient ground. And on top of that, the people who are inside the building know that person well enough to appoint them as the negotiator.
Insufficient grounds for what is the question? Insufficient grounds for what?
If they were a non-citizen, I would remove them from the country immediately. If they were an Indian sympathizer with January 6 rioters and they had a temporary student status in the United States of America, I would deport that motherfucker back to India faster than your head could spin.
Okay, so someone who is to be clear, someone who does no criminal conduct, makes no explicitly supportive statements on behalf of, what you would consider to be the problematic beliefs, or immediately deportable
beliefs. Associates with people who do make criminal conduct or who do commit criminal conduct and people who do support criminal beliefs. Yeah, if they were a non-citizen, I would 100% support their deportation immediately.
Okay, we'll get to that, but let's just be clear about one thing. This would also apply to racism.
Sure, if they're non-citizens.
But so just to be clear, if
there are different classes of people who have different levels of protection, yes.
So let's paint a picture right now. The administration is going through social media as they're trying to get people. So if the administration did roughly the same thing with racists, people who they consider to be racists.
Sure. If there was a Klan member who was coming in from another country and basically what was it? They're like, I hate case slurs. And I think that we should, I think that case slurs are a threat and a blight on American society. And the sooner that Americans wake up to the threats of international Jewry, the better. Yeah, I would deport that person in a heartbeat.
Let's take another instance. So someone who associates with like a frat, and the frat is known to say horrible, sexist things. All the frat members, they're obviously like First Amendment protected citizens. But this guy, he's not a member of the frat, but he associates with the frat, and they're all saying the most vicious, vile, sexist things. And he's best friends with them who are saying vicious, vile, sexist things. They're standing up for patriarchy. Oh my God.
Fuck him. He's not a member of the society. The whole point of coming to the United States of America is to be a healthy, happy member of society. If you're going to be an antisocial, economic or social blight on our country, you don't have a right to our country.
Trump supporters. If you're a Trump supporter.
If you're a foreign Trump supporter who supports anti-governmental action, then yeah, you should be deported.
No, just anti-government belief. You don't have an explicit statement from, let's say, I don't support the criminal activity. I just, I'm in favor of. It
gets into a little bit of a function of the, what's like a reasonable belief. But if you start testing the limits of reasonable beliefs, then yeah, I'm going to support it.
What's worse?
Let's say he's a QAnoner. Then yeah, 100% deport his ass.
What's worth, supporting Trump or being a sexist?
I would say supporting Trump.
Okay, so if you're going to deport people who associate with vicious sexists, why wouldn't you deport people who associate with big Trumpers?
If they're hold on. We need to delineate the line here. Okay, There is operating within the framework of our liberal representative democratic society. Okay. So let's say that there is a person who says, I support Republicans over Democrats. I want to make America great again. I think that Donald Trump is fighting for the future of America. Like everything like Elon Musk says, right? Let's say that they're saying that. If they're advocating, relatively speaking, to participate in the democratic system that we have as it currently exists, then I don't think that that person should be subject to deportation. However, if they say, all hail God Emperor Trump, fuck the Constitution, burn this country to the ground,
but you don't
then
have any statements from Mahmoud
deport
Khalil.
them.
But you don't have any statements from Mahmoud Khalil. All you have are his associations with a group that you find distasteful, and that you find that
distasteful is putting it very mildly, by the way.
But let's be 100% clear. So you're not pointing to specific statements of Mahmoud Khalil. You just said that
he's just hanging out with the equivalent of QAnoners. Yeah.
Okay, so if you have an immigrant who's hanging out with the most vile MAGA people who are just very pro MAGA and racist, you would deport the person on the basis of his support for Trump and him hanging out with bad MAGA people.
If they were calling Amy Comey Barrett, no, hold on, I'm going to articulate this. If a non-citizen, I'm going to articulate it. Yeah. So if a non-citizen was posting on social media, Amy Comey Barrett is a traitor to this country. Deport.
Okay, but I just gave you the example. We're not pointing to specific statements made by the non-citizen.
That's still protected speech. That would still be protected speech. I think it would be analogous to what Mahmoud Khalil did state.
We have it. Just to be clear, this is not my main argument. My main argument is going to be legal and grounded in the First Amendment, and we haven't even touched it yet. All we're talking about here is your morals and priors here, and how willing I think you are to bend them, and how I think this rule is just
what principle am I bending?
Well, I think that I don't know if it's a principle you're bending, but I think your intuition is that you shouldn't deport people because they support Trump.
Supporting Trump is insufficient for deportation. It's how they support Trump.
Okay. How would someone go about supporting Trump in a way that you think is grounds for deportation?
We already talked about that. So let's say January 6th is going down.
Without giving an example, can you give some kind of neutral criteria?
I would say aiding a nefarious anti-governmental organization.
Okay. All right. Listen, I think that is far too broad in terms of my morals. But let's get to the actual law here, and let's. Sure. I think this is we're exploding the bases of deportation under this. But I think that you agree that it is, if it's against the First Amendment to take a certain action, it should not be done. Fair?
Sorry, say that again so I can understand what you're getting at.
If it violates the Constitution to take a certain government action, that government action should not be taken.
Yes, we should follow the Constitution as much as possible.
Okay. And
I'm going to take a bite of my breakfast. I'm listening.
Yeah, go for it. Do you believe that non-citizens have First Amendment rights?
I think they have limited First Amendment rights.
They have at least some First Amendment rights. Is that fair?
They have some.
Okay. Do you think that the First Amendment can ever be applicable in deportation proceedings?
Yes.
So, for example, you were deported on the basis, let's say that you said, I really like Sammy Sosa, or I really like the show Hamilton, and you expressed a belief like that, and someone deported you on the basis of that, or purported or tried to deport you on the basis of your expressed avowed belief that Hamilton's a good play, you would think that is but let's assume that there's a law that lets them deport you for any reason, right? There's a law that says you may deport them for any reason. Notwithstanding the law says that generally, if you try to use that law to deport someone on the basis of their avowed support for Hamilton, a non-citizen, you think that would be a violation of the First Amendment?
It would be anti-constitutional and should be struck down.
Okay. So, what we've narrowed, I want to say this to the audience, I think that you're following along fine, Connor. We've already recognized that deportation is not something that is outside of the category of the First Amendment, right? Because in this example, Connor has accepted this kind of very milquetoast opinion. If it were uttered and there were a deportation on that basis, it would raise a First Amendment issue there. In other words, the exercise of immigration authority, the mere fact that it's being exercised does not make it a non-First Amendment issue. That there can be First Amendment issues with respect to deportation. And there's a second part to that, which is even if the law says that an immigration officer or court or the government can deport you for any reason, right? The law, the statute says that. When I say law in this context, I'm saying the statute. Even if the statute says we can deport you for any reason or for no reason, if that's what the law states, if the reason is because of protected speech, in this case, the support for the play, notwithstanding the fact that the law says I can deport you for any fucking reason I want, it would nonetheless be unconstitutional to deport them. Fair?
I'm going to try to split just because I'm not sure if I'm tracking wholly.
Yeah.
There are classes of people and their rights are reasonably limited, and we accept this for every constitutional amendment.
Sure.
And so there are reasonable limits to the speech that's allowed by aliens.
But I just want to get the principle out, which is at least for some non-citizens, at least for some deportation matters, when there is a deportation, however broad the grant of authority to deport,
you can't use the I can deport you for any reason card as the reason for why you're doing it if it's anti-constitutional.
Actually,
you need to articulate the reasonable limit for why you're participating in the deportation.
The reason I say this is because often in the Twitter replies, I see you citing the INA as a basis of deportation, when I can grant to you that the INA says that the Secretary of State can make a determination as to whether or not someone is going to be, a significant threat to foreign policy, which is one of the basis of his deportation, which is absolutely ridiculous, the statutory basis. But I can grant you that the INA gives vast deference to the government. And even, they could make some kind of facial plausible claim and state out there, and even grant, by the way, that Mahmoud Khalil has some of these pernicious beliefs or has said some bad statements. Notwithstanding that, even if the INA says that, you can't just cite the INA and be done with you need to do the First Amendment analysis, because having a very broad INA is not sufficient to see if it's legal or illegal, because you have to do the First Amendment analysis. And so,
okay, what do you think about my specific substatute?
Yeah, so you've cited 237, his involvement or support of a terrorist group, right? Let's get the actual
8 USC 8 USC 1227 and 8 USC 1182. Do you want me to read it?
So it's I know it. So this is a basis of inadmissibility that the deportation. So just to be clear, so there's a part. He's a already inspected and admitted alien, and so he's subject to the basis of deportability. One of the bases of deportability maps onto a basis of inadmissibility, and that's what he's citing right now. And that is a terrorism-based statute.
Sure. Can I read it for chat's benefit?
Yes, read it.
Okay. So this is 8 USC 1227 deportable aliens. And subsection 4 is security and related grounds. So this is any alien who is engaged, or at any time after admission engages in any activity to violate any law of the United States, any other criminal activity which endangers public safety, or any activity a purpose of which is in opposition to or the control or overthrow of the government of the United States by force, violence, or other unlawful means, is deportable. And then they go on to subsection B, which involves terrorist activities. Any alien who is described in subparagraph B or F, section 1182A3. And then let me go down to 1182A3, okay?
Yep.
So 1182 and then A3 has in it terrorist activities. And there's like 10 subsections, but I think the one that I would focus on is 7, which says endorses or espouses terrorist activity or persuades others to endorse or espouse terrorist activity or support a terrorist organization. Now, where you're going to disconnect, I'm going to predict something. You're going to disconnect Mahmoud from CUAD. What I'm going to say is CUAD, regardless of whether or not they're aliens or citizens, they violated subsection 7, obviously.
So just give me a second. I'm showing the audience. I'm covering your face.
That's fine.
So what you said is on the basis of him being an alien who you agree he has not engaged in terrorist activity. Fair? You can't prove that.
I'd have to see the way the subsections break down, but basically,
terrorist activity is defined as someone who who's involved in activities that include the hijacking or sabotage of any conveyance, the seizing or detaining or threatening to kill, injure, or continue to detain any individual in order to compel a third person to do or abstain from doing any act as an explicit or implicit condition for the release of the individual, a violent attack upon an internationally protected person as defined in another subsection, or upon the liberty of such a person, an assassination, the use of a biological agent, chemical agent, or nuclear weapon or a device, or explosive firearm or other weapons or dangerous device with intent to endanger directly or indirectly.
Yeah, he has not.
More individuals.
Mahmoud Khalil himself has not engaged in terrorist activity.
Yeah. Okay, great. You agree that there's no evidence here to support the notion that that there are reasonable grounds to believe that he's likely to engage in terrorist activity? Fair.
Likely is a weird term. I don't think, and he doesn't have any more of a threat of committing a terrorist attack than any other person who vaguely supports Palestine.
Okay, great. So it's insufficient for under 2. 3, has under circumstances indicated an intention to cause death or serious bodily injury inside a terrorist activity. You agree that he doesn't meet that, right? He hasn't indicated an intention to cause death or serious bodily injury, right?
Correct.
All right. So we're not under sub 3. Sub 4, is a representative of a terrorist organization or a political, social, or other group that endorses or espouses terrorist activity. Here you would say CUAD, right?
Probably, yeah.
Is a representative as defined in Clause 5. Representative includes any officer, official, or spokesman of any organization and any person who directs, counsels, commands, or induces an organization or its members to engage in terrorist activities. So is he an officer of CUAD?
It can be argued.
Wait, you said before that you don't have any evidence that he is an official member of CUAD.
Yeah, it'd be based off of inference.
Well, so do you have sufficient evidence to deport him that he is an officer of CUAD?
I don't know what the threshold for deportation is.
Well, do you think it's more? Do you have enough evidence to establish more likely than not that he is an officer of CUAD?
I think so. Yeah,
actual officer.
I think so. Yeah.
So if I say that I support CUAD, do you think I'm an officer of CUAD?
No, but if you start negotiating on their behalf, I think it would be reasonable to assume that you are. Why would they appoint you to negotiate with the school administration if you weren't a member or weren't an important part of the organization?
Wait, you know that could happen. Supposedly, right? Someone who's a negotiator, right, is someone who maybe has credibility.
So hold on, I'll play your game. Do you think that should be investigated?
Investigate whether or not he is a member of CUAD?
Yeah, sure.
No, I don't.
Why not?
Because I don't think it's a crime.
You just said that arguably that if you're established as an officer of an organization, then you would be subject to deportation under these laws. And then you're saying we should investigate whether or not he was actually an officer.
No, because so I just want to be clear. This is the statutory argument. I think that all of this is obviated by the First Amendment. So I'm just playing the statutory argument first. But I will get the First Amendment argument. And so, no, unless there's reason to believe that he committed a crime.
What about from a legalistic basis? Do you think that, let's just say, throw your morals out the window for a moment. As an agent of the state, you know that if you establish that he's an officer of this organization, then you might have grounds for deportation. Just from
no,
sorry, go ahead.
So the First Amendment is the supreme law of the land, and I believe that even if it were shown that he were a member of CUAD, his deportation on the basis of this statute and this provision would be unconstitutional in the First Amendment. I'm just going through the statutory argument first because I have obviously the First Amendment will trump all of this, but I'm just telling you that I want to go through your
then we can go. I have no problems walking through it for the sake of thoroughness, and then also just because then we don't have to have Twitter spats about things that we didn't discuss.
Yeah.
However, I think that where we're going to get to the kind of like the final contention, the fireworks of our conversation is going to be on like the reasonableness limits to the Constitution. So, but I'm happy to continue through this as well.
This will probably ground out in the First Amendment. I probably agree with that. But you don't have just because someone negotiates is an intermediary between one group and another group doesn't mean that you're a member of either group, right?
If I was a member of the Department of State and I wished to deport Mahmoud Khalil under the substatute, I would investigate further whether or not he was an actual identifiable officer.
Whether you would investigate further or not, we don't know that we don't have enough evidence to say that he's an officer just because he negotiated.
Okay.
Any more than he is.
I would investigate. I would investigate further so I could substantiate that in court.
Okay, so we don't have any evidence, I think, by the same token, that he's an official of that organization. We don't have evidence of that.
Same logic.
That he's an official, a spokesman of the organization, right? Does he hold himself out as being a spokesman of CUAD? Not that I know of.
We could reread the paragraph that we read earlier if you want.
What do you mean, what paragraph? The one where he's...
It was in the opening, Deportation of Mahmoud Khalil.
The one where he's hanging out with members?
Yeah, but they also there was some weird phrasing. There was some weird phrasing where they like appointed him. It might have just been the negotiations. Following and was often seen unmasked in front. Was often seen unmasked on the front line of protests.
Right? Does that make him an officer, official, or spokesman?
But if you're saying. He said CUAD supported social justice and freedom and equality for everyone. Oh? Why are you on the front line of the protest, arm in arm with CUAD representatives, and you're talking about the principles of the organization, but you're not a spokesperson? Organizations can have allies, and a spokesperson is a specific thing. A spokesperson is someone who speaks on behalf of an organization, so that when he speaks, he's speaking with the voice of an organization. It's a role, right? It's one where you are a member of that organization, and you're speaking on its behalf. So in order for us to establish that he was a spokesperson for the organization or an officer, they effectively need to have. Dude, by the way, this doesn't even function in like criminal prosecutions. Okay, so if there's a drug organization and there's people who are hanging out with each other, and then one person launders the money, and then one person does this, and then one person does that, and this person's lieutenant and this person's that, then it doesn't stand up in court. Hold on, I'm not done. It doesn't stand up in court where there's one guy who like takes money and does storage for drugs and does storage for guns, and then like they call him. And, they call him into court in order to prosecute him for like criminal conspiracy. And then he's like, oh yeah, like I wasn't a part of the gang. I just offered these random guys storage. And it's like, that's not going to work as far as like denying culpability for being a member of a criminal organization. So hold on real quick. So we have him at the protest. We have him arm in arm with CUAD members. We have him talking about the principles of the organization. And we have him negotiating with the school administration on the release of buildings that are occupied by CUAD members. And you're saying like, yeah, well, we can't prove that he's a part of the organization. It's like, I would say there's reasonable grounds to believe that he is a member of the organization, 100%.
Based on the fact that he is, in common cause with them?
And spoke about their principles and was on the front line of protests and negotiated their release of held buildings. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so someone who would you say that everyone on January 6th is a member of the Proud Boys?
No.
Why not?
But no. Hold on. If there was a non-citizen, no, I don't know why you're laughing, because this is just, I'm literally just going to repeat back to you. So if there was a guy who was next to the Proud Boys, talked about the Proud Boys' values, and then negotiated on the Proud Boys' behalf the release of the building of release Congress, which is being occupied by the Proud Boys, I would have no problems with saying, you're close enough to the Proud Boys. Fuck you, get deported. Why wouldn't you? As a matter of fact, hold on. You've been on the offensive the entire time. You've been on the offensive the entire time. I'm going to ask you. What? So we have a foreign national. He comes to the United States of America. As a matter of fact, Ian Miles Chong, okay? Ian Miles Chong, a Malaysian national, comes here on a student visa. He becomes best friends with the Proud Boys, but he's not a member. He goes to January 6th. He doesn't occupy the buildings, but the Proud Boys do. Then he negotiates with law enforcement the release of Congress. And you want, on First Amendment grounds, for Ian Miles Chong to remain in the country.
Bro, you've exploded.
No, it's almost 1-to-1. It's almost 1-to-1.
So if his conduct, it's really, really not, just to be clear.
It's really, really is.
If his conduct is pure protected speech, then no.
I think that's cringe.
Is deportation. No, but you've now, so because you know that I got you, you have blown out.
No, I haven't.
What we were talking about.
And you didn't get shit.
No, to talk about the deportation in general, because now I have to consider everything when I answer you about Ian Miles Chong. I have to consider the First Amendment. We're not talking about the First Amendment yet. And you've exploded everything. We were talking about very narrow, specific thing. We were talking about whether or not what makes someone a member of an organization, what it would take to show someone the spokesperson of an organization. And you've blown it out now to give my general take on a hypothetical on every conceivable ground and whether I would the ultimate deportation decision. We were just talking about what makes someone an officer, official, or spokesman of an organization. And because it's untenable for you to say just because you walk hand in hand with, just because you have common interests with, because that would
you're not talking to me. You're not talking to me. You're talking to my chat, and you're trying to say that I'm blowing up the conversation and trying to avoid your point. I'm not trying to avoid your point at all. And as a matter of fact, I'm trying to test your principles. What I'm trying to do, which you can say like my principles are unshakable. I hold this even for my enemies. Well, good for you, Pisco. These aren't my principles. So basically,
you're blowing up the conversation right now. Everyone can see you doing it, and it's embarrassing. Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. So we can return to your niche conversation about an officer any second now. You act like I'm retarded and I have a goldfish memory, so I forgot what we were talking about 30 seconds ago. All I did was I took what you're pointing at, and then I used an almost one-to-one analogy for a political opposition to see whether or not you would hold the same principles. You say you do, and I kind of don't believe you, but that's okay. We can return to the officer conversation. Let's do it. Let's unblow up the conversation. Let's go back to the detail.
You agree, by the way, that so if someone's walking hand in hand with the Proud Boys on January 6th, doesn't make them a member, doesn't make them an officer, doesn't make them a spokesperson, even if they praise the group.
It makes them sufficient for me to deport them. Under the same grounds that I would deport Mahmoud Khalil.
You keep blowing it up. Would
I'm not.
That make him an officer, official, or spokesman of an organization?
No.
Okay, so
it would still be sufficient grounds for me to deport them for other reasons.
So that could be separate, but at least with respect to whether or not they're an officer, official, or spokesperson, just because you say statements that generally are praising of an organization.
Hold on, but I'm going to push you right back because you're going to say we shouldn't even investigate it. You're saying we shouldn't even investigate whether or not they're a member, whether or not they're an officer or a spokesperson.
Because I think this is all obviated by the First Amendment. So because I don't believe it to be a crime to be a member of the CID, would I investigate some?
We can continue. I don't agree.
This is just a statutory argument. So we're not at the main argument. So I would say even if you could grant that he was an officer, official, or spokesman, I would say it would be protected by the First Amendment. What I'm saying is you can't prove that. You can't prove, based on the evidence that currently exists, that he's an officer, official, or spokesman of an organization. If he's not a representative as defined in the statute, he cannot be subject to the ground of deportation that it says that he's a representative of such an organization.
Okay, my rebuttal is that number one, it can be logically inferred. Number two, it's close enough for me to not care.
Okay. Well, I'll leave. We'll go to the First Amendment right away because I don't want to test your patience. But let it be known that I think the statutory argument is far from shown. And to be clear, no one is going to be arguing this point in court because this isn't the basis of deportation that anyone cited. The basis of deportation that was actually cited by the government was that he's a serious threat to the foreign policy interests of the United States, which is patently fucking absurd. If you read the 2-page memo that they have about why he's a big foreign policy threat, it's because he attended protests in which there was anti-Semitism and disruptive activity. That's it. That's all it is. And so even if I were to grant, which I fucking don't, that your statutory argument goes through, it fucking doesn't. Their statutory argument certainly does not go through, that Marco Rubio can just decide, oh, you're anti-Semitic or you were in a place where there was disruption or anti-Semitism, and therefore that makes you deportable under the statute. So I don't agree that he's deportable under the statute. But because that, I think, argument, I think it's not interesting as much as the First Amendment argument for the people. We can move on to that. But I just want to be clear. What you just heard from Connor isn't what the government is saying. And the reason why, I think one of the main reasons why the government isn't saying that is
they're lazy.
They want to do the loosest possible standard so they can apply in the broadest possible way, even people who are doing no more than peacefully signaling their support for the Palestinians, separate and apart from what happened in Colombia. So here we have people who are like releasing op-eds, people who have no connection whatsoever to the Colombia protests, people who just support Palestine. They're using AI. And so it's not at all what's going on here is way, 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 way broader than what Connor is saying. And I don't even think Connor's argument goes through. But that's just on the statutory basis. We can move on to the First Amendment. Okay. So I'm going to grant for the purpose of this argument that Mahmoud Khalil, not only is he a member of CUAD, he supports Hamas explicitly, and he says that he thinks Hamas is good, and he thinks that October 7th was justified. Even then, I don't think that I think it's authoritarian to deport him on that basis. Why? Because the First Amendment protects him, and the First Amendment would protect a similarly situated U.S. citizen in that context. And I don't think that there's a sufficient distinction that you can make in this context to distinguish the right of an American citizen from that of a green card holder in this specific context that could be, I think, justifiable. So what's the justification for saying, on the one hand, U.S. citizens should have the right to say they support Hamas, but not green card holders?
Okay. Does the Second Amendment apply to non-citizens?
I would say yes.
Okay. Do you know the nuances of that?
Wait a second. You would say that you agree, right? That the First Amendment applies to non-citizens. I think you said you would agree also, or I think you would, that the Second Amendment applies to non-citizens.
Yeah. So let's test the limits of that.
Yeah.
So do you know the different categories of how the Second Amendment applies to non-citizens?
I'm not
the right to, and for those of you who are unaware, sorry, real quick, I'll give people some backstory. So the Second Amendment is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I think that if you look at historical context for that, it effectively grants people the right to keep and bear arms, and it's the people, not the militia, who is granted that right. I think that if you look at historical context, that's what it means.
That's what the Supreme Court tells us. I don't have to agree with it to accept that that's the law of the land.
Okay. So it's the law of the land that the people have a right to keep and bear arms.
There's an individual right to gun possession, and whatever that right is, it applies to individuals.
Okay. So, and the people is a nondescript term sufficient that people, it didn't say citizen, right? If it said citizens, it would have said citizens. It said people.
Right.
Right.
I think we agree on that.
But we place reasonable limits on the way that aliens can exercise their Second Amendment rights. And the reasonable limits as presently established is that temporary visa holders do not have a Second Amendment right. Okay. They don't. Okay. They do not have the right to keep and bear arms. Then when it comes to permanent residents, they have to apply to the government in order to exercise their Second Amendment right. And then citizens, of course,
to the statutes or to case law.
I don't know what you're asking.
So if there's a law, a written like legislative enactment that says that non-citizens have to get permits above and beyond what citizens get, or they have to go through extra checks, or that certain non-citizens are not allowed to possess certain guns, just because the law says that doesn't mean the Second Amendment allows for it, right? There are a lot of laws on the books right now that Second Amendment advocates say is unconstitutional. They just haven't reached.
But we apply we apply in order to live in a functional society. We apply reasonableness limits to laws all of the time. What's that?
No, I agree, but I agree. We apply limits on rights all the time. So, for example, in the First Amendment does not protect defamation, doesn't protect incitement, doesn't protect material support for a terrorist organization, doesn't protect assault or harassment if it's done verbally, right? So there are absolutely categorical exceptions.
Sorry, assault in the state of Florida is verbal; it's not physical.
Yes. Well, it's putting someone in fear, reasonable fear of their,
right.
That they're
so there's reasonable limits to the First Amendment, Second Amendment. Those
are categorical exceptions apply to the First Amendment that exist as to citizens as well. And so I agree there could be some limits on First Amendment activities based on whether or not you're an alien or not, but you have to justify this particular categorical exception in a way that doesn't just blow up the right and now they have no rights. Because I think that's what will happen.
So let's get there. But I'll just punch ahead, and I won't try to walk you down the logic chain. I'll just explain my logic chain. Okay. So my frustration with liberals and with progressives is that they seem to be First Amendment absolutists, whereas they scoff and laugh at Second Amendment absolutists. And I've kind of moved politically, I would say probably in the past 5 years, from a Second Amendment absolutist to now understanding the nuances of the law and the limits of it, et cetera. So as an example, if there was a public hospital, so I part own it by, as a taxpayer, I'm a paying member of this community, that doesn't give me the ability to walk in with any arm, keep and bear arms, right? I can't bear arms and walk into their nursery and expect to go unchallenged, not asked to leave, not told that I'm trespassing, and not eventually arrested if I refuse, right? That could be argued to be a infringement on my Second Amendment rights to keep and bear arms.
Well,
And
we
so
wouldn't say it that way. We would say the Second Amendment was always understood to not be a right that's absolute. As initially enacted, there was an understanding that the Second Amendment would cover some things and not cover other things. So, for example, the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion, abridging of free speech, right? And so we understand the First Amendment does not apply to private conduct unless it's coerced by the government, right? It doesn't apply to things like Twitter, except to the extent that the government's coercing, right? The First Amendment also does not apply to child pornography. And so it's not a violation of your First Amendment right to make child pornography illegal. The right simply does not cover those categorical exceptions. It does not cover defamation. So the First Amendment right does not protect your right
tell me why so I can follow you. So if you're not being an absolutist, why are the categorical exceptions carved out?
They're usually grounded out in history and tradition. So, for example, in the context of the Second Amendment, they've told us explicitly that we, based on Bruin, that we are to look to near the time of the founding to see if there are like sort of parallel regulations in the time of the founding that sort of indicated and understood what the founders and framers thought that the right encompassed and what it did not encompass. In the case of the First Amendment, it was incorporated in a lot of the English common law, feelings of what an Englishman's right to free speech was, and this included, there were defamation actions all the time in the English common law. There was exceptions to the First Amendment in that context as well, and over time, also the courts have developed a framework of dealing with rights more generally. It's called the tiers of scrutiny framework, and that is sometimes when there's a really compelling government interest, the right stands as an obstacle, and you need to show a compelling purpose that's narrowly tailored in order to get over that right. So I'll give you an example. You could argue that the First Amendment, I think explicitly it's supported, is not just freedom of speech, it's also the freedom to assemble, right? And so any regulation during COVID, you could argue, right, is presumably, violation if you're saying that, right. But there are certain instances in which the government is it was always understood that in times of crises, there can be limitations on those rights. And so if there's a stay-at-home order during COVID, there's going to be a test. And the First Amendment will stand as a humongous restriction on the government's ability to do what they want to do, but it's going to be a real test. And so to answer your question completely, both history and tradition and this kind of tiers of scrutiny framework that we use. The problem is none of those are going to help you with respect to these deportation matters, neither the tiers of scrutiny analysis or the historical analysis.
Well, I mean, we can get into that because I disagree. And then also, I could argue the compelling government interest already. Jihadist terrorism has been an international blight on not just the United States, but the entire world. The Hamas, Hezbollah, the organizations that are being glorified by CUAD are jihadist organizations. The very framework that makes terrorism possible is explicitly stated in CUAD documents. And so as a result, they are absolutely glorifying jihadist terrorism. And so if there is somebody who is providing support for CUAD, and CUAD is in turn providing support for jihadist terrorism and anti-governmental revolutionary sentiment, which, by the way, they also do, the document is filled with references to revolutionary Maoist concepts. And so as a result, citizens are our cross to bear. So we will bear our citizens with a certain level of cringe. Aliens are not our cross to bear, and therefore they can get the fuck out.
So you just made an impermissible step that is reprehensible under the tiers of scrutiny analysis. So if it's true that what you've identified as a compelling purpose and the regulation, if it's true, right? It's true just as much as aliens as it is of citizens. In fact, I would say it's more problematic with respect to citizens. Because citizens who espouse beliefs and support for Hamas, they're able to get access to government institutions in ways that non-citizens are not. They
Mhm.
are, just as much. There are homegrown citizen terrorists who have done ISIS attacks, who are citizens, right? And so, any compelling purpose that is going to justify a restriction of the support of Hamas and of terrorist organizations with respect to aliens, that compelling purpose and narrow justification is also going to be true of citizens. And so I don't understand the distinction there. Well, I think you would agree. I don't know if you would, that a U.S. citizen that says, I support Hamas, that is protected speech. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So if it were true that I were to accept your tiers of scrutiny analysis in which we have a compelling government purpose that's narrowly tailored, then it can't be the case that that isn't applicable to U.S. citizens, right? I mean, why would it be? Why would we have this difference in the tiers of scrutiny analysis vis-a-vis
Because
US
we have
citizen
different
and alien?
classifications of people.
No, but that's the whole thing we're trying to prove, right? The whole thing we're trying to prove is the basis of treating them differently with respect to the speech, and so you have to justify that different category. You can't just assume it. It's begging the question.
No, I can do that very easily. Jihadist terrorism and terrorism in general is viewed differently in different parts of the world. There's a cultural normalcy with which terrorism is accepted in different parts of the world. I would say Palestine is an obvious example in which terrorism is way more supported than it is in the United States. You can actually back this up with Pew Research polls. And so what I would say is that if people are going to be allowed into our country from areas in which terrorism is more broadly supported, then they cannot be promoting that kind of behavior here.
Wait, but no, hang on a second. So it could be the case that someone that you bring into the country from an area of the world is more likely to be, supporting of that kind of Islamic jihadism or whatever. That could be the case. But I could.
I mean, it actually literally is the case. But continue.
I could say that. I could say that with Muslims.
Yeah,
Muslims are more likely to be
support
sympathetic
jihadism. 100%.
So if I said, for example, the following: it is the Secretary of State's determination and the President's determination that because of the inherent high likelihood of Muslims, non-citizens, to be sympathetic to terrorist activities abroad, we are hereby instituting a categorical ban on and rescinding of all Muslim green cards for every Muslim person in the country and immediately engaging in deportation removal proceedings against all Muslims on the basis of their faith.
So let me tell you why I don't think you could do that. Is because while there is broader support for terrorism in, let's just call it the Muslim world, there are still, I don't know, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, maybe upwards of like 90% of people who don't support like jihadist terrorism. And as a result, their affinity with the religion of Islam is not, sufficient grounds to say that they will be terrorist supporters. However, publicly sympathizing with terrorist organizations is sufficient grounds to say, nope, you're playing with fire. Fuck you.
Wait a second. So
there's no logical inconsistency here. You can pretend there is. There isn't.
So you think that because an individual who expresses his support for Palestine, they're more likely to...
Don't change it.
Wait. So in this case, we were not pointing to individualized statements from Mahmoud Khalil. We're pointing to his affiliation.
Let's just point to CUAD. Let's just say that there's aliens who endorse... Put Mahmoud Khalil for a second aside, only because I think there's enough inferential information in order to deport him. You do not. Okay? We agreed to disagree on Mahmoud Khalil specifically. For the sake of my argument, let's just say that there is a member of CUAD who is an alien who does endorse and stand behind the Maoist revolutionary sentiment and the jihadist supporting terrorism endorsing glorification. Let's just use him as a hypothetical person. Should that person be deported? That's what I want to argue.
No, because
and I say yes, absolutely.
So if you're going to protect that right of citizens on what you're trying to explain, because you do want to protect the right for him to be in support of that Maoist insurrection of citizens, right? So you definitely want to... I thought you just said that you would be okay with a U.S. citizen supporting Hamas. And
a U.S. citizen, not an alien.
Yes. So the mere advocacy of of a U.S. citizen.
Should I clarify that I want the CUAD representative to be an alien for the sake of the hypothetical? Because I was asking about deportation.
I know you are. I know you are. But
okay.
So I want to clear this analytically in our heads for the audience's sake as well. So Connor points, counterpoint. Fuck, were you ever Connor points?
No, that's just something Steven said.
Okay. Counterpoints. Connor says, Connor, U.S. citizens should be allowed to advocate in favor of Hamas, right?
Yep.
Independently. Obviously, it's different if it's material support.
I mean, it sucks, but I fall to the slippery slope argument of you can declare anyone a terrorist and therefore deport anyone to Bukele's gulag.
Okay, so he does not need to justify or us treating people or imposing a government restriction on someone who supports terrorism and that being sufficient for his rationale. He needs to justify why we would treat an alien who supports Hamas differently than a U.S. citizen who supports Hamas. And what I heard from him was, well, aliens who support Hamas are more likely to have kind of closer affinities to these individuals given their support for Hamas. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to say, all right, so suppose you have a U.S. citizen who is a Muslim who supports Hamas. A Muslim is also more likely to have those connections to those foreign countries. So I'll ask you, should a U.S. citizen Muslim be allowed to have a government restriction on the basis of their support for Hamas?
Yeah, what's actually interesting is naturalized versus born. So if you're born, you're on home base. It's done. Like you can say whatever the fuck you want as long as it's not actually explicitly violent. When it comes to naturalized citizens, there actually is an exemption that within 5 years of naturalization, if you do express support for a terrorist organization, you can be denaturalized and deported.
Okay, well, I don't have to accept that that's constitutional, but put it to the side, right?
I mean, but that already exists, and it's viewed as a reasonable limit.
So take a U.S. citizen who was born in this country, natural-born citizen.
Home base. He's free. He can be as psychotic and stupid as he fucking wants.
Why doesn't that rationale push through? So on the one hand, you said the reason we distinguish between a U.S. citizen who supports Hamas and an alien who supports Hamas is, well, an alien who supports Hamas is more likely to have these kind of intricate ties with the actual terrorists on the ground. And so that's how you can treat it differently because, an alien is inherently more likely to have those ties. So
it's also just antisocial behavior. You don't even have to make that argument. You can just say it's antisocial.
Okay, there are a lot of things that I could consider antisocial. We can't ground out our arguments on what's antisocial and what I consider.
Yeah, we can't. Hold up, Pisco. I'm going to pause you because you're talking a lot, and I feel like you're not saying that much.
Okay.
Aliens absolutely can be barred from the country based off of antisocial behaviors. This is just true. If you look at the list of inadmissible and deportable aliens, it actually lists out probably hundreds, if not thousands, of codes of conduct that aliens who are seeking admission to the United States, citizens can get drunk. They can get DUIs. They can get into fistfights. They'll suffer legal consequences, but they can do all of those things. If an alien does those things, they will not be admitted into the United States, period. And we already accept this as law.
I'm talking about something very specific here. I'm talking about the differential on how we would.
You're dodging. You're running away. You're imploding the question.
I think you are distracting. This is so.
No, I'm not. I'm literally not. You're saying that it is insufficient grounds for an alien to endorse terrorism for them to be either not admitted, or deported from the country. I'm saying it is sufficient grounds. And if you look at the law as written, you need to address this. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of behaviors that are legal for citizens, but will bar you from entry into the United States of America. That's just true. And you need to contend with that fact.
So I want to be incredibly clear. I have never stated that the rules are all equal as between citizens and non-citizens. I have never stated that there are things that non-citizens could do that would subject them to deportation that U.S. citizens can do freely. And so at no point am I saying there must be parity in all things between U.S. citizens and non-citizens.
I mean, it sounds like you're arguing that for the First Amendment.
No. So what I'm talking about specifically is a right that we agree both citizens and non-citizens have. We agree on that. And so there could be a ton of conduct, behaviors that as applied to non-citizens, don't raise First Amendment concerns. So, for example, if you are a habitual drunkard, I do not consider that to be a First Amendment issue. I don't think that drinking to the point of excess or being an alcoholic raises First Amendment concerns under our typical understandings of what expressive conduct is. I don't think getting drunk, though you might think differently, constitutes a First Amendment issue. I think being a habitual drug user doesn't constitute a First Amendment issue. I think someone who, for example, is a wife beater, regardless of whether it's a crime to be a wife beater, that doesn't raise a First Amendment issue. So there are tons of things that I can say, neutral grounds that you could deport someone.
What for about example, the fourth?
You could just pass a law. You could just pass a law that says all green card holders need to leave the country because we just don't want green card holders here anymore. And
what
that
about
would be
the fourth?
A neutral. What fourth? The Fourth Amendment? The fourth what?
Yeah. So we also, I have no problems if we get back to your current point.
Yeah, I do want to, but go.
But I just want to say the Fourth Amendment is like the right of a person to be secure in their persons and papers and blah, 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 unless they have a warrant.
That
right?
protects non-citizens. Yeah.
Okay. Relatively speaking, it protects non-citizens, but at the point of admission and during interviews for admissibility, they basically say, show us all of your shit or you're not getting in.
So there's a difference between an admission decision and a deportation decision. That's number one. And I'm just telling you what the case law is. There's a difference between an admission decision and non-admission decision. And the same is also true oftentimes of U.S. citizens. They have less rights in airports than you do elsewhere.
And in cars.
And yeah, exactly. They can search under lower standards. And so absolutely agreed. And if you're applying for a benefit from the government, that doesn't raise the same kind of Fourth Amendment concerns under normal applications of the Fourth Amendment. And that's true of U.S. citizens as well. And so, yeah, I don't have a problem. I think that those are all resolvable by a resort to either usual principles of
I have no problems I have no problems listening to you and following you down your logic chain. I really don't, but I just want to make this clear for your audience and for my audience.
Yeah.
There are, in my opinion, there are reasonable limits to the Fourth Amendment and the Second Amendment, and there's also categories of people that apply in the Second Amendment and the Fourth Amendment where the right applies to greater and lesser degrees depending on their categorization and class of person. And so what I'm looking for is for an argument of why the First Amendment somehow doesn't have that differentiation between class and category.
So I can give you examples where I do think that the First Amendment gives lesser degrees of rights to non-citizens. So I can give you some examples of that, but I just want to acknowledge.
But doesn't that help my point, not hurt it?
It helps the notion that I don't think that all rights are coextensive between, but there's a reason, right? I'm going to give you a difference in where non-citizens have lesser First Amendment rights than U.S. citizens. So I will give you those examples, but there are reasons for them that are based not just in the ickiness of the opinion itself. And in other words, there are neutral, grounded principles for which we can distinguish those rights in those contexts. And I will explain those to you, and I will tell you about them. And I hope that you don't just use them in bad faith in future arguments to support your position, but maybe you will. Yeah. So, but I just want to take for a second because you mentioned the Fourth Amendment. For example, you would agree if there's a resident alien who owns a home in the country, the police still need to get a warrant, right, for his house.
They need to get a warrant. Yep.
But why? I mean, why should they have to go? But they have different rights, right? They have different rights. And so why should they have to get a warrant?
Well, I would borderline say it depends on the class of person and the reason why they're here, right? So for instance, if we have if we have a permanent resident, right, then and they're here for owning and operating a laundromat, I don't think there's a compelling government interest in being able to violate his Fourth Amendment rights at all times.
Wait,
however, hold on. I'm going to give you an example in which I think that the Fourth Amendment, hold on. I'm going to give you an example in which I think the Fourth Amendment could be violated. Let's say that we had a worker visa for someone who was from a sensitive nation, let's say like Iran or China, and they were brought here specifically because of their expertise in a certain field, and that certain field had like national security implications, like nuclear technology. Right. And they were working in the R&D labs and they were working with like DARPA, like the defense agency, whatever. I would say that there could and should be a exemption where all of their personal objects are subject to search at almost all times.
Isn't that compelling interest true of U.S. citizens? If U.S. citizens have this kind of really sensitive material and they sort of sign up and they know that they're subject to, whatever.
Yeah, some U.S. citizens do effectively sign away their Fourth Amendment rights.
Yeah. So, for example, like felons who are on parole, right?
Yeah.
Right. So there are categories of unprotected activities or the right doesn't extend, and even in the context you provided seems pretty neutral, and I could apply it to U.S. citizens as well. What I want to do though is here's the example, right?
Yeah, I feel like I'm distracting us, so I'm going to let you take the reins.
Okay, so a legal permanent resident, lawful permanent resident. You agree the police, all else equal, right? There are exceptions to the Fourth Amendment warrant requirement. Exigent circumstances, hot pursuit, plain sight. There are situations in which you don't need to get a warrant. You know that you're a cop. But under normal circumstances, you need to get a warrant. You agree that green card holders, all else equal, you need to get a warrant for them. If I came to you and I said, oh, but Connor, don't you know the Fourth Amendment rights are different? You can't just assume that the Fourth Amendment applies equally to citizens and to legal permanent residents. Isn't the burden on you to demonstrate why, in the normal instance, the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply to this example?
Yeah, I do.
So what I hear a lot of times when I have this argument is you're assuming that.
Hold on, Lisa Simpson, liberal, is very sad that I'm a police officer, former police officer. Okay, I left law enforcement in 2019. You can spout ACAB in my chat all you want.
Once a cop, always a cop. So when I talk about this issue, Mahmoud Khalil, I often get people who say, oh, you're just assuming that the First Amendment applies the same as citizens and non-citizens. I didn't say that. But if we take the first assumption that non-citizens, especially, let's just focus here on green card holders. Green card holders do have First Amendment rights. I think the burden of proof is on the individual asserting that there's some difference to establish that difference because in the example of the Fourth Amendment, or in the example, I give you one of cruel and unusual punishment. If someone were to say, oh, yes, they have a right against cruel and unusual punishment. Oh, yes, they have a right against the unreasonable searches and seizures, but you can't just assume that it's the same right as U.S. citizens. I would be like, okay, you said they have the right as a base level. And so in order to justify a differential in how you treat the non-citizen versus the citizen, you need to provide that ground of distinction. And so we bring this back to the conversation we were at. You were saying, I was giving you the example of the first of someone who supports Hamas, U.S. citizen. You said, you can't fuck with that person. That person, he, like him or leave him, he's ours. And so I'm like, okay, so now we have that right. And we, as a base level, assume that green card holders, you agree, have First Amendment rights. You agreed, for example, that if he just supported Hamilton, you couldn't deport him. And that seems odd to me, number one, because First Amendment is supposed to protect political speech. So it seems weird that the green card holder would be protected in his kind of like non-political speech more than his political speech. If the First Amendment protects anything, surely it protects political speech more than non-political speech. But
political speech isn't arbitrary, though. It's not all value neutral. This is actually why I get really fucking frustrated and pissed off with liberals. Not all politics is value neutral, nor has the history of the United States treated politics as value neutral. The whole reason why we fought the fucking Civil War was because we disagreed about the context of slavery. And then the Union decided, hey, fuck you. You're going to be a part of the Union. And then eventually they decided that slavery was going to be prohibited both legally and it was going to be enforced by military fucking occupation. So we don't treat all political systems as value neutral. And so jihadist terrorism or the advocacy for terrorism is not value neutral speech. It's not as protected as saying that you like Hamilton. And by the way, this is like explained. Like you can appeal to the principle of the First Amendment. Hold on, I'm almost done. You can appeal to the principle of the First Amendment all the fuck you want. This is perfectly articulated within 8 USC 1227 and 8 USC 1182. It says that the government has compelling interest in who it allows inside the borders of the United States and who gets to stay here. Therefore, here is the code of conduct that we expect aliens to abide by. And if they do not abide by this code of conduct, then we're going to kick them the fuck out. So you can appeal to principle all you want, but the law already agrees with me.
So you can't just keep appealing to the statute. I mean, I
can.
You literally can't. Like I've explained to you.
Mahmoud Khalil is about to be deported. You are about to lose this thing.
Why do you think that?
Why do I think that? Because a judge just ruled yesterday that he is liable for deportation.
An IJ who works for the Attorney General Pam Bondi, who you've already said is a fucking liar and piece of shit, who's a member of the Department of Justice, ruled in violation of her oath that it's okay. But no one was ever expecting this to be resolved at the IJ stage. This is going to be resolved at the Supreme Court. This is going to be resolved in the appellate posture. And so you pointing to an IJ decision, it's all fugazi. The courts, the Article 3
but
courts,
okay,
the real
but Pisco,
courts
this
are
is
gonna
what
hear
pisses
it.
me off. Well, it doesn't. I'm actually in a relatively good mood. But this is what frustrates me about conversations with you, okay? You act like you are 99% correct, and it's fucking absurd that anyone would ever consider the 1%. That is how you conduct conversation. This conversation has been actually relatively tame. So this conversation was great. I'm not talking shit about this conversation.
So are you just like taking issue with my general demeanor?
Well, no. Well, I do take general issue with you retweeting yourself. But anyways, I've accepted that that's a part of your personality, and I have to accept you for who you are. Okay. My beef though is that you have people who are making these arguments in front of courts, and it's not a 99-1. It's like a 51-49. So when it goes up to the Supreme Court, they are going to make a decision based off of exactly what you and I are talking about. They're either going to say, no, the United States of America does have a compelling interest in who it admits into the United States of America, and these behaviors are definitely things that we can call like grounds for deportation and inadmissibility. Or they're going to say, no, the First Amendment is sacrosanct, and we're actually going to extend an extreme amount of charity to aliens. And then therefore Pisco is right, and Pisco wins every internet debate for the next decade. Okay. So that's what's going to happen. And it is not 99-1 to you. It's 51-49 toss up.
So I don't trust the Supreme Court to get the answer right here.
Because they're conservative courts. Right? Although they did just rule 9-0 in favor of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. So I think that we should take that as a dub.
I do take that as a dub, but I've never premised my argument based on a prediction of the Supreme Court's position. I take the precedent of the Supreme Court as a given. I look at it and I make what I believe to be the most compelling legal argument. I still believe that Donald Trump is ineligible to hold office under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, notwithstanding the fact that I lost in the Supreme Court. And that belief is based on my constitutional analysis and my read of the pre-Anderson case law and what it says. So just because the Supreme Court might disagree with me, I'm not making a prediction.
Yeah, I'm appealing to practicality. I get it. Yep.
Yeah. So what I want to talk about here, though, is the issue that we're here to talk about, which is this First Amendment issue. When you go back to the statutes, I will agree that there are a lot of constitutional applications of those statutes. In fact, probably most of those statutes are absolutely constitutional, and you could apply them to non-citizens. I agree that non-citizens have different rights than citizens. I agree that non-citizens have no substantive right to stay in the country, that Congress tomorrow, if they wanted to, get rid of all green cards and deport every single non-citizen. These are all things I agree with. When you put like pointing back in a kind of generic, abstract way to all of the bases of deportability and removability doesn't really help you in the argument. The argument is about the First Amendment specifically. And here we have a situation of core political speech. I actually think that the First Amendment protects more someone who says I support Hamas than someone who says I support Hamilton as a play. Because what were the framers animated about? What were they concerned about? They were concerned about people who were being trampled on by the king with respect to their political beliefs. And the Supreme Court has said as much. They've said that First Amendment rights are at their maximum when it relates to political speech. Now you can push at that and say, well, what's political, what's not political? And yeah, we can have reasonable disagreements on what that is. All I'm saying is the intuition, I think, is that any First Amendment principle is going to apply more strongly when it relates to the political decisions of foreign powers, when it relates to government decisions, all that stuff. And so that's just my intuition. It's kind of a side point, really. But here's the real point. The real point is this. You agree, just like in the Fourth Amendment context, that there's a kind of default right that these non-citizens have, and that I think the burden of proof is on you to establish the differential between the citizen's right and the non-citizen's right. I will give you the example of where the non-citizen's right is different and where it's less than the citizen in the context of the First Amendment. So, for example, if there is a restriction on base political speech, which you agree for a citizen would include support for a terrorist organization, even one that's credibly accused of being a terrorist organization, you have to explain why it's different for the non-citizen. And you have to explain it based on some principle or some basis of a distinction. You can't just say, well, the rights are different, right? Because if the argument, well, the rights are different worked, then it would go through for the Fourth Amendment context, right? If you have to say is, well, the rights are different, but you don't apply it in the Fourth Amendment context. In the Fourth Amendment context, you say you still need to get a warrant.
Hold on. You're saying that I don't say that, and yet I do say that. We already said that in the context of the Second Amendment. Like we already said, the rights are different for temporary visitors. Hold on, temporary visitors and permanent aliens and citizens of the United States. We already articulated that there's a difference, and you're saying that I need to articulate why? Well,
no,
I would.
Yeah.
No, please ask.
Different. Yeah, you can't just say they're different, right? Because that's an excuse to say, well, the right means nothing at all. All it protects is
no. Hold on. I'm going to try to make this exactly analogous. So hopefully, even if you are going to pretend not to understand me or you disagree with me, then maybe your audience will. Okay. We understand that with the Second Amendment, at least as it's currently interpreted, is the right of the people to keep and bear arms. Okay. Now that looks different based off of different contexts. We've already had the Supreme Court, including Supreme Court justices who are conservative, say that that does not mean tanks, nuclear bombs, and machine guns without a permit, right? We've also had them say...
I haven't heard them to say that. And
I think Alito said it. I think Alito literally said that there was like a compelling public interest against certain weapons being held by members of the public.
Fair enough, but I know we have limited Second Amendment case law. It's a fairly new, just because Heller, was decided in 2008, 2009, and then McDonald afterwards. It's kind of a fairly novel area of constitutional law. So sure. I don't know all the.
But to get into the point, we already agree that, or not agree. I've already articulated that there's probably a reason why we give citizens the right to keep and bear arms, why we limit it for permanent green card holders, and why we deny it to temporary aliens. And the reason why I can already articulate this is the reason why is because somebody who is only here on a temporary basis does not have as much stake as somebody who lives here permanently and is subject to its laws in all of its forms. And therefore, somebody could just visit on a tourist visa, go buy a gun, shoot up a school or shoot up a public place, and therefore cause an extreme amount of damage with having very limited consequence. Maybe they would get killed, but let's face it, jihadists and other terrorists don't necessarily care about being killed. And so we've reasonably limited aliens being capable of bearing arms because we know that they could act against our interest, right?
Yes.
What I would say, hold on, I'm going to analogize it to the first. With the first, we have already talked about how there's limits when it comes to promoting violence or taking part in violent actions. We've already talked about how starting a riot or starting a panic or something like that could be a reasonable grounds for arrest, despite the existence of the First Amendment, right? And then what you're effectively asking me is like, okay, the First Amendment, we understand these limitations when it comes to citizens. Why would you limit it to aliens and permanent green card holders?
In the context of support for Hamas, why would you treat them differently?
Well, and here's the exact same reason. It's almost directly analogous to my argument for the Second Amendment, is because there are people who are not interested in the future of the United States, and therefore they are coming here in order to disrupt the United States of America, and they're trying to have as much nefarious and delinquent effect upon the country as possible. And on top of that, you're shaking your head no, but that's literally articulated in 8 USC 1227. That's why they say the rights of non-citizens are limited. That's their exact argument.
So
no, hold on. I need you to parse this apart. I need you to parse this apart.
Yeah. Okay.
You can disagree with their rationale. I don't have a problem with you disagreeing with their rationale. You cannot say that their rationale does not exist. The rationale exists, and it's been articulated to you by the law, and it's been articulated to you by me.
So the rationale of treating non-citizens and citizens differently generally makes sense to me. It's based on a lot of what you're saying. They have less of a stake in the country. Who knows where their loyalties are? Who knows if they're, used to our customs? There are a lot of bases, rational bases that are grounded both in law and history and tradition to treat them differently. There's no doubt about that in my mind. I've never said that that's not the case. The question is, for a right that you agree that they do have, right? You agree they do have a right. So now we're outside of the context of situations in which the right is not at issue, situations in the normal due course of immigration matters that don't invoke the right. So for example, deporting someone because...
Bro, I don't know what you're cutting at. I kind of need you to cut at it.
So what I'm cutting at is when you've already agreed that there's a basis to give a right to a non-citizen. So here we're in a situation where we've given a right to a non-citizen, and we've given that right to a non-citizen. And so you can't just say, well, they don't have that right because we treat them differently because they're not, they're not as close connection to the country, or they're not as loyal.
No, I mean, I can and I did.
We're already past the point of giving them this right that you agree that they have.
No, we're not. Pisco,
yes, we are.
Sorry. You're saying like, well, we already gave them the right, so we can't take it away now.
No. That you need to articulate a basis separate and apart from the general basis of, well, they're just not the same as citizens, to distinguish and justify a differential in a right that you say that they have, right?
I just did.
It's you're kind of grounding it out in a kind of circular, well, they're not as close to the country, they're not as connected to the country,
and therefore might be interested in doing the country harm, and therefore the country has a compelling interest in separating out their rights and then subjecting them to deportation for certain kinds of behavior.
So if I said the same thing about the Fourth Amendment and said, okay, they're the same reason, so we should be able to search them without a warrant, what would you say?
I would say that you would need to show like a compelling state interest in order to not be able to go through the warrant. Hold on. In order to finish the sentence, in order to not go through the warrants process. The warrants process is actually not difficult. Hold on.
Wait,
let me finish this concept because I want your audience to understand it. The warrants process is not difficult. At 2 a.m. in Lake County, Florida, which is not exactly the most populous county on the planet, we were able to get warrants signed within 90 minutes. Okay. We could literally fill out a warrant on a laptop, ship the PDF to the state attorney's office. They had an on-duty judge, and the on-duty judge was capable, especially in exigent circumstances, of signing the warrant. We could get a warrant done in 90 minutes. So if you are going to violate the Fourth Amendment, you need to articulate why that 90-minute process is burdensome on law enforcement to the extent that it needs to be separated out between citizens and non-citizens.
I don't know if this is being dishonest. So we're not talking about burdening the right. We're saying, does the right even apply, right? So
yeah, it relatively speaking applies.
No. So I just told you, right? You gave me a rationale for why, in the context of supporting a terrorist organization, it should be protected with respect to the citizen. But what you're saying is, it's not protected speech for non-citizens to support terrorist organizations. That's
I can differentiate. I think I see what you're cutting at.
No, what I'm cutting at is the following. You gave me a rationale about these people are more likely to be subversive, all that stuff. Everything you just said. Suppose that I said that with the Fourth Amendment. Why should and I said the same exact thing. Therefore, they shouldn't need to get a warrant.
Yeah, you would have to tell me why a warrant was inhibiting you from performing your duties.
Wait, no, I just told you, right? So the Fourth Amendment right against
unreasonable searches and seizures without being secure in your property and effects, etc.
It's just not the same with a non-citizen. They're not as likely to be loyal. They're more.
I've already told you why.
For the exact same reasons that you said for the First Amendment context. Everything you said about the First Amendment and with respect to citizens supporting Hamas, I now apply to the Fourth Amendment context.
Okay. So I don't, in my opinion, you haven't sufficiently established why a warrants process is burdensome upon you. Whereas I can easily, hold on, you're acting like I'm crazy, but I can easily articulate how having non-citizens in your country articulating support for terrorist organizations is burdensome upon the country.
No, it's burdensome.
And then hold on. This is the other thing. You're saying that when it comes to political speech, this is the number one thing that the First Amendment was given for. The right to basically have freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to protest, all that kind of stuff, right? I'm going to go ahead and delineate this for you. I draw a firm line on terrorism, okay? So if you say free Palestine, I don't give a fuck. If you say that Israel is massacring Gazans in the tens of thousands, go off, king or queen or non-binary, whatever the fuck you are. I don't give a shit. What I do give a shit about is you throwing your weight behind an institution that massacres civilians as a part of their actual natural operations. That's the differentiation. So same thing with free Tibet, same thing with free this, free that, fucking all that international bullshit. The second that you start supporting effectively a criminal organization that massacres civilians, yes, that is morally, rhetorically, and politically different, and therefore not deserving of protection. 100%.
So
easy. Easy day.
So here we have a situation where I could say it's so burdensome for our police officers to need to get probable cause and a warrant. Forget the warrant process, right? The fact that they need to get probable cause to search aliens' homes. We know aliens are more likely to be subversive. We know aliens are more likely to be affiliated, and allied with other countries. We know aliens are more likely to not have our values and to be more dangerous than citizens. First of all, I query that whether the empirics are true on that, but I can say all the same things. And so we shouldn't have to get probable cause for searches of aliens'
I disagree.
home. We shouldn't.
Too broad.
Wait a second. So
Judge Connor has ruled too broad.
That's the exact same rationale.
No, it's not.
That you give. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. It's the exact same rationale that you give.
You can articulate how, but I completely disagree.
Yeah.
with you.
So for the First Amendment, you say, well, they're not as likely. They're more likely to be affiliated with other countries. They're more likely to be subversive.
Yeah. So therefore, you cannot publicly articulate your endorsement of terrorist organizations. That's a reasonable limit.
Therefore, you cannot expect for your home to have the same protections as U.S. citizens. And why? And so we don't need to get probable cause.
We already talked about how in different visas that might actually apply.
Oh no!
So the question is reason. No. This is the thing. It's reasonableness, and you're acting like I'm being unreasonable on one thing, and then when applied to a different scenario, somehow it all falls apart. But it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't fall apart at all. It's logically coherent.
I think it absolutely falls apart. So in the case of one, in the case of one, right? Call it the Fourth Amendment, right? We have a rationale that arguably is more linked to whether or not you're a danger to the country, right? The right to search something, to wiretap you. This is the kind of stuff that actually tests whether or not you are in fact an agent, right? Someone can say something and not actually be an agent. Someone can, express loyalties to another country and just be lying about it. But with respect to searches, right? This is how the government actually finds out the juicy details.
Yeah. So let me articulate reasonability. Let's say that you are a Saudi Arabian citizen. You're coming from an area that has a lot of terrorism. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're applying for a temporary visa to the United.
Do the green card example. Don't be a little bitch. Don't be a bitch. Do the green card example. Stop trying to do it on the temporary visas, on applications.
No, I won't.
Don't be a fucking bitch.
I won't. And I'll tell you exactly why, because we can go ahead and differentiate these scenarios, can't we, Pisco?
No,
we can use our reason in order to differentiate. We'll go to the green card.
Everyone can see what you're doing. We'll go to the green card. Just do the green card. Just do the green card. Take the harder case.
I'm going to walk you. No, I listen to you for minutes at a time. You're going to listen to me for minutes at a time.
You're such a weasel.
No, I'm not. I'm literally not. I'm literally here, and I've been talking to you for
the one-to-one comparison.
Pisco. The insult weasel implies that I'm trying to avoid your arguments, which I'm not. I've been listening to you for 2 hours. If you want to get some fucking MAGA dipshit chud who won't contend with what you're saying and they dodge everything you're saying, then you can use the weasel insult. You can't use it with me. I talk to you. I don't block you. I talk to you whenever the fuck you want. So don't use the weasel bullshit with me.
Unless you're hanging out with your family.
Moving on.
And then you want to hang out with your family.
Yeah, because I love my family. Unlike most conservatives, I actually like and love my family.
It's a joke. You just do your little thing, then get to the green card.
Sure. No, I'm not skipping ahead. I'm going to do it. So with a tourist, if a individual was coming to the country and they were male, military age male, then maybe they need additional scrutiny, right? However, it's a family with wife, mother, 5 kids and Disney tickets bought. No, they don't need additional scrutiny, right? And so therefore, I would say that the state has a compelling interest to articulate why they would believe this person be a danger. And if they can't articulate it, then they don't need to violate these person's Fourth Amendment rights, right? Then when we get to the green card holder, you and I already agreed that there might be classes of permanent residents who actually deserve to have their Fourth Amendment rights violated. Didn't we? Didn't we already discuss that, Pisco? Didn't we already discuss how certain employed people with insensitive parts of the government might waive their Fourth Amendment rights as a part of their capacity within the United States of America? Didn't you and I already agree to that earlier?
We said that of citizens. We
also said that of aliens as well, didn't we?
Yes. So it doesn't distinguish.
It does distinguish because you could make it even more sensitive for aliens because with aliens, there's a greater risk.
Okay, so it's overdetermined with respect to aliens if you want to. But here we're talking about a situation in which no such neutral, extenuated circumstances exist. And I'm giving you an on-point example. An on-point example being that the Fourth Amendment is arguably more related to the security interests of a country. That is to say, just your expressed belief.
And by the way, I don't even know what you're arguing anymore because I've already said that there are like half a dozen to a dozen reasons in which you could either not violate, but you could curtail the rights and privileges under the Fourth Amendment. We already said that. So what the fuck are you arguing?
No, that's true of citizens. What you need to explain is the situation in which aliens are treated worse. You can't just say, you can't appeal to the fact that
Yes,
citizens,
I 100% can. You keep saying that I can't do things, and then I can just do it. I can just say, you can't appeal to that the fact that China steals a bunch of our IP, and therefore they wouldn't have Fourth Amendment protections. And I can say that if a Chinese person is coming to our state in order to work on sensitive security shit, then maybe they would get less protections than the people who work in sensitive shit that are citizens. Maybe they would be subject to more searches, and I would find that legally justifiable and reasonable. You can't say that I can't point to it. I just did.
No, so I have given you an example, right? I've given you an example in which there's a right with many different categorical exceptions in the Fourth Amendment and the First Amendment. We agree. The Fourth Amendment exceptions, hot pursuit, plain sight, exigent circumstances.
Okay, and I don't understand how this is going to help your argument, but continue.
So you pointing to a categorical exception or an exception maybe that has, like, I don't know, a slightly higher interest with respect to an alien, but it already exists for a citizen, that maybe there's a more exigent circumstance when it's an alien. I don't really see that logic, but go ahead. It doesn't help you because those categorical exceptions apply as to citizens and non-citizens. And so just saying that, well, it would be like saying, all right, well,
I've already articulated how.
The First Amendment doesn't protect child pornography, but that's true of U.S. citizens and it's true of aliens. And so you pointing to a categorical exception to the First Amendment or to the Fourth Amendment doesn't help justify the difference in treatment between a U.S. citizen and lawful permanent resident.
I feel like you're ignoring what I'm saying. So I already articulated that with the Second Amendment. I already articulated how you treat different classes of people separately. I've also articulated with the Fourth Amendment, and I've talked about how you could treat different classes of people separately. And then you said, well, your motivation for treating citizens a certain way is the same motivation that you're treating aliens with. And I'm saying you could enhance the levels with which you violate or limit the Fourth Amendment protections exclusively based off of their immigrant status. So you're saying that I haven't said these things? I've said these things repeatedly. I've said them repeatedly. Are you hearing me say them?
Yeah, but the thing is, when you
disagree.
When you say, well, that exception exists, but it applies with more, with more urgency with respect to aliens. I don't know whether I agree with that actually, because I actually, with respect to like crime, for example, I think that immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than U.S. citizens.
Okay, the entire legal system of the United States disagrees with you.
No, wait, the legal system doesn't have a say on who's more likely to commit crime, right?
No, it doesn't, but it says that the state has a compelling interest in preventing enemies of the United States from getting into the United States and causing harm to society.
Stop zooming out.
I'm not zooming out. Dude, Pisco, you accuse me of zooming out, and then you say something is like, I don't even know if I agree with the fact that aliens might be a greater threat to the United States of America than domestic citizens. And then I say, that's literally what the fucking statute says as the justification for the existence of the statute. And then you're like, yeah, well, you're just blowing up the conversation. It's like, no, I'm not. That's an exact rebuttal of what you're stating.
What I'm saying is a side point which is like, I actually don't know if the empirics go through on the notion that, non-citizens are more of a danger with respect to the Fourth Amendment.
We've only had like one jihadist attack on United States soil, so we should just give up our security apparatus.
I don't know what that means. What are you saying?
What that means is you trying to figure out the classes of people and who's more dangerous doesn't prevent the law from standing on its own merits. Just because domestic citizens might be more dangerous than foreign nationals doesn't mean that you stop protecting against foreign nationals who might have a converse interest with the United States of America. You know this. You're just being obtuse.
You're justifying your difference in how you treat U.S. citizens and green card holders on the basis of their expressed avowal for terrorist organizations based on something empirical. You're saying, well, green card holders are more likely to do X.
I'm saying through virtue of being from the Middle East and North Africa, they are more likely to be sympathetic towards terrorist organizations, and terrorist organizations is an antisocial harm that could hurt the United States of America, and therefore having a code of conduct for immigrants that they can't endorse terrorist organizations is a perfectly reasonable thing to do.
But it's not a reasonable thing to subject them to greater degrees of actual searches?
I already said that they should be subjected to higher degrees of searches depending on their categorization of their visit to the United States of America. I've already said it 7 times. You're acting like you're not hearing me, but I already said it.
For the green card holder, if for someone who's here on a green card, should they
depends on why they're here.
They're lawful permanent residents. That's all information I'm giving you. They're unemployed, lawful permanent residents.
Unemployed? Well, they should be kicked out just for that. Hold up. Let me see if I can get to the steel man of what you're asking,
Yes,
because
please.
the perspective of what you're asking is actually kind of absurd to me. So let me see if I can steel man it.
I think you understand it.
I'm not sure I do. So the green card is a lawful permanent resident. That's a category of person that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. I already talked about how the Second Amendment is limited for them. You don't care about that. You're asking why the First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment should be specifically limited for green card holders, but not for citizens.
Let me restate it because you're not understanding it, right? So
Okay.
you have said that the restriction that you're trying to impose on First Amendment's support for terrorism is based in part or in large part based on the fact that they're more likely to have a close connection and be a security risk because of their inherent, the fact that they come from these far off lands that are inherently closer and closer to a nucleus of Islamism. I would argue I would actually say it to you, it is also true in the Fourth Amendment context. And so you just said, right, they're more likely to, because of their inherent closeness to those regions, to be security threats based on their, and therefore the First Amendment, is going to be different with respect to their avowals for terrorism. Why isn't that also the case for a green card holder with respect to the government not having to go get probable cause or a warrant to search their home? They're more likely to be a threat. They're more likely to be close connected to Saudi Arabia. They're more likely to be, connected to terrorism.
Because I don't. This isn't a difference in principle. This is a different in process. And I've already said it, so I don't understand how you're not understanding it. So, as a matter of fact, how about let's see if we can pull up some clarity by just looking at the Fourth Amendment. Okay. So, why am I typing in Google? Fourth Amendment.
The right of the people to be secure in their houses, papers, persons, and effects. Fuck.
I got it. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath and affirmation, particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. So the whole point of the Fourth Amendment is to protect against unreasonable. So if you want to make an argument that actually all aliens are enemies of the United States and they should be subject to unreasonable searches at all times, you can make that argument. That's not an argument that I'm going to make. So I'm not going to.
The scope of the Fourth Amendment right is what's at issue here. To whom it applies, when, and in what contexts. Just like the First Amendment, right? We're talking about the scope of the right, not whether you can violate the right. You can never violate the First Amendment. You can never violate the Fourth Amendment. When we talk about whether the right something or doesn't,
violate is an interesting term. You can absolutely limit it, and you can also. I don't know if violate is the right term. So for instance, just conceptually explain this to me. I have a First Amendment right. Congress can make no law abridging my freedom of speech, right?
Right.
But I say, Pisco, you and I are in a bar, so you have reasonable belief that I could carry out a threat. And I say, Pisco, you're being so fucking annoying right now, I'm going to slap you in the mouth. And then you call law enforcement and you say, Connor threatened to slap me. I was put in reasonable fear that he was actually going to do it.
Yes.
He committed assault against me. What do you call me being arrested for assault? Because obviously it's abridging my freedom of speech.
You would say that law does not abridge the freedom of speech. The freedom of speech does not include such and such activity, right? The freedom of speech does not include child pornography. The freedom of speech does not include obscenity. The freedom of speech does not include fighting words, okay? So when we speak about these rights, it is never legal to violate someone's right. We're just talking about the scope of the right? Whether or not the right actually extends as far as a certain category of thing.
I feel like you've used more words to describe the concept I'm pointing at, and you know the concept that I'm pointing at.
I'm trying to have conceptual clarity here to suggest we're not talking about curtailing rights in the sense of violating the right. We're talking about to what extent does it cover certain people in certain contexts, and to what extent does it cover not cover those individuals in those contexts. So in the context of the Fourth Amendment, it protects against unreasonable searches and seizures. But by definition, right, the a search that's pursuant to probable cause and exigent circumstances is reasonable.
Okay.
Okay.
And
so you don't need a warrant there, right? If you consent to a search, you don't need probable cause or a warrant, right? If someone consents to a search, you don't need to get a warrant and you don't need to have probable cause. They just agree, like let's say you're a cop, right, Connor? I invite you into my home and say, search it, Mr. Officer. You don't need probable cause.
I know where I'm going to go argumentatively.
Well, let me go where I want to go. Fuck.
Okay, you go where you want to go.
All right. So if I let me make the argument, right? Not that it's unreasonable to have a search and seizure, a warrantless or probable cause-less search of a resident alien. Not that it's unreasonable, but that it's another categorical exception to the Fourth Amendment, just like a consent search. So the argument isn't that we're going to do something unreasonable. The argument is the right doesn't extend, just like in your First Amendment example, as far as to protect green card holders in any search of their property,
sure,
for any reason or no reason.
Yeah. So let's say that we have green card holders, we have lawful permanent residents who consistently do suicide bombings. Okay, they just walk into Christmas markets, they walk into random places, and they blow themselves up. And we decide as a country that actually the Fourth Amendment no longer applies to green card holders because there is like a reasonable public interest in us being able to search their papers and effects because our security administration is no longer capable of dealing. I'm not done yet. Of dealing with the threat of suicide bombing. It has become a blight on our society. Tens of thousands of people are dying per year. I wouldn't have a problem with them limiting that right and saying that aliens are subject to immediate search for security purposes.
Would you say that of black people?
No, they're citizens.
Yes, right. Wait, no. Hang on. If it were
there's a categorical difference.
Wait. If it were really the case,
I'm letting the dogs out. I'm still listening.
Whoa. All right. If it were really the case, if it were really the case that black people or Jewish people or Muslims were representing the same kind of threat that you're saying that in your example, right? And the reason you're using that example, and this is a common tactic of counterpoints, is to use these examples where there is a highly compelling purpose, and that would be narrowly tailored, and where it's like an emergency COVID-like situation. But I'm happy to deal with that. I don't think it's problematic at all. I'm happy to deal with it and to show you why it doesn't help you. So that would justify those conditions, restrictions on the basis of race. That would justify restrictions on the basis of religion, right? If it were actually true that 99% of Muslims in this country were engaged in a kind of permanent jihad against the, notwithstanding the fact that we have protection of religion in this country, you would meet the rigorous standards of the tiers of scrutiny analysis that I've just laid out to have, immediate searches, whatever you want, of any Muslim or immediate detention of any Muslim. So even though it's a really, really high test in the conditions that you've just explained, it would meet those tests, even in cases where it seems appalling, right? That you would have, searches based on race. Yes, there are some factual circumstances that constitutionally you would be able to do this. What I'm talking about is not that example. What I'm talking about is in current day, under current conditions, is it possible that green card holders could be subjected to random searches without probable cause or a warrant in their homes?
Yeah, and I say no because it's unreasonable. And then I say that deporting people for advocating for terrorism. Actually, this is where my argument was going to go. This is where my argument is going to go. So I'm going to go ahead and argue it. Freedom of speech and freedom of conscience is a very broad right. Okay, so it can manifest itself in expressing of art, in expression of religious beliefs, in public speech, in political advocacy, in social advocacy. It's one of the most broad things we can do because it's literally articulating what's inside your brain, okay? And so what the government has said and what I have said is that terrorism, which necessarily by definition is the wholesale slaughter of civilians for political ends, along with kidnapping, assassination, murder, all those beautiful things that you read earlier, is a antisocial behavior that rips apart the social fabric of the United States. And so if there is an alien who participates in this behavior or supports it rhetorically, then they will be deported. They can talk about Lady Gaga. They can talk about free Palestine. They can talk about free Tibet. They can talk about, their favorite movie. They can talk about all that shit till the fucking cows come home. The one thing they can't do is advocate for the mass slaughter of civilians. And that is a reasonable limit to the right.
Can you deport a green card holder based on racism against black people?
Can you or should you?
Under the First Amendment, can you?
I have no fucking idea. I would say that if the State Department wanted to create some rule where it was like, the ethno-religious, racial heritage of America is part of its strongest attribute. Therefore, anybody who's racist and a resident, anybody who's racist who's an alien gets deported. I don't think I would give a fuck at all.
What if they said, if you support, let's say, Israel?
Again, I wouldn't care. Yeah, I literally wouldn't care. If we inverted the scenarios and they said that support for the IDF specifically, I wouldn't say the entire state of Israel, the same way that I wouldn't say the entire state of Palestine. But if you wanted to invert the scenario and say that support for the genocidal Israeli occupation forces of Gaza is grounds for deportation, I wouldn't give a fuck at all. I wouldn't.
So if Trump started deporting people who supported the IDF and
Wouldn't
said
care.
that you support,
I wouldn't care at all. A nation has to be able to establish the quality of character of the people that it admits within its own borders. And if those determining factors are established by a court or by representatives and they're reasonable, I don't care.
So basically, the First Amendment, by your lights, with respect to green card holders, only protects their sandwich orders, whether or not they like Hamilton. But that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Because if the government decides, then they don't really. What kind of First Amendment right is that? What does it mean to say they have a First Amendment right if we can deport you on any basis?
It's the right. It's the right to live in a free and secure society. It's the right to express your opinion. You're asking me what kind of right is that? I'm answering you. It's the right to live in a free and secure society. It's the right to express yourself when it comes to art or when it comes to almost any other venture besides politics. It is the right to you can have a good life without endorsing terrorism. You're acting like endorsing terrorism is necessary for the fabric of the United States of America, and it's not.
We just exploded your basis of what you determine to be deportable is if the government determines IDF, if the government says basically any political allegiance.
Yeah, let me explain that.
Be deported.
Yeah, let me explain that. So people argue. I'm not saying you're doing this specifically, but people argue that well, what if Donald Trump or what if another authoritarian inverts the support for Hamas into the support for the IDF? Would you still support it? And the whole point of that logical exercise isn't to actually talk about the principle or the right. The whole point of it is to see whether or not you can catch somebody in a hypocrisy because you will politically support. I'm not done. I'm not done. Whether or not you will politically support one violent armed faction, but as soon as it comes to support of another violent armed faction, if your principles change. And mine don't. Okay?
Yeah,
mine don't.
So it's not to test whether or not you're hypocritical. It's to test how workable your principle is. So basically, you've just acknowledged that the government should be allowed, even under the First Amendment, to deport you for any political belief.
As long as it's reasonable, appointed by a court. I'm getting tired, so we're getting sloppy.
Yeah,
but
but any political belief, if they think it's detrimental to their society, they can deport you based on any political belief you hold.
Sure, cool, awesome, great, dude, great. Okay. Listen. Here's the thing. We've talked about. I've gone over it probably half a dozen to a dozen times, and I'm pretty sure you did hear me that we do put reasonable limits on the Fourth Amendment, the Second Amendment, and that you do understand the fact that there are reasonable limits to the First Amendment. Then on top of that, we've talked about classes of people and categories of people and how these laws apply differently. We've already talked about how these classes and categories might lead to further violations of aliens than they would citizens. So we've already articulated the logical basis for why this is a thing. And then on top of that, we're now kind of testing the limits of my logic for it. But at the same time, this is my genuine held belief, okay?
Okay.
We are a republic of citizens who are trying to follow the due process of law, and we are trying to extend the maximum amount of liberty to human beings possible. If there are people who come to this country who threaten that order, then they do not need to be a part of this country. Being here as an alien is a privilege and not a right. It is a privilege and not a right. It is a privilege and not a right. And that is the basis of the argumentation.
So when you say it's privilege, not a right, then you disagree with what you said at the beginning, right? In the beginning, I said there are certain First Amendment categories of First Amendment speech that would prohibit deportation. But what you're saying now is immigration is a category of its own, that immigration is different, and that anything with respect to immigration, the government can pretty much put any restriction on you and deport you based on anything because it's not really a First Amendment
because
issue.
I'm not retarded
So
and I'm not actually because I'm not retarded and not actually a fascist, I'm not saying that those values should be arbitrary. So for instance, if you remember earlier in this conversation, we talked about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Kilmar Abrego Garcia came to this country in 2011. He hasn't committed crimes in 14 years. He's a father who is gainfully employed, who has 3 children in our system. There are character witnesses out the ass who effectively, I'm not done yet, who effectively say that he is a decent human being and a credit to his community. And he was deported arbitrarily by the Trump administration for no basis that we can establish besides the fact that he was accused of being an MS-13 member for which there is no evidence. I am not going to support that because it's unreasonable. It's unreasonable. It's unreasonable.
So with Kilmar, it's not a First Amendment issue. It's
authoritarianism. I was talking about due process because you're trying to say, hold on. You're trying to say that my grounds for deportation are arbitrary and therefore up to the whim of the executive administration, and it's not. It's not.
I said that you don't really believe in the First Amendment for resident aliens because if you believe in the First Amendment,
you're right.
Sure. Okay.
You're right. I agree that it's a thing. I don't believe it principally.
Okay, but if it's a thing, and
then I have to then when the Supreme Court reviews it, I have to abide. I have to abide by the ruling of the Supreme Court because I live in a representative republic.
Okay.
So basically, if the Supreme Court comes down and they say, Connor, you were right in this debate, there are reasonable limits to aliens, therefore these people can be deported, then I'm going to be like sick. And then if they come down and if they say, no, actually Pisco's right, we care about the principle of freedom of conscience and freedom of speech way more than we care about the security of the United States. Therefore, this is not a compelling government interest, and we can have non-citizens advocate for terrorism on U.S. soil. Pisco is right. Then I'm going to say, I'm a member of a republic and I respect the rule of law. Therefore, even if I disagree with it, I'm going to abide by it.
Disagree with it. The thing is, of course you're going to abide by it, but you would still disagree with it.
Of course.
Yeah, that's the thing, which is what would it take to convince you otherwise? Would it be a legal argument?
I don't think you're going to be able to be honest. I can't think of it. I can't think of a single rational reason for why I should have to tolerate people coming from another country and then telling me that the mass slaughter of civilians is a good thing. And I have to be like, oh yeah, I'll invite you over to the barbecue next week. Like, no, fuck you. Go back to your shitty country.
You keep changing to admission decisions. You keep changing what we're talking about. But hey,
I wouldn't even care if he was a lawful permanent resident. Same thing stands.
Yeah, if he's had any political belief that the government disagreed with, you would be in favor of the government having the power. You might not agree with the application in the individual context, but you would agree the expression of any political belief would be a ground for a lawful ground for the government to exclude him or deport him.
Potentially, if it was antisocial or anti-governmental, yeah.
According to the government, right? And the government gets to decide that.
Sure. And do you know what the government is made up of?
Representatives and the president.
It's made up of people. Yeah. It's made up of my fellow citizens.
So the First Amendment is meant to apply in contradiction to what the general sentiment is. And so when you say that aliens do have First Amendment rights, you're being facetious. You're not actually being serious. Because if it were true, it wouldn't be like, okay, we'll just let the government decide. Because the whole point of the First Amendment is to say the government can't decide even if it wants to. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. So it's kind of
but you already in this conversation have admitted that there's categories that don't apply. So for instance, oftentimes art is called like freedom of speech, freedom of expression, et cetera, but we already agreed that child pornography is not within that category.
Yeah, I bet that applies to citizens. So I'll give you an example. Let's say that Mahmoud Khalil drew a mural, and in that mural, it's like Guernica, right? It's the version of Guernica, and it's expressing, sadness at the loss of the bombing campaign in Gaza. But it is a political piece of art, right? He draws a political piece of art that is condemning the Israeli government's bombing campaign in Gaza.
Yeah, then that would be insufficient for me for deportation.
Why?
Why?
It's visual art?
Because I literally drew, and the United States government, we've already discussed it a billion fucking times in this conversation, they already drew a hard line over advocacy for terrorism.
No, but
that's what we've been talking about for 2 fucking hours.
But we just made your principles broader than that. It's not just that. You said essentially any political belief is liable for the government to be able to.
But the government needs to be. I've already said this, and you're latching onto this for dear life because we went ahead and talked about all the details of all the principles for 2 fucking hours. So in the last 20 minutes, you're saying like, oh, you think it's a privilege? That means that they can do whatever the fuck they want. No,
well, you granted it. I didn't force you to grant it.
Because I was tired and I was annoyed. But no,
wow.
It needs to be reasonable. Obviously, I don't believe in unreasonable searches and seizures. I don't believe in unreasonable limits to the First Amendment. I don't believe in unreasonable limits to the Second Amendment. Obviously, this is with the caveat of rationality, which, if you didn't think I was a fucking moron, should be granted.
Wait a second. So if the government says this art piece is clearly lionizing Hamas, this version of Guernica that I'm describing, this example of Guernica of the Gaza bombing campaign, they say this is advocacy for terrorism. It's going to make more people support Hamas as opposed to the IDF. It's not in our national security interest, and so we're going to deport you because this piece of art is definitely causing a harm, and we don't. It's
then I would say it would be up to a judge if the version of Guernica or whatever. I'm going to answer your question. You asked one. So if the version of Guernica was explicitly the symbol of the Al-Qassam brigades.
No,
then I would be like, okay, yeah, fuck him.
Don't fucking change the hypothetical concept.
I'm not changing shit. I'm literally saying you keep saying like, oh, you would support this unreasonable thing because you made a general statement 20 minutes ago. And I keep saying repeatedly, I say it's going to be based off of reason and rationality, the basis of our entire fucking system. And you're like, no, I got you on this one time that you said that Guernica, you think that residency is a privilege, therefore you want to deport people for no reason whatsoever. And it's like, Pisco, what the fuck?
I want an answer to the specific hypothetical, and I'll make it as clear as possible. It's a version of Guernica. The bombers are depicted as Nazis type people in terms of like they're painted very negatively as bloodthirsty. But there's no like.
Can I Google this? Can I see this?
Have you Guernica? It's
are you saying Virgin? VRGIN?
Virgin?
Yeah. What are you saying?
The version of Guernica.
Version. VERSION.
ION. So the hypothetical Guernica. So Guernica is a picture by Pablo Picasso. Pablo Picasso's an artist.
Okay.
He's known for Cubismo. All right.
Right.
Yeah, so he
ugly fuck. Yeah, I would deport them just for following Picasso.
Okay, this version of Guernica was criticizing the bombing campaign by, I believe, the Nazis in the Spanish Civil War. There was a bombing campaign during the Spanish Civil War, and
I'm still listening. My dog's going in again.
Yeah, I'm giving you an example in which a resident alien draws a version of Guernica, and in that version of Guernica, it's a cubism, right? It's not meant to be real to life, but
it's potentially anti-Semitic. Okay, gotcha.
Well, no, stop. So it's basically condemning the bombing of Gaza, and it's basically condemning the IDF. There's no like explicit imagery supporting Hamas, but the government says this is implicitly supporting Hamas, and we see this as subversive and as harming our foreign policy interests, and we don't have to accept these resident aliens. When they come here, they agree to play by the rules, and by drawing this version of Guernica that is depicting the Gaza bombing campaign, you are actually undermining and advocating and expressing support for Hamas. They make that interpretation, they make that interpretive leap. And
okay, then I think they have to make that interpretive leap in front of a judge, and then the judge needs to decide whether or not that's reasonable.
What would you say? Do you think that's a
oh no, I think that's bad. Yeah, I think that's terrible. I think that's an abuse. Why? Because okay, so hold on. You're gonna have to listen. Okay.
Yeah.
Freedom of conscience and freedom of speech are universal human goods. Okay. So that value, that principle, the First Amendment, it's good here. It's good in Iran. It's good in China. It's good all over the planet. It's probably even good on Mars. Okay. Universal human good. Universal sapient good. If you are a creature who is capable of intelligence, being able to express yourself without fear of violence as long as it's reasonable is a universal good. However, we exist in a geopolitical landscapes in which there are tribal factions that advocate for different political tribes. And some of those political tribes are nefarious and wish to enslave the entire planet. And so fascists, authoritarian communists, and theocratic Islamists use the freedom of conscience and freedom of speech of the United States and free societies in order to subvert and destroy those societies. And the truth is, a lot of them are really, really, really good propagandists. So just because you have a universal human good doesn't mean that you invite your enemies into your table at all times so they can take advantage of your goodwill in order to subvert and destroy your society. These values, the liberals can pretend that they're contradictory. They are not. They are not contradictory at all.
What the fuck did you think I asked? Why are you lecturing me?
Well, because you're asking me, how can I simultaneously want to deport people for using their freedom of speech and freedom of expression? And then I'm saying that freedom of speech and freedom of expression is a universal human good. And so the liberal straw man is, well, why isn't it good for the person advocating for terrorism in your household? And I explained why.
What do you think I asked? You don't have no fucking clue. You just rambled to fucking filibuster. That was pathetic.
You can ask your question. And also, it's not pathetic. It's literally the principles underlying the entire conversation, Pisco. You dipshit. Don't act like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about with freedom.
You're like oh wait, you're cutting out. I can't hear you anymore. You must have pulled your fucking mic. No one can hear you. You're so angry. You must have pulled your mic. We can't hear you anymore. Check your mic. Yeah, you did. Yeah. Listen to the question next time, dipshit. No, not right now. You're saying you have to go? I didn't. I can't. Hey. Yeah. Now you're good. You don't even remember what I asked, dude. And this is the thing, right? All right. No, dude. Yes. So I would give you an example, a very stylized and detailed example about a painting, and you completely dodged that because you're desperately trying to find a way because you don't want to deport the paintist. Yes, you desperately don't want to deport the paintist. Yes. But I need to explain what happened, right? You don't want to deport the, did I say paintist? The painter. You don't want to deport the painter because that seems just weird and icky to you. But I'm giving you an example in which the person makes I'm also tired. No, but stop. No. I gave you a very specific example of a painting where it was kind of condemning Israel, but it was just in a kind of piece of art. And the government says essentially the same thing that it's saying about Mahmoud Khalil here, and the same First Amendment argument you're making. And I asked, would that be a okay? No, no. Yeah. So stop trying to use your fucking mic tactics on me. I'm not gonna forget my question. Yeah. Yeah, okay. But so you desperately don't want to grant the painter example where someone is expressing their anger, frustration, outrage via the painting of this version of Guernica. Do you think that that is a basis to deport him if the government says, hey, this is implicit support for Hamas? We don't have to accept you on the same term as a U.S. citizen. We don't have to handle this, and so you're gone. So you think it's bad if they do here with Khalil? What explain why you would feel differently about Khalil versus the Guernica? Okay. Okay. Hey, good convo, bro. What do you think? You cut out again. You did something. Nope. Are you like hitting yourself with that thing? Are those your miniatures? Hey, what's up? Yeah. My dog ate my homework. We've all heard it. Yeah, so I think it's clear that the First Amendment does apply to non-citizens. If you take Connor's invitation to the destruction of rights, that this kind of loose and generic fear of non-citizens would justify, I think, encroachments on all sorts of rights. And I would even argue that the rights related to unreasonable searches and seizures are more at issue when we're talking about security rationales, when we're talking about loyalty, and yet there seems to be this kind of intuitive ickiness about subjecting green card holders to searches without probable cause or without a warrant. Now you can try to explode those principles into admission decisions when you're literally applying for something, when you're at the border, where even U.S. citizens don't have these rights. But again, it doesn't help you in the context of someone who's established in the country, and where the right is supposed to apply at its maximum. The First Amendment is supposed to apply at its maximum to political speech, but it seems it's given short thrift in Connor's version of the right, which he admits that green card holders are supposed to have. That it only protects these kind of like not important things, like your opinions on art or your opinions, what you say with respect to a sandwich, and that he's going to grant maximum, whether or not he agrees with the ultimate exercise of discretion by the government with respect to a political belief. He still believes in the right of the government to use their deportation power, basically to undermine or deport on the basis of any political belief, as long as there can be some kind of plausible nexus to something he doesn't like, whether that's racism, whether that's sexism, whether that's any kind of political belief. And it's just so easy to see why this is not in the conception of the First Amendment. The First Amendment is more than just an individual right. It's a declaration that these kinds of decisions of making preferences based on ideology actually should not be, by and large, in the hands of the government. It says Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. It's acknowledging that we don't want the government to make these kinds of, yes, very important civilization dependent questions, that those need to be, aired out in the marketplace of free ideas. And so I think that is a right that applies while you're in the United States. And maybe there's some distinctions that, if you're at the border, like applying for admission, and where you don't have much of any rights, or at least much fewer rights. And I can even think of certain situations in which you would have fewer First Amendment rights as a green card holder. But I can't imagine anything approximating a First Amendment right that would exist for green card holders that wouldn't protect your political support for a foreign organization any more than a U.S. citizen's. And even as applied here, that's just the First Amendment argument. We still have the statutory argument, which
can you guys hear me now?
Even arguing what Connor is arguing, and so it should be dismissed on that basis alone. And furthermore, even under Connor's
let me know in chat.
It goes through on a statutory basis, and even if there were a statutory argument, I don't think that you can attribute the statements and actions of this group to Mahmoud Khalil. And so I think this is a clear violation of the First Amendment. And even if you think Mahmoud Khalil should be deported, surely the people who are not affiliated with the Columbia protests and who just like express support for Palestine, who are being intruded upon by this government, they are not subject to the same interest. And so at the very least, Connor should be condemning the Trump administration for most of what it's doing in this space of trying to like allegedly protect Jews from anti-Semitism, when it's doing nothing of the sort. And really what it's doing is it's promoting a backlash against Israel. And you're seeing the polling numbers that, Israel has never seen such lack of support in this country, especially among young people who don't trust the government to be doing this kind of thing. One of the reasons why we have the First Amendment is not just because it's smart and it prevents against tyranny, but people don't trust the government to come to these determinations by itself. And when you're just told the answer about the government, what you should believe, there's going to be a backlash. And that's what you're seeing right now, in addition to the substantive conduct that's happening on the ground in Gaza. But the you so much for the opportunity to have that conversation. Connor, I'll give you the last word.
All right, thank you kindly. So I've articulated all of my disagreements in the earlier segments of it. We already talked about the limits to the Second Amendment rights for visitors, green card holders, and citizens. We also talked about the hypothetical scenarios in which the Fourth Amendment would be limited. So I don't see why the First Amendment is somehow exempt to any kind of limitations that the Second and Fourth wouldn't also be potentially subject to. We also talked about the fact that this isn't just me making shit up. This is also the way that some courts are interpreting this stuff, and they're using existing laws in order to do so. So liberals and progressives can maybe in their minds argue that the First Amendment is absolute, except for when it isn't. But I don't agree. And I also think that there are reasonable classifications of people, including visitors and aliens, that should be separate and separate for obvious reasons. This isn't just my opinion. This is also the opinion of like 8 USC 1227. This is also the opinion of like 8 USC. I forget if it's like 1182 or something like that, but it's deportable and inadmissible aliens. So go check out those statutes if you feel like it. I do appreciate the spirited conversation. But at the same time, what I will say, the way that, you got little brother syndrome, the way that you get under my skin is you're like, you're weaseling, you're dodging, you're exploding. Listen, Pisco, we can talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about. I'll talk to you about like microbes on fucking Mars and whether or not they're like asexual or sexual. We can talk about that for 30 fucking minutes. I don't give a shit. But I'm not dodging what you're saying. I'm addressing it directly. I feel like sometimes I say things that are true, but you're being obtuse because you disagree. It's not because you don't understand what I'm saying. It's because you disagree with what I'm saying. And so you pretend what I'm saying is actually nonsensical when it's perfectly logical. You just don't like it. So anyways, parasocial love to you and yours. If you guys want to catch me 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, you can do so, number one, on my Counterpoints channel, my political channel, or you can do so on Valor Media Network, VALOR. Yeah. And I'll be live 25 hours a week, Monday through Friday, noon to 5.
Follow Counterpoints. Definitely do this. It'll be fun. And we always get into this is not new for us to yell at each other.
We're like an old married couple.
Yeah. But okay, go with God.
Vaya con Dios.
And best to you and yours.
You too. Bye, buddy.
Later, bro. Bye.
All right. Holy shit, do I need a break? Thank you to the 93, 94. I think we peaked out in the hundreds, but the almost 100 people cross-platform who are on the Counterpoints channel. I do invite you folks as well. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay? Can you go ahead and tell me in chat if you can hear me, just because my mic's cutting out? I need to change it back. I need to fix NVIDIA Broadcast because it has a really good noise dampening thing. And I don't want you guys to hear all my my mouth noises, right? But anyways, this is what's working for now. So we're going to talk for now, and then I'm going to go set up in order to speak with Vegan Gains for another hour. So you're just going to see me like tired, getting my dick kicked in by Vegan Gains because I'm so exhausted that I can't hold my own. But, truth is, he'll probably piss me off and I'll start fighting again. So it's okay. Anyways, so like the stream if you haven't liked the stream. If you have money burning a hole in your pocket, please give a donation, because obviously I like money and I like paying my bills and I like taking my family for ice cream. Grassroots Hegemon, always leading on the leaderboards, says $20. I'm late, but boo, whoever is doing worse, boo. True. I would argue that Pisco is always a great fighter. However, he does do the thing that I accused him of, which is effectively that if you don't agree with him, he'll act like everything you're saying is nonsensical, when the truth is that what you're saying can be backed up by like historical fact or legal precedent, and he'll still act like you're criminally insane for saying what you're saying. Grassroots Touchamon says, look, no one loves illegal immigrants more than me and PF Young, but I require people in my community to share its values in a handful of places. If they not only ignore those values, but intentionally violate them, not chill. Yeah, exactly. That's almost, you stole the words out of my brain. Kay says you're muted, Connor. Well, what happened was my dog sat on my microphone cable, and that knocked out the NVIDIA broadcast, which is the thing that has the mouth. It has the noise dampening tools that make it less crazy. And so as a result, I had to switch microphones towards the tail end of that debate. But I do parasocially love each and every one of you. I do want you to donate. That way I can pay my bills and enjoy some tasty treats and all that kind of stuff. And I do want you to like the stream if I didn't already say that. That way other people know that we're live. What we're going to be doing now is I have 10 minutes before I'm supposed to be with Vegan Gains, I think. Let me double check my schedule. If you have questions or concerns, post them in chat. Hey, I'm ready to go. So 1 second. I need to unfudge my mic, but I'll be ready by 1. All right. Then let me check. Yo, we can't hear you. Okay. Yeah, I think we fixed that. All right. So let me go ahead and play a silly video for you while I go use the restroom. I think we'll watch, what are we going to watch? We'll watch Space King. We'll keep going with Space King because I know those guys don't do copyright strikes. So last time we watched the Space King 1. This time we'll watch Space King 2 because I think that the Space King 1 ends with a bunch of boobs, and this is a family show. So I want you guys to enjoy the family entertainment. And make sure the all right. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I love you.
Hurry, Chestnut! Hurry!
O Space King, Lord of Hate, I thank thee, best alien, which we may provide the sacred rites of contraception.
Dad, I wish I had one of those. I'll dedicate get her a dumb knife.
Give it a whirl. It is a hate mace made in the hate forges of my home planet. Planet Heaven. Only those pure of hate can wield such a weapon.
What relic are we here for again?
The candle, said to have been lit by Space King himself.
Look, our high command's kind of a dick. Can we just have the stupid candle?
Oh, so when Space King comes back, you've collected more stuff than us, and he gives you more of his attention. Nice try, Star Defender.
God! There.
We want the end with the wick on it.
No!
Hatemonger killed the Techno Fiend. He should get to keep the weekend.
Well, your Medicaid crushed Grix's globules, and now he's dead. Forever. I could have the Sanctum Globulari take his medical license. Or...
No! Let Chestnut hang!
Sorry, Hatemonger.
Captain, do you think I could start doing more than globules? I feel like the fellas don't respect me.
Hey, Chestnut, you find any lumps while fondling my balls?
You're not a psycho warrior, Chestnut. You're a Medicaid.
A very bad one.
You're not frontline material.
Well, what if...
I need you back at the ship immediately. There's an emergency.
Okay. I hope I didn't leave you on a cliffhanger of the Space King TV show, but I need to try to fix my mic. And I need to Yeah. Can I record this? Hello, 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 hello. Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3. Problem is, hello, 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 hello. All right, let's see if I can get it working on Discord. Penis. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Not much. What's
Hey,
going on?
my mic's messing up a little bit, so I'm gonna mess with it real quick. If it doesn't work at all, then I'll just switch back to the mic that I know that works.
Okay, sure. That's no problem.
Mic check 1 2 3. Why won't you work, you piece of shit? Okay.
I do not hear you.
Okay. I'm gonna restart Discord real quick. We got it, guys. Don't worry. We'll fix it. Hey, I'm still messing with it. Son of a
I do not
bitch.
hear you.
All right. Unfortunately,
Now I
I'm
hear
just
you.
going to have to use my microphone without some sound capture stuff that helps mute random sounds. So if the noise is not as good as it usually is, my apologies, but it should still be sufficiently good for a conversation.
Well, it's fine. You sound good.
Okay. And then chat let me just double check my chat can hear me real quick, and then we'll get cracking. Settings, audio is set to Donner Jack, and they should be able to hear me. Okay, very cool. I think we're good. Then, good morning, good afternoon to you, sir. How are you this fine day?
Pretty damn good. Yes, so I was hearing some of your discussion debate thing with Destiny. You're talking about how you think religion overall is a good thing for society, even though there's not really any justifying it and it's kind of nonsense. It does have benefits for societal cohesion, crap like that.
Well,
So-
I already don't agree with some of your framing. So the truth is that
Okay.
it's not all nonsense. There's a reason why people have clung to religion for thousands of years. There's a reason why people still care about it. It's morality codified through stories that stretch back probably 12,000, 13,000 years. And so I think there's a historical and moral value to studying religion, even if you don't take it literally.
What do you mean by morality codified through stories?
So, for instance, almost every single story, regardless of whether or not you take it literally, it has embedded within it a moral message of what is good behavior and bad behavior. And therefore, you can analyze those stories for what you think actually leads to human flourishing. And then as a result, use those lessons in order to live your own life.
The issue is based on your interpretation of right or wrong, the hero or the villain in the story may change. So some of the original authors of some of these biblical stories, they may have had vastly different intentions with regards to what is the moral of the story, who's the hero, who's the villain, what's the right, what's the wrong, versus any reader in the future who may interpret things differently based on their own personal views on morality or the culture they live in, and whatever cultural influences that they may have.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, I think that storytelling, like there obviously is some kind of motive in a story to produce some sort of like moral of the story. Like, this is right, this is wrong, this is how one should or should not behave. But the idea that you would need a religion for that, and a religion would somehow be immune from that sort of problem of like cultural change and interpretation impacting how a story may be read or interpreted, I don't see that as any kind of unique advantage of religion. Like a future society may uncover Spider-Man comics in the future. That's going, like, there is a moral to a lot of Spider-Man comics. Spider-Man comics are going to have the same exact issue and really be as culturally relevant as any kind of biblical story. I'd say probably more so, because Spider-Man has the luxury of being more contemporary for its day. It is a bit more modernized, and the writers of Spider-Man also have the luxury of thousands of more years of human culture and philosophy to take from when they're writing these stories, versus biblical authors who were remarkably ignorant for their time.
I already don't agree. So you're saying that based off of like time, context, culture, you might interpret stories different. Oh my God. Chung Kicks. Is he one of yours?
I don't recognize that name.
Okay. Or Height IQ?
Don't recognize that name.
Okay. All right, anyways.
What, are you just getting spammed?
Yeah, that's no problem. They're gone. So anyways, the point is, like, I don't agree with you that it's arbitrary. So if we start with like a biblical story of Genesis and we talk about how nature was created into this, perfect utopia, et cetera, then that's not like, you're never going to change Satan into the good guy. That's not going to happen. So the moral of the story and the interpretive...
Genesis is actually one of the best examples you could use of that type of story ending up having a vastly different interpretation based on the culture and society that's interpreting it. Genesis is a very similar story to a lot of Greek creation myths, where mankind was trying to steal like fire from the gods, and the gods were worried that mankind would become too powerful and possibly overthrow them. That was likely the intention of the story of Genesis. It's very similar to a Greek myth about human beings obtaining knowledge and power similar to gods, and possibly...
Yeah, it's the story of Prometheus. I have a tattoo of Prometheus on my back. So but now, that doesn't devalue the stories in any way whatsoever.
No, it does. It vastly changes the story, because then in that story, Satan ends up being the good guy. He's the person who gave mankind power.
And?
Well, the point you're making was you could never interpret the story where Satan's the good guy. Satan is the good guy in that narrative, where human beings were achieving power similar to gods, and God, being fearful and jealous and petty, was trying to prevent.
Okay, you're
mankind from
gonna have
attaining
to
some
forgive
sort of
me.
power and
Okay,
knowledge.
I just think it needs to be remarked early in the conversation because I literally have to keep clicking over for vegan gains makes better content than you, and then adding me, and it's spammed a dozen times, and this is like a dozen people. So I've already banned half a dozen to a dozen people, and they're still doing it. Now, I'm not blaming you. You know, there's plenty of schizos who are on the internet, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just saying, while we're having this conversation, if these are actual vegan gains fans who like interesting debates, it is a disadvantage to be trying to have an interesting conversation about, I don't know, moral philosophy, religion, all that kind of shit. And then to have to constantly look over for people who are spamming in my chat and have to ban them. So if these are actual vegan gains people who can hear me from vegan gains audience, I invite you to shut the fuck up and stop so I can focus on the conversation. But
I
anyways,
can almost
so
guarantee you they're probably just trolls and they're not actual fans of mine. But
sure.
Yeah.
But that's okay. They'll just keep getting banned. We'll cut through the people eventually, right?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll get tired. You could just put like slow mode on or something, or
No, it's okay. I'll blow through them. It seems like it's a worthwhile net to cast in order to knock them out. But the point is that, like, why would Greek people creating, and by the way, I don't agree that the story of Prometheus is, you know, similar to the book of Genesis, but assuming that Greek people have you know, similar creation myths to the Bible, how does that make either story less significant or substantive?
well, no. The point I was so the topic we were talking about was like, well, these Bible stories, they have important cultural significance because they inform a population on morality, based on like the moral outlook of a story. Now, my point was there's an interaction between the story itself and the culture and individual that's viewing the story. So, based on changing cultural perspectives, the moral of a story could vastly change, especially in circumstances where you no longer have contact with the original author, and the original author never actually gave commentary on the story itself. Like, there's no Coles notes that you can look up where, you know, the author explicitly stated when X character did this thing, it was to symbolize that, you know, this thing is wrong and you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah,
There's no
I don't
Coles
agree.
note.
There's
Yeah.
plenty of biblical analysis from the perspectives of people, and there's also like there's also a consistency in messaging that's like analyzable. So I don't find this true. Like the whole point of like so for instance with Genesis, right? The whole point is that we had, now I don't believe this part of the story. I'm not a biblical literalist, right? So we had in Eden, you know, the world is a naturally beautiful place, and then excuse me, still banning people, was a naturally beautiful place, and then human frailty is part of what ruined paradise, right? Now, when it comes to, you know, the knowledge of good and evil, there's actually an argument to be made. The concept of the knowledge of good and evil is related to not necessarily like right or wrong, right? So, for instance, we don't associate a predatory animal eating another animal as right or wrong. It's just part of its nature.
Well, I do.
What's that?
I do.
So you think a lion is evil? It's doing something wrong and it knows that it's wrong.
Well, those are two different things. The lion being evil and the lion doing something wrong are two different things. I wouldn't say the lion is evil because it just lacks agency.
Right.
But I think the lion is doing something wrong.
Okay. Well, I think that nature is probably going to be a more prevalent force than your opinions. But that being said, what I would say,
by that.
What's that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I mean that you are probably going to live and die as a vegan following your moral philosophy. and nature is going to spin on with carnivores and omnivores ignorant of your opinion on the consumption of other animal flesh. So
You could
nature is going to
say
be
that
more
about
powerful.
human.
What's that?
Well, you could say that about mankind.
I agree, but I
you-
also I give deference to nature a lot of the time. And so for instance, like you can argue that human beings should evolve past the need in order to consume animal flesh because it is a moral wrong, because we do have agency, but I don't think that, you know, you judging nature as immoral is going to have any effect on nature. You can affect human nature. You can't affect animal nature.
Well, yeah, you certainly can.
Well, so you're going to try to evolve lions and tigers past consuming meat?
Well, we've done that. We
You've-
have essentially done that. We've domesticated animals. Like, there's a reason why
And we still feed
domesticated
them
dogs
meat.
are less aggressive. Well, I don't have dogs anymore because my wife left me and she took the dogs. But no, they don't eat meat. They're on a vegan diet. My cat's on a vegan diet.
Okay, well, I think that's crazy pants, but we don't have to dig into that necessarily. I could just explain my difference in moral philosophy. So when it comes to reading into biblical moral philosophy or whatever, the read on it is going to be partially interpretive. I agree that you can interpret into many different directions, but there's going to be consistent interpretations as well. And the knowledge of good and evil, what I've seen the strongest arguments for the knowledge of good and evil is that animals don't have the capacity to judge their own impulses as good or bad. Oftentimes, they're just following their impulses as best they know how within nature, whereas humans have the ability and capacity to analyze their behavior, and as a result, they have the knowledge of good and evil. But with the knowledge of good and evil comes a burden. And that burden is that your behavior actually dictates, the things that you reap and sow in life. And so as a result, with that knowledge, we effectively know that we're in hell because we know that we can affect good and bad on each other. And that's actually the story of Cain and Abel as well, is that as soon as we're like self-aware, you could put knowledge of good and evil into the category of self-awareness. As soon as we become self-aware, Cain commits the first murder and feels shame over it, right? And so that's like the whole it's talking about the birth of human self-awareness and morality.
I'm not sure if feeling shame is a uniquely human characteristic. There's reason
probably
to
not.
believe. Sorry?
I don't think that I'm not a biblical literalist, and so I don't think that there's probably anything that's uniquely human. I think that there's probably sapient creatures on other planets that may look like humans, they look like something completely different, but they are intellectually and emotionally capable as we are. I don't think that there's some emotional or cognizant uniqueness to humanity, especially on a galactic scale.
Yeah, so I'm not implying that you're some sort of biblical literalist where like the Garden of Eden actually happened and God was actually there and there was an actual tree. I'm not sure if the people who wrote those stories actually believed in those things in that sort of sense, or whether or not these were intended to be allegories. But whatever the case is, depending on your interpretation of the story of Genesis and the Garden of Eden, that could have a very different moral outlook, and you do see this among Christians. It is less common. There is kind of a more common interpretation of the story, but there are Christians who do view it this way, where this is kind of a take on a Greek story like Prometheus, where God punished humans for obtaining power that was similar to his own. Now, the more common view is that humans are the ones who created sin, and we rebelled against God, and we kind of orchestrated our own destruction, and the whole narrative of like Jesus coming back to Earth and all this other horseshit. That is going to be like our redemption, where we can become closer to God once again. And if you act like a good little slave and do what you're told, well, then you're going to go to the happy place in the sky and, this and that. Now, depending on how you interpret that story, that massively changes who the villain is in the story and who, who the good guys are. The villain in the story would be God if you take the, Greek sort of interpretation, where this God is just kind of jealous, vengeful, fearful of losing power, just wants dominion for the sake of dominion. And the other story is more of a story that teaches you to be an obedient bitch. You're not supposed to ever disagree or do anything that you're not told to do.
Yeah,
You're
but
supposed to be subservient.
that's the story of Lucifer, and then also the Gnostics, which is actually a fairly interesting part of theology, is Gnostics actually believe, or some of them do. I heard a sect of them do, anyways, that the God Yahweh is actually a pretender. He's not even the real creator God.
Yeah.
He effectively reached out to humanity like he's actually like Lucifer in this case. There's a plane beyond our own in which the true creator God resides, and the Gnostic God actually captured us and enslaved our souls on this plane of existence and then convinced us to worship him. But all he really does is he puts us into a perpetual cycle of existence and torment for his own benefit. And that the true plane of existence is beyond him. Now, here's the thing, though. I don't know, in reference to all that stuff, I'm going to be profane. I don't know shit about fuck, right? Like, I don't know who the creator God is. I don't know if Yahweh is, or the concept of the creator God is correct. I don't know if there's a plane beyond our own in which everything is created perfect and we can attain that through some kind of bargain with the cosmos. But what I do think is pertinent about these stories is if you look, let's just combine Bible and Prometheus real quick, okay? Combine the narrative of God became angry with humanity for trying to imitate his greatness, and so therefore we suffer in existence, okay? You don't have to take that literally while still kind of knowing what to do as a human being. And so the example of Prometheus, right? He was the god that gave us fire. His punishment for eternity was to be chained to a rock and to have his liver eaten out by, eagles or vultures, depending on the story, for all of eternity. But then it was actually Heracles or Hercules who ends up saving Prometheus from his perpetual torment by the gods. Well, Prometheus is kind of presented as a sympathetic and self-sacrificial figure similar to Jesus, where he knows what the right thing is. The right thing is to give knowledge and power to humanity because they are like a beautiful species capable of great things. And he does that kind of knowing that he's going to suffer the consequences from the pantheon. And then his redemption is Hercules saving him from perpetual torment. And so regardless of whether or not you take the biblical narrative or if you take the Greek narrative, the message is relatively speaking the same, is that you can do good things in this life that are morally correct. You will still be punished for them, but enduring that suffering is a part of what makes a noble creature noble. And I think that's both found in biblical, if you want to call it mythology, you find that in biblical and Greek mythology. And I think that's a beautiful lesson. Those are lessons worthy of telling our children.
Yeah, but you don't need religion for that. You could just have them read Berserk.
Okay, but different stories are going to have different levels of weight. And on top of that, so you're saying oh, I can find that in Spider-Man. Oh, I can find that in Berserk. Okay, you can. Berserk and Spider-Man also don't carry the weight of 12,000 years worth of history. These are humanity's most ancient stories. Berserk doesn't have the same weight as the Bible. No, they don't.
I'd say it has more weight because, again, the author has the luxury of thousands of years of human wisdom to draw upon to craft a better story.
We have the advantage of thousands of years of evolved human wisdom with which to analyze the stories. Why would you think so hold on. Let me ask you what you would want to achieve. Would you want the world to be less literalist, or would you want them to straight up ban and forget ancient religions?
Well, I don't think that's like the dichotomy. We can look at biblical stories and analyze them and, talk about how they're relevant to us and whether or not they have like good morals or meaning to us. That's totally fine. My issue is with the idea that, well, there's A, interpretation of this, and B, this is a story that came from like some all-powerful God and you have to believe in it in some sort of way or else X, Y, Z will happen.
Well, the looking at it from a, not even Christians necessarily can make these arguments, even though they do. They just can't make these arguments coherently. Even within Christianity, like there's varied interpretations of the Bible to the point that they have had like sectarian conflicts over a vast array of interpretations. And so you have like the iconoclasts in early church history who believe that you couldn't worship graven images, and the cross and depictions of God in Christ was actually a form of paganism that was prohibited by the church. And they went to war over this. They were killing each other over this.
Well, yeah. And I mean, why did they go like, look, there's discussions in like the anime manga community over whether or not Griffith did anything wrong. Now, no one's literally fighting to the death over whether or not Griffith did anything wrong. It's just, it's your own personal interpretation and what happened. Like,
but do you think
right and wrong in the story?
But if
now,
we move to an
why
atheist
people,
frame, if we move to an atheist frame, do you think that we're suddenly going to forget all these tribal instincts and desires to fight?
Well, no, I do think there will be things to fight over, but that specifically, this idea of, did Griffith do anything wrong? Why is that not starting wars and like fights, like at least like on a more local level, like maybe gang members, like there's, somebody who subscribed to one anime fandom and, some other.
Yeah, because they believe it to be fiction.
Well, right. And I mean, fiction is fiction, but I don't think these stories are any less meaningful to people. Like if you talk to people who, read Berserk, and some people have literally only read Berserk because that is such a good story. They're not even interested in anime or manga, but they've only read Berserk. And you can find like many videos of people talking about how it got them through depression. It kind of helped focus their life. I don't think those stories are any less meaningful to people than, somebody who might read the Bible. So there's clearly a reason why people are waging wars over, biblical interpretations, like whether or not it's okay to fuck with a condom or like what day you should take off during the week to only eat fish or something. There's a reason why wars are being fought over that, but not over whether or not Griffith did anything wrong.
Yeah, but I would say that's the fiction.
I think it's because there's a delusional sort of idea behind these texts where they have some kind of true meaning behind them. And if you don't interpret that the right way, well, you're going against God, and going against God, oh, well, now there's some like divine punishment or something associated with that.
Sure. There's a, I'll admit to this already. Powerful men throughout history have used the promise of paradise in order to motivate massacre in the name of God. And so they'll get peasants, and they'll get the fate, like the fifth son of nobles, to go on crusades, because even though they might die in the crusade, they'll be forgiven by God and granted eternal paradise. We actually see this with jihadists as well. Jihadists are effectively people who are promised paradise and virgins and sex and all that kind of stuff, pleasures of this plane of existence. They're promised that, but the way that they achieve it is through getting killed in war. And so,
that was the whole idea behind Islam.
Yeah, so the power of men to use the promise of paradise to motivate like slaughter is not lost on me. What I would say, though, is that oftentimes in anti-theist circles, so people who abhor religion, they think that once we ban religion or once we move past religion, we'll somehow like reach this new enlightened secular age. But if you look at the 20th century, or if you even look at modern American politics, it seems like tribalism is like a really easy, like a human psychological phenomena to appeal to. and therefore we find new gods and new ideologies to worship. I would say that the the cult of personality around Donald Trump is evidence about this. And then I also think that the fervor and zealotry with which communists talk about a communist revolution is also evidence of people taking religious passion and applying it to secular ideologies.
Yeah, so I think we literally are a species of ape. So any creature that is part of the superfamily Hominoidea, by definition, is an ape. We are apes. Just so I don't know if there's any religious people in your audience who don't understand that. It's just a simple taxonomy definition.
Yeah, we're really smart apes.
Yeah, and as such, we basically behave as chimpanzees would behave if they had human knowledge and wisdom. So chimpanzees are highly tribal. They live in tribal societies. The only big difference is they're less intelligent, they can't make guns, and their social groups are smaller. So we behave in a kind of way that you'd expect chimps to behave. Now, I think it's much easier to, say, convince somebody to go murder the Quraysh tribes, like the Prophet Muhammad convinced his followers to do, when you say, well, God wants you to do this, and if you do this, you're going to get 72 virgins in heaven, and you're especially, this is convincing when you're talking to dumbasses who probably have unibrows, are ugly as shit, and had no realistic prospects of ever having a wife, let alone many wives, and the kind of wealth and riches that Prophet Muhammad was promising, versus using some kind of secular means to convince somebody to do this. So Trump is convincing a lot of people to, say, hate immigration by saying things like, they're all drug dealers, rapists, murderers, they're coming over here, killing everybody. The problem with that sort of claim motivating somebody to, say, go out and kill immigrants or non-whites is that these are empirical claims that can very easily be proved or disproved. You can't really prove or disprove, well, God's going to give you 72 virgins in heaven. That may or may not be true. And again, it's when you're talking to stupid people, only stupid people are going to believe in something like that. When you're talking to somebody about whether or not immigrants, non-whites, or drug dealers, rapists, murderers, yes, dumb people will believe in something like that, but the bar has to be set very, very, very low. You have to be exceptionally fucking stupid.
But I don't agree. So the thing about it is you might have to be dumb in order to fall for the specific propaganda that most immigrants are rapists or criminals, right? I think that appeals to our chimp brain, so to speak. But there are also wildly intelligent, powerful people who view populism as a vehicle to achieve power, and therefore they throw their lot in with Trump. And so, as an example, like Stephen Miller is what we saw earlier. He was like the deputy chief of staff of the White House or something like that. He's openly lying about Kilmar Abrego Garcia being like an MS-13 gang member. And so is Pam Bondi. These are both probably highly educated, wildly intelligent people, but they're playing a power game. And so they have no problems basically lying. They might take like a few kernels of truth here or there that their audience can grab onto and use as talking points, but they're effectively propagandists or liars. And so my point, though, being like, we're starting with religion, we're kind of moving into politics and power, is that power abhors a vacuum, and eliminating ideology does not like eliminating religious ideology doesn't all of a sudden replace it with something better. Like, so you were saying,
I understand that
you were saying that, like, well, these religions, they enslave people to believe in a certain, code of conduct and story that effectively makes you, I forget if you call it like slave or cuck or something like that, to religion. That might be true, but there are redeemable moral aspects of religion that should probably be carried forward almost no matter what. And some of those things, as an example, are within the there's a historical interpretation of the 10 Commandments, but there's no problem with saying thou shalt not lie. There's no problems with saying thou shalt not murder. There's no problems with saying what is it? I guess you shall not bear false witness is the same as lying, but you should honor your mother and father. There's like no problems with any of those. Generally speaking, those are good rule books for society for people to kind of like anchor their lives around, regardless of whether or not they believe it literally or not.
We can kind of delve into that. So, I would say there's two main points there, or two main points I have against that idea. I don't completely disagree that, yeah, there are some aspects of a religion that are commendable, like thou shalt not bear false witness. That's a great one. The issue, though, is in order for that to have been written to page, the society or culture would have had that idea in the first place, before some of these religious concepts were formed. Thus, what was the need for the religion? That the society already valued those things. Nobody just came up and said,
No.
hey guys, I know that we're really into bearing false witness all the time and we love lying, but I was just talking to Sky Santa and he said, sorry, we can't really do that
yeah, but this is
anymore."
incorrect. This is incorrect. There is a historical analysis of the Bible in which the Bible is effectively, especially the Old Testament, it's the history of the Semitic people, right? It's the history of the Jews, right? And of course, there's like mythology put in there, but one of the main mythologies is Moses leading the people out of Egypt. And he was the person who, you know, you could say had the 10 Commandments revealed to him by God, or he was the person who created the 10 Commandments, whatever you wanted to say, right? And the secular historical interpretation of that was that as the leader of the tribe of Judah, Jews, whatever, Israelites, whatever you want to call them, he was expected to be not just the king, but the judge of all of the tribe's affairs. But the tribe was large. It was literally thousands of people. And so he saw the same cases come up over and over again. And so what happened is the establishment of what we understand to be common law, which is where instead of having a judge make justice happen between these people over and over and over again, you instead write down the predictable laws of society so everyone has a general guidebook on which to operate. And this isn't unique to the Jews, but it is like more exciting with the Jews because the Jews wrote down 10 basic laws for how to live your life, whereas was it the Babylonians? I forget who did Gilgamesh, but the Code of Hammurabi, for instance, I would have to look up when the Code of Hammurabi was written, but that was one of like the first codes of conduct. Like, I'm pretty sure the Code of Hammurabi was talking about like grain, you know, and talking about like taxes and imports and all that kind of shit. And so because of the simplicity and social relevance of the code of conduct of the Jewish people, that's why it became so appealing.
Well, again, this didn't just happen in a vacuum and some dude just came up with it because of religious revelation. Like, you could understand why, practically speaking, people would very easily figure out, you know, assuming human beings do operate somewhat rationally, that it is not a good thing to bear false witness because...
But we have people do it all the time even now. So there's a cultural reinforcement. We all kind of understand that, you know, lying is bad. We all kind of instinctively understand that, but we have a cultural reinforcement saying that, like, no, not only is it bad, this is one of the cornerstones of our society. And therefore, if you do it, we're going to judge you kind of with the judgment of God.
Yeah, yes, I understand that. But the point being is none of this required any sort of religious thinking. You can understand why ancient Israeli tribes would have figured out it's not a good idea to bear false witness. Without even thinking about God, there is a very easy to identify practical reality that bearing false witness is a bad idea and it's fundamentally bad for society
But
and everyone in it.
but many
So-
people
Religion kind of takes a back seat there, and it's like that's not any kind of unique aspect that's not a unique benefit that religion has given us. That is something that just human intuition, ingenuity, and critical thinking has, come to the conclusion to, that bearing false witness is a bad idea. Just that we also ended up codifying it into religious doctrine because that's just what was culturally relevant at the time.
So there's a charitable interpretation for how we achieved religious revelation, and there's a cynical reason for why we achieved religious revelation. So I think that you'll probably take the cynical, so we'll start with that and then I'll move to the charitable, because I believe in the charitable, to be honest. So the cynical interpretation for why we codified conduct and why we nested it in religion is because it's easy to explain to a bunch of Copper Age and Iron Age savages. It's easy to explain to them that the creator of the universe wants you to abide by this code of conduct, and that's it. That's the end of the story. The creator of the universe wants you to do it, so you should do it, right? That's easy enough, right? But
I don't think that's exactly how something like that would have happened.
there's no greater authority than the creator of the universe. So,
Well, no, I don't
telling
think-
people that God says so is an easy way to end an argument in a tribal and religious society.
So I don't think whoever wrote they probably weren't 10 commandments. They're probably more like 6 or 7 original commandments, and then the other 3 were added in later. But whoever wrote, the 10 commandments, I don't think they were thinking in terms of, well, this is obviously better for society, but how do I convince the idiot peasants to believe in this? Oh, I'll say said it.
Wait, why wouldn't you believe that? That's oftentimes the cynical explanation for religion. So why don't you believe that?
Well, I don't think that's the most likely way that happened. What I think likely happened is these sort of moral beliefs are very personal to people. There's something about morality that just seems objectively true. Like, it's beyond yourself. It's like you discovered something that's beyond your own kind of feeling. It's like when we're talking about child rape. Like, it's just such a guttural feeling. Like,
Yeah.
this has to be true outside of myself that it's wrong. So when people have kind of come to are kind of thinking about how society should be sort of run, and they kind of have this epiphany, obviously we should not bear false witness. Like, this is something fundamental to society. I think just because of how people were thinking in that time, how we're connected to some sort of God, that they might have actually genuinely assumed that God may have been talking to them. And on top of that,
you're sorry, just to ride off of your momentum. That's the more charitable interpretation of religious revelation, and it's something that I believe is what happened in almost every major religion. I think the wise men of society were meditating and fasting on how society should be run and how human beings should live their lives. As a result of meditating and fasting, they could have had what they believe to be religious revelations, but could be the product of them fasting or doing hallucinogens. That's another common thing.
Well, that's what I was about to bring up.
Yep, hallucinogenic revelation. And so these moral epiphanies about, if everybody behaved like X, society would be better. And the reason why they codified it is because they felt like it was divine revelation. They felt like it was God speaking to them through their meditation or through their whatever. And it could, and by the way, personal moral revelations can feel that way, where you feel like you get struck by lightning and all of a sudden you understand how to live your life better. And so the reason why I'm agreeing with you, adding to it and probably stealing some of your thunder, is because that feeling of complete correctness and alignment with the world is oftentimes verified by the consequences of actions when you ignore these behaviors. So when you have pro-social behaviors like telling the truth, loving your wife, not cheating on your wife, not banging your neighbor's wife, honoring your parents, not bearing false witness, all that kind of stuff. When you follow these behaviors, oftentimes society and nature will reward you. Whereas if you ignore these rules, then oftentimes society and culture will punish you. And so sin, in my opinion, isn't just this concept of don't do this, it's bad because God says so. Sin is the revelation through nature and moral meditation that these behaviors are antisocial and will have negative consequences on your life.
Well, yeah. So on the hallucinogen point, I've actually done magic mushrooms to try to heal from depression. I had depression lifelong, and I think a year ago now, I had a mushroom trip where my depression's being cured. I haven't had any symptoms of depression in the last year. And it wasn't just like I took drugs, felt better, and I've felt better since. It was like I was shown a knowledge that I didn't have before that got rid of the depression. I saw like the universe, and it was like I was being shown that it was completely and utterly meaningless. Like I fully internalized nihilism. And then from there, I was literally shown happiness is just a choice. It was just on my shoulder, and I could just turn my head and see it. And I just couldn't see it before. And it's hard to describe like what I actually saw in the mushroom trip, but I saw meaninglessness, and that all of these things that I felt are literally just a choice, and that completely got rid of my depression. Now, I could understand this is probably ancient. Human beings have had experiences like this forever, and I'm sure ancient cultures kind of used hallucinogenic drugs to kind of have these experiences because they thought it is some sort of pathway to enlightenment. Yeah, in all likelihood, some of these things like the Ten Commandments, they were brought about by some sort of psychedelic experiences like that. And I could imagine not only even an experience like mine where like God wasn't present or evidently present. I could imagine like an ancient person who believes in God would think God showed him this.
Yeah.
Or God might have actually had an actual presence in the hallucination, and he's like pointing, this is the Ten Commandments. I could understand something like that.
I think that hallucinogens, I've only done strong hallucinogens once. I smoked marijuana in high school, but then I did acid one time. I think that hallucinogens can be the things that are the thing that's at the tip of your tongue. It's like on the verge of emanating from subconsciousness into consciousness. And so as a result, like it feels like an epiphany, right? You have an epiphany, and then, it's like it's revealed to you in all its glory. And because you have the hallucinogenic effect of the drug helping you out, you kind of see this like grand vision unfolding of your epiphany, like playing out in reality. And that's funny because the epiphany that I had when I did acid was effectively that like school, because I was graduating high school at the time. I was like, what the fuck did I even learn in all of high school? Like I didn't learn shit. This was bullshit. And then I realized that, I'm a part of like a socialization project in order to show up to the same place every day for 8 hours, be bored out of my fucking mind while I'm there, shut up, do what I'm told, and then go about my life. That's what high school was to me anyways. It wasn't about the education of the things that I learned. It was about socializing me into being a productive member of, I'm not saying this derisively, but capitalist society, right? And so with that revelation, I was like, oh, I have profound intellect. Oh, like I thought it was brilliant. But, a lot of people have come to that realization without hallucinogens. And so I understand, but at least in my opinion, I wouldn't be so dismissive of these things only because it's a miracle that you and I, if you categorize a miracle as like a rare or extreme event, it's a miracle that you and I are intelligent descendants of apes who are able to communicate complex concepts through verbal utterances across the internet. That's like a crazy thing to happen in existence. And it's awesome. And I love it and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't think any of these experiences are like bad or because God didn't do it and it was found out through some sort of hallucination. Oh, well, you did drugs, so who cares if you found this out? If something works, it works. Like I think what we just have a certain set of desires. So most people want to live in a pro-social sort of environment where at the very least people aren't raping, killing each other, and we can kind of get along our daily lives. And this is what these kind of moral values do for us. Like thou shalt not murder. It's not thou shalt not kill. That's just a bad translation. It's thou shalt not murder.
If I could emphasize that for the chat, because I lived with thou shalt not murder for a really long time. It's obviously thou shalt not kill, because they literally get the 10 commandments and then they go and sack 2 cities in the land of Canaan. So they kill the inhabitants. In one city, they completely put to the sword. They kill the men, the women, the children, and the livestock. So it's very obviously thou shalt not kill is not.
No, it's thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not kill was the thou shalt
was like
not kill
the
is the
anglicized,
mistranslation.
incorrectly translated, and incorrectly understood passage.
Yeah, so all these things like, the 10 commandments, it's basically a guideline of pro-social behavior to come up with outcomes that we want. We're trying to come up with a society that we want where we can live the best way we can. And again, I just haven't seen any reason why necessarily we would need religion for that, because it seems the way that these, religious texts have even come up with these things, they're highly secular in nature. They would have to be. God didn't come out of, the sky and say, this, and this. Somebody took mushrooms and had a kind of out-of-body experience where they had ego death and they saw themselves as everyone else. And they realized, oh my God, when I do this to somebody else, I'm doing this to myself. That's kind of the idea of pro-social behavior and having like a law, thou shalt not bear false witness. Bearing false witness may benefit you in certain cases, but if everyone does it, it ends up harming you. Same with, murder.
Well,
if murder's okay, you're going to get murdered.
And even make it a little bit more abstract and weird. So pork and shellfish, right? So I almost guarantee you what happened was there was somebody in the tribe or whatever who ate some shellfish, had an allergic reaction, and died. And they were like, okay, it's not worth the risk, so we're not going to consume shellfish anymore. Same thing with improperly cooked pork. There was probably, everybody was like kind of consuming pork, but there was some guy who just ate it all the time. And as a result of improperly cooked pork, he died because of improperly cooked pork. And so as a result, they said no more pork. And so these are
probably
the kind of,
extremely widespread.
So
there's
these
a certain type of parasite in pork that's particularly deadly.
Right. So these are inferences that we've made, that we've assigned the value of religious revelation that could be like revealed to society over millennia of pro-social behavior. And so I understand that you're trying to strain out the dogma and mythology. But I think that so many people find the dogma and mythology, at least in my opinion, it hasn't even been worth it to try to pry them away from the religion. The only thing that's been worth it conversationally is to talk about the morality that they derive from it. And and then that's where we fight about interpretations. Just as an example, you were talking about Muhammad and how he used the promise of paradise in order to wage war on specific people. That's the same justification that jihadists use in order to commit massacres. But if you look at different parts of the Quran, different part of the Quran effectively says that what you worship is what you believe is what you believe, and what the other person is what they believe. And it's ultimately up to God to decide what your fate is. And so appealing to that passage, you can effectively convince a Muslim in order to not commit atrocity. So I would rather appeal to the moral frameworks within religious books rather than saying that you don't need them at all. Frankly, a lot of people need an ordered perspective of the universe in order to not go insane.
We should actually kind of delve into that topic. There's some interesting new research on some of this. Traumatic brain injury is associated with greater religious fundamentalism. So if you get into a car accident and hit your head, or somebody hits you with a baseball bat or something like that, you are more likely to be religiously, you're more likely to have religious fundamentalism. And interestingly, being exposed to religious fundamentalism, so your family, raises you in a very like devout Christian or devout Muslim household, that also seems to cause brain injury. It shrinks the size of your hippocampus. And on top of that, there is a correlation between religiosity and IQ. People who are more religious have lower IQ scores. They are objectively dumber. So
yeah, but I have an inverse just to be a dick. So the inverse is they had magnets that they used to eliminate the threat, the threat part of the brain or whatever. They just used it to temporarily interrupt those functions. And as a result, people became like atheistic, right? They didn't believe in a God, and they became like more friendly to immigrants and this, that, the other. But the truth is that you need that part of your brain in order to function. So obviously we should look at like the hippocampus and like damage done by religious fundamentalism or whatever. But at the same time, like being retarded in one way or the other is going to be a hindrance to proper social function. So I don't know if it's enough to say, only Giga Chad 4,000 IQ people don't believe in God. I don't know if that's sufficient.
Well, I'm sure, different parts of your brain have multiple functions, but religious belief seems to lower the overall function of your brain. So, like the parts of your brain that are, necessary for basic things like fear, empathy, they might be to some degree associated with religious beliefs, but fundamental religious beliefs seem to be promoted by brain damage, and fundamental religious beliefs seem to cause brain damage. So
the word I would latch onto though is fundamental. I'm not a fundamentalist.
Right.
I'm not a literalist. And so I would agree. So if you think that dinosaurs don't exist and the Earth is only 4,000 years old, and actually NASA is lying to us, we are on a flat plane and there's a globe over us that matches biblical description, you're probably dumber than most people if you believe those things literally, because what you're effectively doing is you're ignoring all of the contradictory evidence, and then you're grasping on desperately to this one source, and then you're taking the world and you're trying to jam it into your source. You are probably a dumber person. However, I do think that if we eliminate the word fundamental, I work with extremely religious people who are very high IQ, but oftentimes what they're talking about is they're not trying to justify dinosaurs not existing or the planet being 4,000 years old. They're trying to understand what was the revelations to ancient peoples that caused them to say and do the things that they did, and what are the revelations that are being shown to us now that we need to pay attention to in order to live better lives. And so I would view that as probably not fundamentalist, but they are still very religious.
What do you mean by very religious?
They're Christian. They some of the people that I'm talking about are wildly intelligent. I don't believe in the Trinity of like Christ being the manifestation of God on the planet. But some of these people that I'm talking about, they literally do believe that the creator of the universe manifested as a specific human being in order to give humanity divine revelation that would make the world a better place and prepare it for God's return. And that is not something I'm ready to jump onto.
These people might be very good at math. They might be able to solve quadratic equations and shit and do calculus that I wouldn't be able to do. But if you have the kind of epistemic standards where reading some ancient book that's being translated at least 3 times, and that's good enough for you to be convinced, oh, well, there was a guy named Jesus who was the Son of God and he sacrificed himself to make up for sins that he created, you're dumb in some kind of way. Like, you can't. So I know like intelligence is very general. So if you're just have a higher IQ, you're probably better at math, better at reading, better at critical thinking in general. But these people clearly have a huge lack in at least a particular type of critical thinking.
Well, I would say that the primary motivating factor, if I had to be very callous, would be death avoidance. So like I'm just going to admit it. Permanent non-existence, permanent oblivion terrifies me. Pain, suffering, I don't care about that. I could suffer I have suffered for prolonged periods of time and endured to the point that I was able to come out the other side. Permanent non-existence and oblivion, if I think about it for too long, it can send me into an existential like panic attack, basically. And so the fact that we're all careening, you and I are inevitably circling the drain of potential non-existence is terrifying. And so the only rationale that I can cling to as like a life preserver, as a relatively rational human being, is that there's obviously a sense of order and creation in the universe. And therefore, I kind of understand there to be like a deistic God, like the clockmaker, like something that just kind of manifested creative and ordered will into the universe. And I'm ultimately not going to worry about whether or not there's an afterlife or life after death. That's his problem. That's his thing to deal with. I'm just a fucking ape. I'm just a manifestation of the divine spark in reality. But whether or not I exist for 30 more seconds or billions of years is totally outside of my control.
I'm not afraid of dying at all. And
prove it. I'm fucking around.
Well, I mean, could hold my breath for maybe like 2 minutes, but
no. I'm fucking around, but you know that.
Yeah,
oftentimes, real quick. You can consciously be unafraid of perpetual oblivion, and good for you. My wife actually says that she's similar. However, what I would say is when it comes to a life or death fight, if like a lion came into your room and started like fighting you and fucking you up, you would scream, you would cry, you would fight, and it would be an instinctive reflex of you being a living creature.
Well, yeah, I probably would fight the lion off. I do have an interest in living, but as far as like being worried that eventually I will die, like I'm just not particularly concerned with it. I understand that there are some people who are concerned with it, and that might be not necessarily a rationalization for religion, but definitely a cope. Where, yeah, fear of death. These religious beliefs do give some people comfort. What's interesting, though, is the original Israeli tribes didn't believe in a pleasant afterlife. They believed in Sheol. And Sheol was considered this like really dreary, gloomy, joyless, and loveless existence where you're basically just locked up in a cave for all of eternity.
There's a quote from Achilles where he had a dream of being dead, and he said that I forget the exact quote, but it was like, it's better to be a living slave than it is to be the greatest hero that was ever born and be dead. And it was this like concession to the doldrums of Hades.
Yeah. There's an idea within the Conan mythos where Conan isn't really sure if there's like Valhalla, after death, if you die in glorious battle, the gods are going to reward you. He's not sure if you enter this cold, dreary realm. I think the cult of his people who worship Crom, they believed the afterlife was just a dull, cold, dreary existence where you'd wander aimlessly for all of eternity. And he wasn't sure what was true, but he said, regardless, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I'll face whatever problem is in front of me, and I'll rely on my own strength to kind of deal with and overcome with whatever is in front of me.
Well, hold on.
I think-
That is the human, the very human impulse to quote unquote rage against the dying of the light. That's also something that's trained in the military. I was in the Marine Corps for 4 years, where they basically trained us. You know, they didn't allow you to use your legs. Then they didn't allow you to use your upper legs. Then they didn't let you use your stomach, and then they didn't let you use your arms. And so what effectively happens is, over the course of like trying to run across a field, you're basically using your head to drag your 200-pound body across a field. And the lesson there is to, like, as long as you're conscious, and as long as you have a control of even an iota of will, you use that will to try to accomplish the goal. And that's a very cool story. However, I think what religious explorations can reveal is that, what do you do when you have no more strength? What do you do when you have no will left? When you're being overwhelmed by death or disease? And oftentimes, a slave morality, like Christianity, will say that, well, even without power, even without will, even without wealth, God will still take care of you.
Well, here's what I think. I think there's a burden to existence. Even if you're in a relatively good situation, like, you still have to brush your teeth. You still have to, like, clean, take showers. There is, like, you have to eat. You have to sustain yourself. And, like, even people who are very wealthy and successful, they kind of end up having this problem where, how do I just entertain myself? Like, things do get tiresome, and I think people realize that there is, like, just some sort of effort that needs to be put in to sustain yourself, regardless of how wealthy you are. And you can get to a point where you can have all these luxuries, but even with all the luxuries in the world, you have to keep, like, your mind healthy, and that in and of itself is burdensome, and it can be quite difficult just because of the way we kind of recognize pleasure. And there's, like, these weird peaks and valleys, and if you reach, like, really high peaks, well, then everything else bottoms out, and then, like, you kind of have to normalize things to get to a level that's, like, it's hard. Life is just kind of hard. And I think this modern idea of, like, a ultimate paradise in heaven where you're going to experience peace and happiness, I think it's this cope that, when will it finally end? Can we just have the best of both worlds, where I can exist,
Or the
but
best of
not
all
have to
worlds,
be
yeah.
yeah, and not have to be burdened? And I don't know if that's a good way of thinking, where
It's not.
finally
It's not, at least not on this plane of existence. So
Yeah.
one of the interesting things was, there was a pagan Satanist in Norway, and he, excuse me, he was, like, firebombing churches, and he kidnapped some guy and cut him and made him drink his own blood and all this crazy stuff. But something he said that I think had a kernel of truth in it, because they did an interview with him, was he said that the reason why he, as a pagan Satanist, hated Christianity so much was because within all of us is, like, the spark of divinity, like a spark of the gods, this, like, a creative, like, illuminating force that's within all of us, the passions, and all that kind of stuff. And what Christianity does is it effectively enslaves that spark of divinity for the promise of the perfect plane of existence. And so you're foregoing whatever power or pleasure or self-interest that you could have in this plane of existence, in the promise that you will be suddenly unburdened in the afterlife, and you will have the best of all worlds, right? Now, that's not what I believe either, though. So I think that he demonstrated that self-worship can be almost as dangerous as postponing all like worldly pleasure for some promised perfection, right? What I try to do is, I have found in Jordan Peterson talking about it, is that human beings are creatures of order. We try to take a chaotic world and make it better over time. And not only that, we try to move from suffering to at least neutrality, if not some level of like base pleasure. And so what I want to do, what I'm going to and have dedicated my life to, is waking up every single day, finding what's out of order, putting it into a higher degree of order than it was yesterday, and also taking some of the suffering that's in the world, because I'm actually doing okay, and then trying to reduce that suffering for other living creatures. And that's going to be my mission today. That's my mission when I'm 90 and I'm on death's bed. If I have the capacity to fulfill that mission in any way, I'm going to do it.
Okay, so why aren't you vegan?
Because I think that it's all graded on a spectrum. I think it's all on a spectrum. And I also have substantively reduced my meat intake. I probably reduced my meat intake by like 90% over the past like 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, but again, if your goal is to reduce suffering for other creatures, why wouldn't you just go vegan?
Because I don't think that all suffering
off the box.
Yeah, because I don't believe that reducing all suffering to zero is my mission. It's just reducing the amount of suffering.
Well, yeah, so you'd want to reduce it to less than what it is currently.
Sure.
Yeah, so why don't you just go vegan?
So number one, my priority is humans. Number two, I do grade living creatures on a scale. Number
Let
three.
me actually write these points down because they're kind of interesting. Give me a second.
Yep.
So number one was you're focusing on humans?
Primarily, not exclusively. Okay.
Yeah, primarily.
Number two, I do grade living creatures on a scale, I would say, of like IQ and EQ and capacity for suffering. So I wouldn't view eating a squid or an octopus the same as I would view eating a mollusk. I think those are different things.
Sure.
And then finally, I would say my goal isn't to end all suffering, all violence. My goal is only to reduce it.
Okay, so let's go through some of these point by point. You're focusing on humans primarily. Zoonotic disease transmission is a huge problem. So there being many flu outbreaks. The worst one in the last century was probably the Spanish flu. Wasn't technically the Spanish flu. It either came from a farm in the United States or from China. Those are the two most likely sources. And that killed, I think, 50 million people over the course of a few years when that outbreak occurred. That is from people raising geese and ducks and chickens for food. We could have avoided 50 million people suffering and dying, and that's only the deaths. That's not including morbidity, so permanent damage and debilitation from like severe illness. So that was likely very many millions more. We could have avoided that if we didn't raise these fowl for food.
Would we even have the logistical capacity? So we're talking about like what, the early 20th century. So I don't even think we would have
by then.
We would have
by then,
but I don't think we would have had the cultural interest. Like we could probably better argue about the future. Sure. I don't think anybody would have the cultural interest in order to do that. And then also, hold on, here's why I want to complicate your math a little bit. So Europeans used to be disgusting city-dwelling, zoonotic disease-consuming freaks who lived in these urban sprawls filled with piss and shit. And as a result, we got like cholera, we got, smallpox, we got this, we got that. We got all these horrible diseases. And then eventually we kind of like standardized, modernized a little bit, started throwing our shit separate from our drinking water, all that kind of stuff. But we killed like, I don't know, 60%, 70% of our population in some viral outbreaks. Well, what ended up happening was you could make an argument that the Native Americans of the Americas were living a more like wholesome, sustainable, balanced, life in concert with nature. But when they came into contact with our zoonotic, disease-loving city folk, they got fucking wiped out. Like 99% of their population got wiped out. And so zoonotic exposure to diseases or exposure to disease in general isn't necessarily something that I'm always trying to prevent. I think it's like a fire, right? It's like you're going to have wildfires every now and then. You should try to prevent them maximally possible, but they're not always going to be preventable. And there could be a downstream effect that's worse.
So, do you think it's a good idea or a bad idea that we eradicated the world of smallpox?
It's a good idea, of course.
So, do you think it would be a good idea or a bad idea to eradicate the world of flu virus?
If I thought it was possible.
Okay, so the idea of eliminating animal agriculture so that we don't have pandemic diseases like flu virus, coronavirus, I think there's a few others, but those are the two big ones right now.
I might be jumping ahead, but we might agree. Would you care? So, for instance, one of the things that they're working on right now is lab-grown meat, where they're allowing the creature's alive, right? But you take a culture of shoulder cells and growth cells, and then you grow it in a petri dish with like sugar, water, light, all that kind of stuff. And then as a result, you can replicate like hamburger and steak. So in my ideal universe, if we consume that product and there was not more cancer than the regular meat, and we were able to reduce animal suffering almost completely by growing lab-grown meat, then I would opt for a world where like 99% of meat production was lab.
Why not all of it?
I'm assuming that there's going to be some religious people that are going to hold out. And even though they're causing animal suffering, effectively, in order to get them to give up their religious beliefs, we would probably have to kill them.
No, you could just tell them, well, if we had a law saying you can't have animal agriculture, they just wouldn't be able to raise animals. And if they did, they'd just be imprisoned. Like, why would that be an issue?
So, well, you're at minimum talking about cultural genocide. So, there will be Jews. There will be Jews and there will be Muslims who will talk about kosher and halal. They will say that even if it's not all of them, it will be some of them. They will say that lab-grown meat is not halal or not kosher. And as a result, we have to continue animal production, and they're going to try to continue it. So you do have to imprison or kill them eventually.
If I'm interpreting their religious beliefs properly, as long as it's blessed by either an imam or what's the Jewish equivalent again?
Rabbi.
Rabbi. It would, by definition, be halal. Because there's two aspects of halal slaughter. The animal has to be raised and killed in an ethical manner. So it can't be like dirty, mistreated, stuff like that. And the death has to be quick. So with lab-grown meat, there's technically no death that occurs and there's no ill treatment. So that would fulfill that obligation. And I don't know if they care. I'd actually be interested to see what a rabbi or imam actually thinks about this, or if they'd even consider it like meat technically. But
I'm sure you could get 80 to 90% of the population to switch, especially if there wasn't like an increase in cancer or any health concerns. I still think that there's going to be like a reflexive human aversion to like synthetic meat, basically. And so as a result, you're going to have to contend with those people, and you're going to have to decide whether or not you want to jail or imprison them, or whether or not you want to just allow a minimal amount of animal suffering.
Well, by the way, we already do that. There are religious cults, Jewish and Muslim religious cults, and African. I know this is a weird thing in some African cultures. I've seen this happen a fair bit in New York.
Yeah, where the
there are people
Jews have
who
like a
raise
holiday
animals.
where they beat the chickens against the walls, and it's part of like a
Well,
religious ceremony.
not just that, there are people who literally raise animals in like their backyard in fucking New York when they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
And they do it for religious reasons and they do get jailed. So like we already don't have a problem with that.
Sure. I'll tell you what I was trying to do. So oftentimes, veganism, I'm not saying you necessarily, not based off of your reputation at all, but vegans can and vegetarians can often be limp-wristed progressive liberals. And so they would have a very passionate argument for why like animal cruelty is so horrible. But then when you ask them whether or not they would be willing to enforce these things by state violence, they oftentimes balk at the concept of it. So the only reason why I was pushing you on it isn't because I necessarily disagree with it. It's just because I wanted to push you on it to see if you were similarly limp-wristed.
So there are some jackasses that I have had personal issues with. One of these fucking dickheads is named Darren Chang. He claims to be a vegan. I'd say by definition he's not vegan. He claims to be a vegan activist. He is an absolute fucking cunt. He's one of these like social justice warrior fucking pansies you talk about. This jackass has said he's against banning the seal hunt in Canada because it would be a white colonizer mindset
like some
thing that forces
intersectional
Native people to not adhere to their own traditions.
Right.
Like that is just pure fucking utter nonsense. And again, by definition, you wouldn't be vegan if you hold to that position.
Well, and I am
a
a ideological chauvinist where I do believe that my beliefs are demonstrably better than a substantive amount of other people.
Yeah.
And so if you believe that your ideas are better than other people's beliefs, then at some point there needs to be a time in which you're comfortable to impose them on others.
Yeah, and I absolutely adhere to that. Like, I'm not going to jail somebody for like cheating on their spouse. Like, that doesn't cross the line for me where I think that's a jailable offense. But if you like willingly transfer sexually transmitted diseases, like you don't tell somebody you have AIDS and you have sex with them, that's something that like crosses the line where it should be criminal and punished.
Sure.
So yeah, there are some things where I think like, okay, that's clearly wrong. I don't agree with it, but it's not to a point where I'd be willing to jail people over. But yeah, certainly when you're talking about killing animals for no like genuine practical reason other than, well, you know, I live in a shitty dumb fuck culture that can't play video games or something or find any other way to entertain ourselves, so we club baby seals to death. Fuck you. So yeah,
agreed.
They absolutely should be jailed. But in terms of like being interested in like human flourishing, I can understand how like you'd promote lab-grown meat. That's fine. I don't have an issue with it. But getting rid of animal agriculture would be a good thing, particularly for zoonotic disease transmission. But on top of that, there's some other benefits. You are going to be eliminating a lot of saturated fat from your diet. Your diet is going to be free of cholesterol, assuming you're not eating any animal products. Those are the two primary risk factors for heart disease from a dietary sense. If you're replacing these foods with plant products, in all likelihood, you are going to increase your fiber intake, which does have protection against heart disease, diabetes, cancer. So you would likely like a sort of plant-based vegan dietary pattern, especially if it focuses on whole foods, you're likely going to see a decrease in chronic disease and a decrease in obesity. That seems to be beneficial to human flourishing, including on an individual level. Like if you just eat better, yeah, you're going to be better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. You might find a more willing person than your stereotypical debate opponent who's like, I just like eating meat, lol. And it's like, they don't think about it. No, so just to share, I joined law enforcement in 2015, and I was probably in my late 20s at that time. I noticed that my blood pressure spiked, and also a lot, and it was just stress related, but my blood pressure spiked, and I noticed everybody around me was consistently eating fast food in law enforcement. And I basically saw a lot of my coworkers as walking heart attacks. And so I was like, okay, I don't want to be like that. So I need to change up and figure out what I need to do. So I actually did go vegetarian for, I don't know, probably like 2 years, I guess. And part of it was because when I reduced my sodium, when I reduced my fats, when I reduced my cholesterol, and I reduced my meat take overall, and I replaced it with plant protein, my blood pressure dropped precipitously.
Yeah.
Like I was down to like, even being stressed out, I was like 118 over 78, like when I was going for my physicals. And then not just that, my good cholesterol did drop as well, but my bad cholesterol went from like 150 to 190, whatever like the normal range is. I think I dropped down into like 120 or 130. Like I actually had like whatever the normal calcification that can be expected out of your arteries. I just didn't have it anymore. And so I was like, okay, this is dope. But part of my calculation on the moral side too, was I did the math on how many animals I was consuming. And it was seriously like, it was probably like 60 fish, like 300 chickens, and probably a whole cow per year. And I asked myself, would I be willing personally to slaughter all of the just beans in order to feed my appetite? And the answer was no. Like maybe I would go fishing because I don't really hold fish in like a high esteem. Maybe I would kill a chicken every now and then because I don't hold chicken in high esteem, but I definitely wouldn't be eating it every single meal, right? And so as a result, I've probably gone back up on meat a little bit because I do like the taste of it, and I would kill some animals to sate my appetite, but I've probably reduced my meat intake by like literally 90%.
Okay. Since the next 2 points you had were I grade living creatures on a scale of sentient suffering, and you don't have the goal to end all suffering, but just reduce it. I think I might as well just run name the trait on you because that's yeah. So can you name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a human being would justify killing and eating a human being?
No. So what I do is I do a combination of like IQ and EQ combination, and then then I assign like a moral value to creatures based off of that. Like as I brought up, like a mollusk, I would say in my opinion has less moral virtue than let's say a domesticated dog.
Well, they're probably not sentient,
right?
In all likelihood. So
or it's extremely limited.
Yeah, so I wouldn't expect you to really value a mollusk because in all likelihood they're not sentient, and even if they are, it's like nothing.
Yeah, it's like lights and clockwork.
Feel pain it would be like light and dark sensitivity or something. But there's clearly like some sort of criteria where it's sufficient enough where you wouldn't think it's like morally acceptable to kill just to satisfy a taste pleasure. So like a human being, you wouldn't think it's okay to kill a human being to satisfy taste pleasure.
Yeah, so, I also believe that about octopus, whales, and dolphins. Because as far as I can tell, in my understanding of like biology and zoology, dolphins are incredibly complex, incredibly intelligent social creatures. And then same thing with whales, and then same thing with octopi, where octopi are just like they're brilliant. Like their brilliance is only limited by their environment and evolution, but they're actually like incredibly intelligent creatures.
Yeah. So you said you'd be okay with like killing chickens, fish. What about like a cow? I'm assuming a cow.
Cows I'll do on occasion, but to be honest, I do feel guilty about it because I know they have the same level of like social and emotional intelligence as dogs oftentimes.
Yeah.
Same thing with pigs, but then pigs brings up an interesting moral conundrum. So as an example, wild hogs replicate at such a fast rate that you can cull half of their population in order to maintain their population numbers. And so in an ideal society, if there was population control, same thing with grizzly bears, by the way, that if hunting was exclusively for population control, I wouldn't see a problem with consuming the meat created by population control from hunting. I don't think there's a moral issue there.
Okay, so let's just maybe leave that for later, but like clearly there's a sufficient level of like intelligence or wisdom or something that you think it's a moral wrong to kill. Clearly,
Yeah.
humans are sufficient. Cows may be sufficient because you feel guilty. Like dogs and cats, I'm assuming they're probably on that level where you wouldn't be okay with people killing and eating dogs and cats.
I'm not. There's also an added virtue there where cats oftentimes, although they're a horrible problem for birds, and so I think that cat population should be controlled. Cats are viewed as, or have been used historically as kind of like a natural rodenticide, right? You know, they hunt vermin, that kind of thing. And then same thing with dogs. Dogs we've used as like loyal guard companions and agricultural coworkers for like centuries, if not millennia. And so as a matter of fact, I think our relationship with dogs might go back like tens of thousands of years. And so I feel like we've created a symbiotic trust between domesticated animals and humans. And so we should never really violate that trust, because they're relying on instinct in order to have a relationship with us. And so us being the conscious agents and then violating that pact is actually like an evil on our part.
Okay, so like pigs would have a lot in common with dogs. In fact, they're often considered more intelligent. We don't have a similar relationship, but like, would you say it's okay to kill and eat a pig?
So with pigs, it is interesting because they do have the IQ that's comparable or even greater than dogs. They're also socially intelligent creatures. I would say that I would view it as a moral good if we got away from like pig domestication and then exclusively did population control on feral hogs. I wouldn't see any problems with consuming feral hogs.
Well, the reason there's feral hogs is because of pig domestication.
Maybe, but at the same time, they had to be wild originally in order for us to domesticate them, right?
Well, yes, but the wild hogs you're talking about in the United States
Are escaped domesticated.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, you don't want to genocide the entire species, right? But you probably want to keep the population under control.
Well, the idea behind population control, like, would ideally be eradication. That's why there's no like hunting regulations around feral hogs.
Well, I don't even know if we could eradicate them, even if we tried. But
well, we could if we stopped pig domestication.
Sorry. You're saying that if we eliminated pig domestication and we hunted feral hogs into extinction, then we wouldn't have a feral pig problem.
Yes.
Okay. And you view that as a comparable good to eradicate both populations compared to keeping them in domestication and perpetual hunted status.
So the issue is, if you domesticate them, there's a risk that they'll escape and then become feral. That's where these feral hogs originate from. They originate from pigs being farmed, escaping into the wild, and then they become feral. I don't know if you could have like farm sanctuaries or something where you have these pigs and they wouldn't end up escaping and becoming feral. Like, obviously the risk exponentially increases when you're talking about millions of pigs being farmed, as opposed to maybe like a few hundred or a few thousand on farm sanctuaries. And in those situations too, there are also spayed or neutered.
Right. Well, let's just assume for the sake of conversation that I'm skeptical of whether or not we could eliminate the pig population. But let's just say that, like, in your ideal, we would eliminate domesticated pigs and then we would eliminate feral, and then we wouldn't have a problem anymore. In my ideal situation, we would probably substantively reduce domesticated pig slaughter, and then we would just maintain the feral hog population. But
okay, so
like, hold on.
What is okay? Well, yeah, sure. Finish.
Well, I was just going to say, for domestic hog farming, ranching, whatever you want to call it, too, though, I think it's in Denmark or it's in Finland. They've effectively bred pigs to reduce their fear impulse when they enter claustrophobic spaces. And then they've used a room. I forget what kind of gas it is, but it's like non-toxic. It's like CO1, CO2, something like that. But what they do is the way that they kill the pigs for slaughter is they put them in a room and then they use a non-toxic gas in order to eliminate them. If a pig panics, then they eliminate it from the population. And then most of the pigs like lie down, fall asleep, and they don't even realize that they're dead. And so for my thing, if we're going to have the slaughter of animals, then any animal that was to be slaughtered, I would want there to eventually be a process like that where effectively the animal doesn't even know that it's dying. It just goes to sleep and then it doesn't wake up.
So, okay, well, first of all, I think you should watch the documentary Pignorant. Joey Carbstrong made that documentary. It's free on YouTube. You can see what happens in pig slaughter. The main method of stunning for pigs is CO2 gas. That is one of the most painful ways you can possibly kill an animal. CO2 is acidic, so it'll burn your eyes, it'll burn the inside of your lungs, so that in and of itself is incredibly painful. But on top of that, there's a very ancient inbuilt survival mechanism in most animals to panic when CO2 levels in your blood increase. This even bypasses fear centers in your brain, like the hippocampus.
Yeah.
So you can even take human beings that have a damaged hippocampus. They don't feel fear. You can shoot a gun at them. They won't be afraid. You can put them in a room filled with CO2. They'll fucking panic and freak out because there's some inbuilt mechanism inside your brain to protect yourself from CO2, and most animals have this. So not only are you causing them immense pain just from the acidity of the CO2 gas, but they're also fucking terrified as shit. As far as I understand, there's not really any way around that. And you can watch the documentary Pignorant. You can see these pigs being lowered into these CO2 gas chambers. They absolutely freak the fuck out, and they're clearly in horrible, horrible pain. He also interviews some of the slaughterhouse workers there. Some of them have accidentally been exposed to the CO2 gas, and they talk about how fucking horrible it is. Their eyes are burning, and they just start hacking up like fucking crazy because of how acidic the gas is. And this is the main method of stunning for pigs, CO2. So if you're talking about millions and millions and millions of these animals,
then what I would say is the Norway is what I was pulling up, but even like the top 5 articles that I was pulling up was effectively saying that it was sold to the public a certain way, but the realities are different. I would need more time to substantiate, but I could just take what you're saying on faith. So
yeah, what you're saying sounds like bullshit to me. It sounds like a marketing thing.
I wouldn't be surprised. The stories are 5 years old, and literally the top 5 stories that I pulled up when I Googled humane pig slaughter Scandinavia or whatever. When I Googled that, it was literally like Norway sold itself as the humane place to slaughter animals, and yet abuses remain. And so that's the way that the articles are popping up. So yeah, just taking that on face value.
I would recommend you watch the documentary Pignorant. It's on YouTube for free. That might change your view of some of this.
Well, I also don't eat pig. Because
good.
If somebody if they like accidentally put it on my burger or something like that, like maybe, but I never order it. I almost exclusively don't order it, so I don't incentivize pig production by purchasing the product. And then I also just I just don't do it. But if that's the case, that I've been sold the humane propaganda that isn't true, then what I would say is I would go back to the lab grown. I would ideally see like the entire industry move to lab grown, where slaughter of the animal is not required in order to produce, hopefully, non-carcinogenic meat, any more carcinogenic than actual meat is.
Yeah, so that's fine, but the problem still remains that you eat meat. Sure. And you're supporting an industry that kills animals. So I would just like to know, of the animals you do eat, it might not be pig, but if you eat chicken, fish, beef.
Fish is probably the one that I care the least about.
Yeah, so of the animals you do eat, whatever those are, what is true of a human that is not true of those animals, that if not true of a human, you'd be fine with killing and eating a human?
Well, yeah. So I might just jump on the rake then. There might be, so we work down these gradations of intelligence and emotional intelligence to the point that we don't feel bad for consuming animals anymore. And I would say like chicken and fish are probably either there, they're probably just there, right? Chickens, I probably feel a little bit bad because I have met some nice chickens in the past. And so if I was raising chickens, I wouldn't slaughter them. I would exclusively use them for eggs. But we're kind of on the cusp there. Whereas fish, I literally think they're like primarily lights and clockwork. I don't think they have particularly like rich emotional lives. I think they're in fight or flight a majority of their existence. I think that the options are either being predated upon by humans or being predated upon by other fish. The ocean is an unforgiving place. So we talk about very low IQ and EQ of fish. I think that's probably where I would land. And then I'm assuming, but you could follow through on your train, that you're saying that there are low IQ and EQ humans that would then therefore be consumable under my moral framework.
Yeah, so assuming a human being had the same sort of mental capacity as a fish, presumably you'd be okay with killing and eating those humans.
I guess.
Okay.
So obviously there's the human species loyalty element of it where you don't want to like, so for instance, like if there's like a retarded child who is housebound, who can't do anything and doesn't have any intelligence, doesn't have any emotional intelligence, obviously I'm not going to kill them and eat them out of a respect for like interspecies or species loyalty, but that's probably the only thing separating it, right? Like you could try to steel man my position. Do you think that there's anything besides species loyalty that prevents human beings from consuming each other once you reach a sufficiently degraded intelligence and emotional intelligence?
I don't think there really is. Like, if we found highly intelligent aliens, like if Vulcans from Star Trek came down to Earth, we wouldn't really care if they weren't human. Like, we'd care about the qualities they have, like intelligence, sentience, sapience, shit like that.
Yeah.
So I don't think anybody really cares about species when they're thinking of like how to treat someone or something ethically. Fundamentally, it comes down to like, what their intelligence is, what their sentience is, whether they can experience pain and suffering. And from my perspective, like, fish certainly aren't sentient, and they are fairly intelligent. You can train fish. They actually have pretty complex social interactions. You might want to read the book, What a Fish Feels. That's kind of an interesting book. You can look at some of the mating habits they have. They actually do have like pretty discerning mate selection. So these are like fairly intelligent animals, and they certainly have a will to live. I wouldn't want to just grab a big net and suffocate millions of them, again, just for taste pleasure. There is some good nutrition we could get from fish, like fish oils, but you don't actually need fish for fish oils. The reason fish have fish oils is because they eat algae. Fish don't produce EPA and DHA. They eat algae that has the EPA and DHA. So we can bypass that whole step, not have to risk, getting heavy metals like mercury in our food, and then just eat the EPA and DHA, which has the actual benefits. So if we don't need any of these things for human flourishing and well-being, and we don't have to participate in like horrible suffering of these animals, and we can just leave them alone, and like we also avoid chronic diseases, zoonotic diseases.
Well, the one thing that I would push back on even tepidly, like it's not enough to be like, oh, you just don't understand the world, vegan gains. It would be the fact that like I kind of spoke about it earlier, and I think you spoke about it as well. You view us as an extension of, apes, right? Like we're just really intelligent, slightly less hairy apes who are capable of very complex things, right? And so in that way, there, in my opinion, there's a chain of being. You know, there's the plant life. There's the animals that consume that plant life. There's the carnivores and omnivores that consume that animal life, and then there's also the scavengers. And the scavengers, you know, consume the dead and transfer it into whatever biological process they transfer it into, right? And so, what I would say is trying to escape the moral repercussions of the chain of being is almost an attempt to separate yourself from nature. And so I do think that reducing suffering is a noble goal. I still think that you're going to bump into unintended consequences, which are brought up by anti-vegetarian and anti-vegan activists. For instance, when you dedicate whole swaths of land for certain agricultural crops, you're inevitably going to kill some of the animals and destroy some of the habitats that are necessary to cultivate those crops. So you can still reduce suffering, but you can't eliminate it.
There's more habitat loss and species destruction with animal agriculture because you need to feed them. So again,
yeah, you're talking about reduction,
is to,
not elimination.
If the goal, so if the goal is to reduce, then you should be vegan.
Okay.
I don't see any downside. Like any downside.
Show me your biceps.
If your goal is to reduce, hell yeah. So if the goal is to reduce human suffering, reduce human disease, reduce animal suffering, reduce environmental damage.
It's very nice.
Veganism is the only conclusion you can come to.
Well, then what I would say is I'm not there yet. However, what I would be curious in, so that arm is very large. Did you take any performance enhancing drugs in order to achieve that result?
Nope.
Okay.
No, I've been natural my whole life.
So
the only thing that I have taken was a TB500 peptide. That was for I think 3 or 4 weeks. I had a really bad shoulder injury. All it really does is increase like collagen synthesis and stuff. It's not a steroid. It's a peptide. They are different. And that was just for healing, but it doesn't have any like anabolic benefits.
Then I would say one of the reasons why I still consume chicken and fish protein is because of it's a simple, medium calorie, low fat protein source. So if you said, hey, here's the alternatives, this is actually my diet regimen, this is what I use while I'm lifting, then I'd be happy to take a look at it. Because if it's something where the taste. So for instance, part of the reason why I fight with the wife sometimes about when she cooks vegetarian meals is taste. As an example, Gardein is trash vegetarian food.
Oh, right? You don't like it?
Oh no, I love it. I love it. Like I feel like whatever poisons they put in there, whatever preservatives, whatever.
Well, no, Gardine's actually good.
Okay.
It's not bad. You can look at the ingredients. It's primarily soy and pea based, and they don't use coconut oil for most of their foods. So if you're looking at like Gardein chicken, I think they use like canola oil or something.
But she'll switch to the allegedly even healthier brand, which in my opinion just tastes like watered down vegetable mush, right? And so I kind of need that preservative, salty flavor texture in order to enjoy a meal. And so yeah, so if you have a routine that allows you to enjoy the texture, enjoy the salt, not feel like it's kind of like you're eating pasty vegetable mush, then I would be interested. And maybe you could save a few chicken lives and a few fish lives through that sharing of information.
Gardein is very good. That's one of the healthier like meat alternatives. The only thing is like the sodium content, but assuming you're drinking enough water and you're exercising and you're not like only eating Gardein all day, you probably won't have blood pressure issues. Like if it's just once or twice a day you have like a packet of chicken, you probably wouldn't have blood pressure issues from that unless you're like highly sensitive.
No. I work out and try to chug water.
Yeah. So Gardein's good. Soul food, soul cuisine, that's good. Field roast is good. The Beyond products do tend to contain more saturated fat because they use coconut or palm oil. They have the new Beyond Burgers that I think they use avocado oil, and I've heard those actually taste better.
Unfortunately, one of the, I don't know if they use any kind of dye or something, but my wife has had negative reactions to Beyond for whatever reason. But yeah, I would say I'm not against the concept, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
But I also just really like tofu, and I put Korean barbecue sauce on it. Korean barbecue sauce is the fucking shit. And if you just get some extra firm tofu, pan fry it, and then add on some Korean barbecue sauce, cook it for a little bit on low heat with the barbecue sauce on, creates a nice like coating.
Listen, I don't want to bore the audience too much with my recipes, but fried tofu on pho is awesome. So like Vietnamese rice noodles with a shitload of vegetables, jalapenos, limes, the rice noodles, and then crispy tofu. That is actually like, that's fire. That's great shit.
Yeah, and there's some easy seitan recipes you can follow. Some of them are remarkably difficult to make. I don't know how the fuck people do it, like they're kitchen wizards. But there are some pretty simple seitan recipes that are pretty much impossible to fuck up. I actually have a recipe on my channel for seitan. Very high protein, low fat, so that's easy to make. But yeah, tofu and seitan are the absolute shit if you just want some like high protein food. And you can always just eat protein powder too if you ever need to make up the difference.
Sick. Well, I'm about to hit 5 hours live. I was debating Pisco earlier, and so my brain is absolutely fried. Also, I do owe the wife some time today, so I need to give that to her. But I, barring anything else you want to cover, I do appreciate the convo. I do love moral philosophy. I do love theology. I do love religion. I do like contending with these ideas more as, what do you think about it versus you're wrong and you're a piece of shit. I more enjoy the contention rather than the zealous certainty, I guess. And then also I might be a hypocrite and a piece of shit in some ways when it comes to like my diet, where I'm saying like I care about suffering, but then I engage in some level of suffering. But I do agree in general that probably for health benefits and also for a better society, we should probably push towards less cruelty, less suffering over time. And I have no problems being a part of that project. So did you want to talk about anything else or shout anything out before we kind of wrap up?
No, I think you should just go vegan. You
send me
seem like a
the
pretty decent
recipes. I'll
dude,
try
but-
them, and if they're good enough, then I'll
Yeah.
switch and I'll let you know.
Yeah. But yeah, just go fucking vegan. Like look, if you have your own set of beliefs and you think, well, there's a certain right or wrong, you need to hold to your own standards.
Sure.
That's why I really like Stoicism. It demands that you adhere to your own values and never let yourself down.
Well, my dad was a huge Stoic philosopher consumer for 5 years, and then he read the Nicomachean Ethics, which is Aristotle's virtue ethics system. I don't know if you've explored that yet. However, he basically said that he wished he had read the Nicomachean Ethics first because he thinks he would have fucked with Stoicism less. So if you haven't explored that yet, then maybe that's on the horizon.
I'll check that out. The only thing I'd say is, as far as the religious discussion, I think the best religion for society is the cult of Crom. The god that Conan followed. It is the most practical and realistic, aside from like the idea that there is this god of strength. Ignoring that, the idea that God does not care about you and the only thing he cares about is strength, that is going to be so much more useful, so much more practical for your own interests.
That's a chaos cultist belief. I'm actually a devotee of the Empire of Man. However, that sounds like Korn, the blood god in a different form. So I'm unsurprised that a weightlifter enjoys the philosophical precepts of Korn.
Well, I mean, I'm a Warhammer 40k fan, but even in Warhammer 40k, Crom perfectly aligns with the idea of this goal of mankind to control the Milky Way galaxy.
Yeah.
How else are you going to control the Milky Way galaxy without, force and strength?
That's actually
if
that's where
mankind focused on strength, we'd own the Milky Way, man.
I'm not I'm not a chaos worshiper. However, I am extremely interested in collecting an army from every single from every representative faction. And the one that entices me the most from chaos are the Iron Warriors, because they kind of abhor the chaos gods and they do worship strength and ironing, sharpening iron. And actually, I don't want to say little known, but little known to me fact was that the Iron Empire was a real space empire that they created during the Horus Heresy, where instead of exclusively attacking the Imperium of Man, they actually carved out miniature kingdoms in real space in which they tried to raise a civilization based off of their moral precepts that iron sharpens iron and you must look to the iron within. So, basically, if I was chaos, I would be Iron Empire.
I think I would be too.
Nice.
All right,
well,
but
I'm gonna
thanks for
run.
the chat, man.
Yeah, no, it was a blast. And basically, if in a couple of weeks you want to do a Warhammer 40K philosophy of Warhammer 40K, chat, maybe that'd be fun.
Yeah.
All right,
I'd be
brother.
down.
Be easy.
All right. Take care.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and NBs. We have been live for 5 hours. I brought to you 2 debates. We have 50 people cross-platform right now. I do want you to go ahead and smash the like button, because even though we're wrapping up, other people should know that this VOD exists, and therefore they might want to come in and enjoy my passionate conversation with Pisco, and they might want to check out my conversation, my theological and dietary ethical conversation and debate with Vegan Gain. So I do invite you to smash the like button. I also invite you to donate. So I don't have a revenue share split on this channel. 100% of it goes to me and or Google. So if you have a super chat burning a hole in your pocket, then go ahead and donate here. Alternatively, you can wait until I'm live on the Valor Media Network tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, and we'll just go ahead and hang out there as well. To share with the people who are unaware, in case you just popped into the stream randomly, I did not give up on this channel. I'm not giving up on this channel. However, what's going on is I was hired by another channel, Valor Media Network, to be their resident streamer. Over there, we kind of have a routine of going through the news for the first hour. Then we break down a pop online politics video or just a political video in general, if there was like a big debate. And then after that, we typically will break down maybe another pop politics video, and then we do military and law enforcement breakdowns. So if you're interested in that kind of content, if you like what I have to say, maybe we'll be working in more debate content, because obviously with Pisco, we peaked out in the low 100s. And so I strongly recommend that you type in Valor Media Network into your search bar and you come and watch me over there. Because like I said, if you enjoyed this content, you can get another 20 hours of content over there per week. So it's pretty fire. It's pretty fire. Sean Kaplan for $10 is great stuff as always. Appreciate a heated Connor debate. Yeah, me too. We need to mix that in. Of course, I'm worried about getting back into the debate scene because I don't want to let a slur or profane word loose. But maybe that's what Tuesdays will be for, right? I can do spicy debates on Tuesdays on my home channel, and then if Ken is interested in the conversation, then maybe we could post it on Valor, and then that way, if I know that I let a couple of slurs loose that I don't want to put on Valor, then I don't have to. So maybe Tuesday will be our debate day. Maybe that'll be how we do it. Trashy Tuesdays, exactly, K-Soko. And K-Soko, I do appreciate you. I do appreciate you putting up with me and you viciously disagreeing. Grassroots Hegemon. I'm just gonna read all the donos again real quick. Grassroots Hegemon for $20. I'm late, but boo, whoever is doing this, doing worse, boo. That was Pisco earlier. Grassroots Hegemon again for $20. Thank you, King. You're the spine of the channel financially. Says, look, no one loves illegal immigrants more than me and PF Young, but I require people in my community to share its values in a handful of places. If they not only ignore those values, but intentionally violate them, then not chill. Agreed, and I think they should get deported. Kay, for $3 Canadian says, you're muted, Connor. I'm sorry about that earlier. However, something's wrong with my NVIDIA broadcast. I'll restart my computer later. Grassroots Hegemon for another $5 says, I'm humbly asking you to give me a wrench. I want that Sitch and Adam communism, baby. Yeah, I will appoint you guys as mods in this chat and maybe even in the Valor chat as well, so I can get some protection when we're getting spammed. Grassroots Hegemon for 10. Wonder how Vegan Gains feels about me having trained a dog to send every groundhog that comes in near my garden directly to heaven. Well, I think he's trying to, I said this towards the end, he's trying to separate human beings from the chain of being, and I think that's kind of a fool's errand. However, reducing suffering of all living creatures on the planet is, I think, something that's worthy to aspire to. Sean Kaplan, again, for the $10. Thank you kindly. Says, great stuff. Always appreciate a heated Connor debate. Thank you, King. I do appreciate it. Bud123, good to see you. I need to see you over at Valor Media Network. So if you haven't done so already, type in Valor Media Network into your search bar and go ahead and subscribe there. Void a Parrot says, I'd have no logical quandaries about eating a human with no cerebral cortex. However, I'd have a major emotional and instinctive difficulty with it, to say the least. Exactly. So I kind of jumped on the rake, which is like, if there wasn't a conscious, if there was a human being who had no intelligence and no emotional capacity and no capacity to feel pain, I would eat it, right? You just kind of got to jump on that rake. There's a species loyalty where I wouldn't eat a human because I don't want other humans to think I'm a freak. However, if there was a human being that had the intelligence, emotional intelligence, and pain capacity of a fish, then I don't know, maybe. So, Void of Parrot says, at Counterpoints, I didn't know you had Russian heritage. You kind of looked Italian to me. I'm actually mostly Irish. I don't even know if I have any Russian heritage. I'm not sure where you're getting that inference, but I think I have Czech heritage. That's the closest to Eastern Europe that I get. Bud123 says, if eating meat has health issues, cutting it out completely with B12 and EPA, DHA supplements would leave a vegan with a nutritional deficit. Maybe. I don't know. I'll take a look at what his recipes are. K Soko says, in here, Connor, we usually agree more than disagree. I'm only speaking when we don't agree. No problems. I'll never, Vegan Gains would deport you for that. True. Are the wrenches metric or imperial? That's funny because, like, based off of Warhammer stuff, they probably should be imperial. However, I started using metric in my CAD software recently for predictability purposes. Bud123 says, I subscribe to it. Excellent. Thank you, Bud123. I'm looking forward to seeing you in chat over there. Dude Man Sue, I think I did see you in Valor Media Network chat, so I'm looking forward to seeing you over there again as well. Oh my God, a vegans debate that wasn't annoying as F. Awesome. Well, thank you. I try to put on good content no matter who we're talking to. Check boys roll up, says Silver Jacket Man. Indeed. Jonah Boy says people will eat each other if they're hungry enough. That's also true. When I was at Searville says, we had a dude asked about cannibalism. The instructor wasn't amused. Sear, for those of you who don't know, is the search, evasion, and rescue something. I forget what it stands for, but it's basically the course where you learn to run away and survive some level of torture from your captors. It's a very high-end school in the military. Well, QC John says, repulsion is good enough reason to not eat a human. Well, good. I think we are in agreement. Harmonic says, Harmonic Fox says, people taste too salty. I'd rather starve. I won't ask you how you know that. Void a Parrot says, I just subbed to Valor. Excellent. Blood123 says, at Counterpoints, isn't the problem with vegans is that they do have a problem with overpopulation, such as deer, which is prevented by hunting? Yeah, I think that's the main thing that I pointed to, but I didn't really jump on because I didn't want to be a dick. And I also know that Vegan Gains can be quite tenacious in a debate. So what I would say is that there is a certain amount of creatures who are in nature who will overpopulate if you allow them to do so. And so I don't have a problem with human beings hunting those animals, particularly with weapons and tools that inflict a quick death. Obviously, it can be a painful death, but if it's a quick death, I don't think I have that much problem with like firearm hunting deer or bow hunting deer or firearm hunting grizzly or pigs. As an example, male grizzlies. Now, bear in mind, I'm repeating something I heard on the Joe Rogan podcast, so you're going to have to forgive me. But what male grizzlies can do if they get big enough, if they're like 12 feet, 14 feet tall, is they can dominate all the other males and they can kill all the other males. And so the gene stock of the species is actually reduced because the dominant 14-foot grizzly male will kill rival cubs and then will re-impregnate the female bears with its own spawn. And so the genetic diversity of the grizzly species will actually be reduced if you let 14-foot grizzlies dominate the mating landscape. And so I think that once a male grizzly gets past, 10 feet, 12 feet or whatever, then hunting a grizzly, I don't think is any more wrong than a grizzly dying in nature from natural causes or being killed by a rival, right? I don't think humans participating in the food chain, as long as it's not through torture and slaughter, or if it's slaughter, it's like as humane as you can make it. I don't see that as a problem necessarily, particularly when the alternatives can be horrifying. Like, would you rather get shot in the chest, or would you rather be ripped apart by a 14-foot grizzly bear? Right? I think I would rather get shot. Not gonna lie. Like, both of them are horrifying. I don't ever want to die. But if I had to choose between getting shot in the head or shot in the heart or ripped apart by a 14-foot grizzly, I think I would pick the gun. I think I would pick the gun, to be honest. I think getting mauled by a grizzly is probably terrible. Jonah Boy says bears are so cute yet so savage. Indeed. Why did they make their ears so cute if they weren't so sweet? So yeah. Humanity should be stewards and ensure a sustainable ecosystem. Conserve liberalism. You don't know how correct you are. Stewardship is one of the words that I love most when it comes to like conservatism, is that stewardship is the idea of someone who maintains a kingdom, but he himself is not a king. That is similar to a biblical concept about like the return of Jesus or the return of God. However, I do think that's how we should view the planet. We should be stewards of the planet. We are not the kings of the planet. The planet was not created solely for our pleasure and dominion. The planet was created for our stewardship. We are meant to maintain it for ourselves and for future generations. K-Soko says, do you really want to eat the cockroach bars from Snowpiercer? No, but I will. The Silver Jacket Man says, honestly, I go bear if I'm going out. I want to go strong. True, Silver Jacket Man. Water bears are so cute, yet so savage. You don't think they would, but they'd eat you alive. If you're talking about tardigrades, those are cool animals. Jonah Boy says, respectable. Good. I am not giving up steaks. No way. Well, hopefully you don't need to. Hopefully in the future, we just have lab-grown meat that tastes as good as any farm-grown steak, and you can choose, and vegan gains won't kill you or deport you. Harmonic Fox is joking. The weird vampire deers won't eat you. There we go. The most annoying part of that was when you talked about fishing. He went straight to commercial nets. I have a Zebco 33 on an 8-foot pole, not a ship. Yeah, there you go. Water deers. Gotcha. I thought you were talking about tardigrades. But anyways, that's okay. I parasocially love the 50 of you I have cross-platform. I am ecstatic that you came to hang out with us. I'm ecstatic that you stayed, not just for the spicy Pisco debate, but also for the more intellectual vegan gains debate that talked about theology. I sincerely appreciate your viewership. I appreciate your donations. I appreciate you hanging out with us. I hope you have a fantastic day. I do want you, if you haven't already done so, to type Valor Media Network into your search bar. I want you to find the channel. I want you to subscribe to it. I want you to watch the VODs if you're interested in the VODs. And then I want you to catch us live during the week. So Quesogo says, adios, mi amigo. Jonah Boy says, yeah. And I'm going to go ahead and salute you in chat. Here's my salute. I'll hold it until I get no 7 back. There we go. Contra FTN gives me no 7. Wish you chill rest of the day. Parasocial love to you and yours. Seriously, thank you for hanging out. I wish you all a beautiful day. Have a great one. Bye now.